Ah! Screams tore through the darkness. Is anyone there? Help, where is this place? Men and women cried out in panic. Rows of headlights flickered on overhead, one after another, flooding the space with blinding white light. It felt like daytime in an instant. Below, people groaned and shielded their eyes, struggling to adjust. Jiang Yu jolted awake from a deep sleep. He squinted through his fingers, scanning his surroundings. The place was enormous, several hundred square meters wide, like the shell of an abandoned factory. Aside from the harsh lights above and a raised platform at one end, it was empty. A single spiral staircase wound upward, apparently leading to a second floor. Large speakers were fixed into the four corners of the ceiling, and an oversized electronic screen hung on one wall. And there were people, dozens of them. They lay scattered across the floor. Most were awake now, slowly sitting up and looking around in confusion. Only a few remained unconscious. Everyone wore the same green tracksuit. On the chest and back was a red circle with a white number inside. Around each neck was a thick metal collar, flashing red as strange digits jumped across its surface. Jiang Yu looked down. 6, the same heavy collar was locked around his neck. He tried to pry it open, but it didn't budge. Seamless, solid. Whatever it wasn't something he could break. He sat there, stunned. Just hours ago, he had been a washed-up horror web novelist. His latest book had flopped so badly he'd earned barely a few dozen yuan. He and his wife, Zhou Qingqing, herself a thriller writer, had argued fiercely. She had taken their 5-year-old daughter, Yin Yin, and gone back to her parents' home. That evening, he'd forced out 2,000 words at his computer, bought 2 meat buns for dinner, and fallen asleep at his desk. And now he was here. Where the hell is this? A yellow-haired young man nearby cursed loudly. No idea, said a ponytailed girl who looked 18 or 19. But we were probably kidnapped. Kidnapping dozens of people at once. In Dragon Country, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses shouted angrily. Are you insane? That's a death sentence. In one corner, a silver-haired young man leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, indifferent to the chaos. Fear hung thick in the air. Jiang Yu listened carefully, trying to piece together anything useful. Then a familiar voice rang out behind him. Jiang Yu, why are you here too? He turned sharply. Zhou Qingqing. His wife stood there in the same green tracksuit, number 16 on her chest, the same beeping collar locked around her neck. Honey, her tough exterior collapsed. She rushed into his arms, trembling. I'm scared. Why are you here? Jiang Yu asked, holding her tightly. Do you know where this is? I don't know, she sobbed. Yin Yin was drawing in the living room. Mom went to the park. I was sleeping, and then I woke up here. It's okay, Jiang Yu said softly, stroking her hair. I'll protect you. Their hands clasped together, silver rings glinting faintly. They had made those rings for each other years ago. 7 years together. Quarrels, reconciliations, dreams shared on a rooftop over cheap beer. No matter how badly life went, he had never stopped loving her. There's a door over here. Help! People surged toward the shout. Jiang Yu took Zhou Qingqing's hand and followed. A massive iron gate loomed ahead, wrapped in chains and secured with heavy locks. People yanked at it, pounded it, searched for tools. Useless. Then footsteps echoed from the platform behind them. Tap, tap, tap. A man in a black suit stepped forward, wearing a pig-faced mask. His gaze swept over the crowd, cold and distant. Behind him stood several muscular men in combat gear, bullhead masks covering their faces. Each held a gun. Who are you? Let us go. You're breaking the laws. The crowd erupted. The masked man raised a hand. One of his subordinates placed a small black remote into it. He pressed a button. The screen lit up, displaying 50 portraits. Each had a number in the corner. Welcome, the pig-masked man said into a microphone. His voice boomed through the speakers, emotionless. You're here to play a game? Here I am God. Rules come after me. I like quiet, shut up. A bearded man near Jiang Yu snapped, pointing at the stage. You pig-headed bastard, let me out. Do you know who I... The masked man pressed the remote again. The collar around the bearded man's neck shrieked. Explosion. Half his body vanished in a flash of blood and fire. Screams filled the room. Jiang Yu stood frozen, blood splattered across his face, dripping from his nose and lips. His legs shook uncontrollably. This is a game, the masked man continued calmly. Watch carefully. This decides who leaves alive. Silence fell. Zhou Qingqing wiped the blood from Jiang Yu's face with trembling hands and held him close. 3 lucky players, the pig-masked man announced cheerfully. The screen spun, then stopped. Number 6, number 16? No. 34. Jiang Yu's heart sank. Him, his wife, a small boy barely 12 or 13, they stepped forward while the others retreated. Rock, paper, scissors, the masked man said impatiently. On 3, last to lose is eliminated. Punch late, you die. 1. The boy looked up at Jiang Yu, eyes wide. Brother, please let me go. I'll use scissors. Jiang Yu's thoughts raced. Lie or truth? 2. Sweat poured down his back. 3. He chose scissors. Zhou Qingqing chose scissors. The boy chose rock. Thank you, brother, the boy said sweetly as he stepped back. Jiang Yu felt cold all over. Now only 2 remained. Jiang Yu and Zhou Qingqing faced each other. Memories flooded his mind. College days, late-night writing, promises whispered on rooftops. 1. He smiled at her gently. Qingqing, live well, take care of Yin Yin. 2. She covered her mouth, tears streaming. 3. Jiang Yu played paper. Zhou Qingqing played rock. For a heartbeat he didn't understand. Then her collar screamed. She exploded. Blood rained down. Jiang Yu stood motionless, empty. Perfect, the masked man said, clapping. Warm-up complete. Pain suddenly stabbed through Jiang Yu's skull. He clutched his head. In his mind, a golden seed floated silently. Information poured in, seed of gods gambling. A mysterious seed that absorbs energy, generated in death games. When fully grown, it becomes the god of gambling tree. It enhances the host's body, mind, and combat ability. If it is not nourished, the host dies. Jiang Yu's head rang. This seed wasn't a gift. It was a curse. A parasite that demanded he gamble with his life, and stopping meant death. Rule 1, courage is commendable. From midnight to 5 a.m., the main gate will open. If you want to leave, you may try any time during that window. But once night falls, something frightening will appear here. So I suggest you stay in your room. One more thing. After you return to your room, the caller will conduct safe range checks at irregular intervals between 00:00, 00, and 19:00. It might check every 30 minutes. It might check every 3 hours. It might check only once a day. It might not check at all. Your room is considered a safe zone. If, during a check, your caller detects that you are outside your safe zone, it will treat that as leaving the safe area. And it will explode. If you can get 5 kilometers away from this place, the caller will automatically unlock. That is, if you have the courage, and you can run 5 kilometers without dying first. In short, your day is split into 2 periods. Game time. 19:00 to 00:00. Curfew time, 00:00 to 19:00. From 19:00 to 20:00 is the preparation phase. The death game begins at exactly 20:00. And a friendly reminder, staying outside your room during curfew can get you killed. Hee hee. Rule 2, absolute fairness. No one may kill anyone inside or outside the game, unless explicitly permitted. No cheating either. If I discover it, you will be eliminated immediately. Only I decide who lives and who dies. Rule 3, props carnival. After every round, the winner draws a random prop card. Prop cards are ranked S, A, B, C. Some are exclusive, tied to specific games. If you still hold an exclusive card after its designated game ends, you can exchange it for a universal card 1 grade lower. For example, an S-level exclusive becomes an A-level universal once that game is over. These cards will be extremely valuable later. Cards may be requested, traded, or bought as long as both sides agree. Try to steal one by force and you'll be eliminated immediately. Also, while a player is actively using a prop card, nobody else may harm them. Anyone who does will be eliminated. Rule 4, $10 million prize. Games run every night from 20:00 to 00:00. The number of players per game may vary. The games will continue until only one person remains. That person walks out alive and receives 10 million in cash. The pig-faced man pointed overhead. The lights converged toward the center as a massive glass sphere descended slowly. Inside it, stacks of money filled the space, glittering under the glare like a golden sea. It looked real. 10 million, right there. People stared, stunned. Most of them were ordinary workers scraping by on a few thousand yuan a month. They had never seen that kind of cash in their lives. The pig-masked man's voice turned sweet with temptation. If you leave and risk your life, you lose your chance at the 10 million. You know the odds of winning the lottery are basically zero. Here, your odds are 1 in 48. No one spoke. Because it was true, run out and die halfway and it's all meaningless. But stay, and what if you survive? What if you really become the last one standing? Good, the pig-masked man said, satisfied. It's 11 p.m. Your rooms are on the second floor. Follow the stairs and enter in order. Each door matches your number. Food and water are inside. Enjoy. His head tilted slightly, and no. 6 and number 34, as winners of the first game, step forward. Draw your prop cards. 2 bull-masked men came down carrying a stack of cards. The boy drew first and clutched it to his chest like a secret. Jiang Yu drew next. He didn't even look. He shoved it into his pocket and walked toward the stairs like a man moving through fog. The crowd parted without being asked. Everyone understood. They'd seen what he'd lost. Up on the second floor, the corridors stretched like a maze, lined with identical doors like a hotel. Numbers ran from 1 to 50. A key hung outside each door. Faces were mixed. Fear, shock, forced calm, blank acceptance. One by one, they entered their rooms and locked themselves in. Jiang Yu stepped into room 6 and sat on the bed. It was a small, sealed box of a room, barely a dozen square meters. 3 concrete walls, no windows. A faint fluorescent light buzzed on the ceiling. A toilet in one corner, a metal sink in another, and a mirror that reflected his pale face too clearly. A camera watched from the ceiling. Cold air hummed from the vent. In the corner sat bread and bottled water. The bed in the center was the only luxury, soft enough to feel wrong in a place like this. Above it, a red electronic clock blinked steadily. On the bedside table were old handheld game consoles, like a cruel joke, entertainment while you wait to die. Jiang Yu searched the room and found a large box of junk. Inside was an old wind-up alarm clock. He took it out, then noticed the electronic clock already displayed the time. Still, the 2 clocks didn't match. His skin crawled at the mismatch. Without thinking, he adjusted them until both showed the same time. The alarm clock ticked normally, steady and obedient. He tossed it back into the box. He sat on the bed, staring. Before today, he had thought about giving up, about dying if life stayed the way it was. But then Yin Yin's face flashed in his mind. Small pigtails, bright eyes, the way she ran toward him like he was the safest place in the world. If he died here and Zhou Qingqing died here, Yin Yin would have no one. No, he couldn't die. Not now. He closed his eyes and reached for the strange presence in his mind. The golden seed appeared again, floating quietly, and new information poured in. Power of gambling life. Energy gained through continuous participation in life-or-death games. The greater the risk, the more energy obtained. This energy evolves the seed and grants long-term boosts: intelligence, memory, strength, combat ability. Power of despair. When the host faces a true life-or-death crisis, despair can be converted into explosive energy, forcing rapid seed growth and granting short-term extreme enhancement. Sharper thinking, stronger body, higher combat output. Jiang Yu opened his eyes, breathing hard. It sounded insane, but everything tonight had been insane. He stepped to the mirror and gripped the collar, trying again. It wouldn't move. His gaze flicked to the ceiling camera. Slowly, he let go. Then he remembered the card. He pulled it from his pocket and finally looked. His eyes widened. S-level item card, death-free card. Effect: after a game ends, if you are eliminated, you may avoid 1 death. Note: only valid in point-based games. His chest loosened for the first time since Zhou Qingqing. He swallowed hard. In a place where one mistake meant your head exploding, this was more than luck. It was a second life. He washed up mechanically and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He didn't let himself remember her face. He didn't let himself replay the moment. Even so, tears slid down his temples. He wiped them away without making a...
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The next day, after Jiang Yu woke up, he felt a little better. However, when he thought of Zhou Qingqing, Jiang Yu couldn't help but cry again, and he fell asleep again with the quilt covering his face. He knew that the game time was at 8 o'clock in the evening, and most people were resting during the day, gathering their energy and preparing for the game in the evening. Soon, it was 7:30 in the evening. The electronic screen clock on the wall made a harsh, dingling sound. Then, the sound of the radio was heard in the room. The game is about to begin. All players please go to the lobby to gather. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered in the hall again. When Jiang Yu came out, he looked around carefully. He didn't find any bloodstains and the ground was clean. He thought someone had died tragically last night. From the miserable screams, it sounded as if someone had been cut into pieces. After arriving at the hall, he unexpectedly discovered that there were many more pieces of furniture in the hall, which seemed out of place with the environment of this factory. It was as if all the furniture from a villa of several hundred square meters had been moved here and placed everywhere in a mess, including sofas, beds, bookcases, bookshelves, cabinets, vases, etc. Almost all common items in life can be found. Everyone looked around, seemingly curious about the environment. What kind of game was this? Jiang Yu looked around, and everyone seemed to be in better spirits than last night. It seemed that they had all had a good rest. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke. One person is missing. Number 22 is missing. Really? Where did number 22 go? That scream last night. Everyone looked everywhere, but there was no sign of number 22. Everyone looked much more nervous. They knew in their hearts that number 22 was dead. Soon, the man with the pighead mask appeared on the platform again, followed by a group of men with bullhead masks, each of them still holding a gun in their hands. The pighead masked man came to the edge of the platform, opened his arms, looked down at the people below, and said arrogantly, "Quiet, everyone. Please remember, you are beasts and dogs in front of me. Your lives are in my hands. Please enjoy this death game to your heart's content. Next, I will announce the rules of today's game. Please listen carefully. I will only say it once. Today's game is 123 Wooden Man, contestants, all game players. Game time is half an hour. Rule 1, when the broadcast calls out 123, you can move freely. When the broadcast calls out stay still, no one can move. If you move, you will be eliminated immediately. Rule 2, in this space, there are 66 such iron beads hidden in various objects. You need to find them. After the game countdown ends, those who do not have iron beads will be eliminated. The man with the pig-faced mask took out a black iron bead, the size of a marble. He lifted it up, demonstrated it to everyone, and then placed it on a plate on the shelf next to him. Next, the game is about to begin. Everyone please look at the big screen. The man with the pig-face mask pointed to the electronic screen on the wall, and a countdown appeared on the screen. 30:00:00. Then he pressed the remote control in his hand. Game on. The countdown on the screen decreased rapidly. 29:56:23. The next moment, a broadcast came from the speaker on the ceiling. The mechanical and cold pronunciation sounded a little creepy. 1.2.3 Wooden Man. At first, everyone was so nervous that they stood still and dared not move. When 123 was shouted for the second time, someone reacted and quickly searched through the items and found the iron beads. At this moment, there was a slight vibration sound coming from the ground of the platform, and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up. At the edge of the platform, next to the man with the pig-faced mask, a strange man suddenly appeared. The clothes on his body seemed to be made of steel, extremely thick, emitting a black metallic glow, and impenetrable. His face was wrapped in bandages, revealing only 2 eyes emitting red light. His mouth was a row of closed teeth, looking eerie and terrifying. In his left hand was a chainsaw, and in his right hand was an iron chain with something tied to the end of the chain. The next moment, the iron monster jumped off the platform, and the whole ground shook slightly. The thing tied behind the iron chain was actually an iron ball covered with spikes. Everyone who saw this horrifying weirdo, or should I say monster, felt a chill run down their spines and dared not look directly at him. Some covered their mouths in horror and almost fainted. The iron monster moved freely among the crowd, and no one dared to move. Time passed by minute, and there were only 25 minutes left. Someone finally couldn't wait any longer. If he couldn't find the iron bead, he would die after the game was over. When 123 rang again, number 18 moved first. She was a girl of about 17 or 18 years old with a ponytail. She looked pure yet heroic. She moved briskly and deftly, opening the drawer and looking inside for any iron beads. When the wooden man's voice sounded, she immediately stopped what she was doing. Nothing happened. The Iron Man didn't seem to care at all. He was just patrolling, dragging the heavy iron ball, rubbing it on the ground, making a harsh sound. Jiang Yu finally understood that the strange voice he heard last night was actually this scary weirdo. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and when the next 123 sounded, everyone ran to various items like rabbits, searching for the iron beads. Some people found the iron bead quickly. For example, No. 24, Jiang Yu saw with her own eyes that she found the iron bead from a book with a groove dug in the middle. No one would have thought that there could be iron beads hidden in a book. Jiang Yu analyzed rapidly in his mind, looking for the most unexpected object at the scene that might contain the iron beads. He noticed a Rubik's Cube on a table in the distance. It seemed that something was wrong. The position and color of the Rubik's Cube did not match. He simulated it in his mind and found that this situation could not be restored into a complete six-sided Rubik's Cube. This Rubik's Cube was definitely disassembled and reassembled. The assembler did not understand the Rubik's Cube, so such a loophole appeared. In short, there may be iron beads hidden inside. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu rushed to the table. When he shouted "Wooden Man," he was only one step away from the table, and everyone stopped what they were doing. He saw a thin girl in front of him with the number 3 written on her back. She was lifting the sofa with her right hand and touching the iron bead underneath with her left hand. But the radio never called out 123. Nearly half a minute had passed, and girl No. 3's hands, which were holding the sofa, were shaking and she was sweating all over. Suddenly, her hands cramped and she couldn't lift them anymore. The next moment, the sofa fell to the ground and everyone looked there. The Iron Giant, who was originally on patrol, suddenly accelerated and walked over to girl number 3. The chainsaw in his left hand suddenly made a sharp sound. No. 3 supported himself on the ground with his hands, his face terrified, and he screamed and retreated repeatedly, but was cut in half in an instant. Then, the weirdo raised the iron ball in his right hand, and it fell to the ground with a bang, instantly smashing the head of girl No. 3 and soaking the ground red. This tragic scene reappeared, the fear surged up again, and everyone felt a chill, including Jiang Yu. He felt nauseous and almost vomited, but he managed to hold it back. At this time, the sounds of 1.2.3 rang out. Stimulated by the scene just now, everyone's movements became more frantic. They were like thieves breaking into a house, with only valuables in their eyes, and their target was the priceless iron bead. Many people have played the game of 123 statues when they were young, but the loser would at most be tied to a tree or have a turtle painted on his face. These punishments were insignificant. This game of 123 statue can only be played once in a lifetime. The punishment for the loser is death, and no one wants to die. Jiang Yu also successfully got the Rubik's Cube that no one noticed. Sure enough, the side of this Rubik's Cube was uneven. He held it in his hand and weighed it, and it was heavier than an ordinary Rubik's Cube. He broke the Rubik's Cube into pieces with both hands, and the iron beads inside fell out, landed on the table, and bounced a few times. Jiang Yu picked up the iron bead with joy and held it tightly in his hand. At this moment, someone suddenly put a hand on Jiang Yu's shoulder from behind. Jiang Yu turned around and saw number 11. He was strong, with broad shoulders and a thick waist, and was more than a head taller than Jiang Yu. He looked ferocious, and there was a strong smell of meat coming from his body, making him look like a butcher. "Boy, I saw this first. Give me the iron bead, and don't force me to do it," the big man number 11 said threateningly with a ferocious expression. "I found this in the Rubik's Cube. How could you have seen it first? Why should I give it to you? Can't you find it yourself?" Jiang Yu frowned and said dissatisfiedly. The next moment, the big man number 11 swung his hand violently and slapped Jiang Yu in the face. Jiang Yu was slapped and sat down on the ground. His mind was buzzing and everything was blank. He covered his left cheek and was stunned. Moreover, the left side of my face was a little swollen and there was a burning pain. The opponent's strength was incredible, and he used all his strength as if he was going to kill him. He slapped Jiang Yu and knocked him unconscious. Then, the big man squatted down, pried open Jiang Yu's tightly clenched hands, took out the iron bead inside, looked at Jiang Yu with contempt, spat on his face, and cursed. "You little b*******, you have no shame." The pig-faced man said you can't kill people, but he didn't say you can't hit people. "My name is Wang Tianba. Do you know what I do? I am a butcher who kills pigs. I have killed thousands of pigs. My hands are stained with blood. I just want to survive here. Don't try to stop me, or I will kill you like a pig." Jiang Yu's heart was filled with grievance, anger, and unwillingness, but he could do nothing about it. It was clearly he who found it, but the other party actually said that he saw it first. How shameless is that? He supported his body with his right hand and tried to stand up tremblingly. At this time, the voice of wood, head, man sounded again. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This posture was extremely strenuous and he could only support it for a dozen seconds at most. If, like before, the broadcast stayed on the 3 words, wooden man, for too long, he would definitely not be able to hold on and would fall back to the ground. By then, he'll be dead. The Iron Man just came to Jiang Yu, his eyes glowing red as if he was staring at Jiang Yu, and the chainsaw in his left hand had started to turn, making a harsh sound. The iron ball he was dragging was also rubbing against the ground, only 1 step away from Jiang Yu's head. Jiang Yu's face turned pale, his heart seemed to be beating out of his throat, cold sweat broke out all over his body, and a bone-chilling chill rose from his back. "You must not move. If you move, you will be dead." However, the sound of the wooden man has lasted for a minute, and the steel monster just stands beside Jiang Yu and does not leave. Jiang Yu has been maintaining this weird, funny-looking posture for a minute. He still held on, and suddenly a force burst out from deep within his body, supporting him. "Don't move, don't move, don't move." He closed his eyes and thought of the image of his lovely daughter in his mind. Only then did he notice that the seeds seemed to have grown a little bigger. Could it be that the power just now was stimulated by the power of despair? Finally, the sound of 1.2, 0.3 sounded again. The Iron Man also moved away. Jiang Yu quickly stood up, took a long breath, rubbed his aching cheek, and moved his waist. He originally wanted to continue competing with the big man for the iron bead that originally belonged to him, but after looking at the opponent's size, he gave up. The wise retreat was only for a better attack. He glared at the other person, clenched his fists, and walked somewhere else, intending to look for the iron bead again. But he has remembered this grudge, and this big man no. 11 will definitely take revenge on the other party if he has the chance. Jiang Yu has always been a man who will repay a favor and avenge a grudge. Everyone saw this scene, and many people began to look at the people around them with ill intentions, wanting to snatch other people's iron beads. The situation changed in an instant. Once someone found the iron bead, they would immediately hide it or stay far away for fear that it would be snatched away by others. Jiang Yu tried to look through other items to find the iron beads, but in the frenzy of the crowd, almost all the iron beads were found. The fewer iron balls there are left, the more difficult it will be to find them. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 minutes left. The countdown on the wall is drawing to a close. 2:56:27. Jiang Yu still had no iron beads on him. His expression looked somewhat desperate to others. Standing next to Jiang Yu was a middle-aged man with the number 28 written on his clothes. He had a tall and straight figure, a weathered look on his face, and a pair of slightly deep eyes. He looked down at the iron bead in his hand for a long time without moving. He seemed to be making a decision. Finally, he turned around and came to Jiang Yu, stretched out his hand in front of Jiang Yu, and in his hand was an iron bead. "Hello, your iron bead was just taken away, right? I give this iron bead to you. I hope you can live well." Jiang Yu was a little surprised and looked at the other party. He couldn't believe what he heard. You may also see some Madonna or something like that on the internet, but they just gossip a little. In real life, is there really anyone willing to sacrifice themselves to save others? Jiang Yu couldn't imagine it. Although he was not sure whether the other party had any conspiracy, what the other party said still made him respect him. Jiang Yu asked in confusion, "Why did you give me the iron bead? You will be dead soon." The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, then said, "My name is Luo Jun, and I'm a doctor. I've recited the Hippocratic Oath. I always thought my mission in life was to cure diseases and save lives, but I didn't expect to be involved in such a game. I don't want to hurt anyone, so let me quit this game first." There was a hint of sadness in his tone. Jiang Yu took the iron bead, hesitated for a moment, and returned it. He then clenched Dr. Luo Jun's hand into a fist and said, "Thank you. My name is Jiang Yu. You can keep the iron bead. I can't take it. I appreciate your kindness. I agree with what you said, but if you get out alive, wouldn't it benefit more people? You don't need to feel guilty. If you sacrifice 49 people here and you can save 10,000 people after you get out, then the sacrifice of these 49 people will be meaningful." Jiang Yu was unwilling to accept Taiju. He didn't trust any stranger here. The other party's behavior was too strange. He didn't know whether it was a trick or not. He only believed in himself. There is only 1 minute left. Countdown, 0, 59, 34. Jiang Yu has not yet obtained the iron bead, and death is approaching quietly. He felt a suffocating pressure, as if all hope was gradually disappearing at this last moment. He tried to calm himself down, keeping his eyes fixed on everything around him, looking for the last chance. Almost everyone around got the iron bead. Those who got the iron bead waited peacefully for the time to end, while those who did not get the iron bead fell into despair. For example, number 39, there was a middle-aged woman with messy hair hanging on both sides and a dirty face, who was searching everywhere anxiously. The big man, number 11, smiled triumphantly. He snatched an iron bead from Jiang Yu. Seeing that Jiang Yu's time was almost up and he hadn't found another iron bead, he felt a little gloating. One less competitor, he thought, and sneered again. When the 1.2, 0.3 sound sounded again, Jiang Yu suddenly made a shocking move. Everyone looked over in disbelief. Jiang Yu ran to the bottom of the platform, jumped up suddenly, grabbed the edge of the platform, and then climbed up. Then he held the iron bead on the plate tightly in his hand. This iron bead is exactly the same one that the man with the pig-faced mask used as an example before. The other men in the bullhead masks were instantly alert and all raised their guns, aiming at Jiang Yu, but no one fired, as if they were waiting for the order from the man in the pig-face mask. The man with the pig-face mask just laughed weirdly and raised his right hand. All the other men with the bullhead masks put down their guns. Jiang Yu's heart was beating so wildly that it almost jumped out of his throat. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and his clothes were soaked. It was at the last moment that he thought of a way to gamble his life, and he made the right bet. The man with the pig-faced mask said that there were 66 such iron beads in this space. He was betting that the iron bead on the plate was one of them. There are only a few seconds left. The wooden head man's voice sounded again, and everyone stopped where they were, not daring to move. 10, 9, 8, 1. Countdown on the electronic screen. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Game time is over. Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and jumped off the platform. The pig-faced man looked down at the people below from the high platform, clapped his hands, and smiled sinisterly. "Very good. You have exceeded my expectations. Many of you have obtained the iron beads. Next, place the iron beads in the box beside you one by one, randomly draw a prop card, and then stand directly under me." 2 men in bullhead masks brought over a table with an iron box on it. There was a small hole on the top that was just big enough for the iron beads to fit in. People came to the table one after another, put the iron beads they found into the iron box, then drew a prop card from the man in the bullhead mask and stood under the platform. Jiang Yu also lined up and put the iron ball in the iron box. The big man, number 11, was right in front of him. He turned his head and glared at him, as if he was a little surprised that he could come up with this method. Soon, everyone came to the bottom of the platform. They heard crying from behind, and everyone turned to look. I saw the middle-aged woman at number 39 standing helplessly beside the iron box, her face full of despair, crying with her hands covering her face. She didn't find the iron bead until the last moment. The next moment, the iron monster came to her side dragging a heavy iron ball, and the chainsaw in his left hand started to work, executing the same trial as before. Many people were too scared to look directly at it and quickly turned their heads around. Some covered their faces. They could imagine that in the future, if they failed in the game, they would be treated the same way. Whether it's a collar exploding, a brutal cut in half, or an iron ball smashing the head. Each one is so terrifying and horrifying. The pig-faced masked man glanced at the people below, clapped his hands again, and laughed strangely. Very good. There are 45 people left now. I thought at least a dozen players would be eliminated in this round, but unexpectedly, only 2 were eliminated. Your willpower is quite strong, hehehe. Next, you can go back to your rooms. Food and water have been prepared in your rooms. The game will continue at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Let me look forward to the birth of the final winner. Everyone then walked down the stairs in an orderly manner and returned to their rooms. Jiang Yu was lying on the bed, his heart pounding. He almost died. He thought of the big man no. 11 and sat up suddenly with a gloomy face. He secretly swore in his heart that he must kill the other party next time, otherwise he would not be called Jiang Yu. He was determined to be a bad guy, to win by any means necessary and to kill all his opponents. They all deserve to die. If anyone targets him, he will retaliate tenfold. Just like the big guy number 11, he is his next target. He then remembered something and decided to check what prop card he had just drawn. He took out the prop card he had just drawn from his trouser pocket. S-level item card, ranking exchange card. Introduction. Use this item card in the game to exchange your ranking with your opponent. Jiang Yu was very excited, winning the S-level card twice in a row. The effect of this card is too amazing. For example, in a game, he ranked last and might be eliminated. When the game was about to end, he directly activated the S-card skill and chose to exchange ranking with the first place. He directly became the first place, and the first place was eliminated. He closed his eyes, as if he could sense the message coming from the god of gambling. In the 123 Wooden Man game, he accidentally triggered the power of despair. As the seeds grew, they not only enhanced his physical strength, but also improved his luck. No wonder he is so lucky now. Soon, Jiang Yu wolfed down some bread, drank some water, washed up, and fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, he glanced at the clock on the wall and found that he had slept until past 12 o'clock. Jiang Yu was bored and played the old game console beside the bed for a while to kill time. After playing for a while, Jiang Yu put down the game console contentedly and fell asleep. Soon, when the time reached 7:30 in the evening, the electronic screen clock on the wall made a harsh, ding-ling sound, instantly waking Jiang Yu from his sleep. Then, a familiar broadcast voice rang out in the room. The game is about to begin. All players please go to the lobby to gather. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered in the hall again. Everyone found that the furniture had been cleaned up yesterday. The only difference is that there is an oval table in the middle of the venue, with 4 chairs placed around the table. There is a stack of cards on the table. Likewise, on the platform, the pig-faced masked man appeared again. He looked down at the people below and made a tempting sound. Very good, everyone is here. Next, I will announce tonight's game. The name of tonight's game is Dead Zodiac, and the number of players is 4. By the way, I admire people with courage. If someone takes the initiative to sign up, I will give him an exclusive prop card in the Zodiac game. If no one signs up, the screen will randomly draw a player to participate. Everyone below fell into silence. The scene was very quiet and no one stood up. They all understood that although a prop card was very precious, it was not worth risking their lives for it. The longer they survived, the greater their chances of winning. Let the others kill each other in front. This is what everyone has in mind. The pig-faced masked man shook his head in disappointment. Well, in that case, let's start randomly selecting players. The avatars on the electronic screen scrolled rapidly, and soon, the first avatar stopped scrolling and paused. It was number 34. This is the little boy who played scissors, rock, paper with Jiang Yu before. He sighed and stood up. Then, the second avatar began to roll and soon stopped. It was number 18. Jiang Yu had some impression of her. When they were playing the 123 Wooden Man game before, that girl who was about 17 or 18 years old was the bravest one. Facing the iron monster, she was the first to take action, and her movements were quick and agile. The third avatar was also fixed. It was number 11, the big man who stole Jiang Yu's iron bead in the previous game. When the fourth avatar started rolling, everyone stared at the screen, nervous and praying that they would not be selected. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the field. "Can I still sign up now?" Everyone looked over in surprise. "Is there anyone who is not afraid of death? Take the initiative to sign up." In the field, a young man raised his hand with a somewhat indifferent expression. It was Jiang Yu. He just looked at the layout of the table, and it seemed to be some kind of card game. Man, no. 11 happens to participate in this game, and he is bound to interfere and cause the opponent to be eliminated. This death game is a good opportunity for him to gain energy and nourish the seeds of gambling. Now his left cheek was a little painful. It was time to pay back the debt. The pig-faced man was a little surprised. He looked at Jiang Yu below and showed a playful smile under the mask. "Oh, of course." Then he pressed the remote control in his hand, and the avatar finally stopped at Jiang Yu, number 6. Then, the man with the pig-head mask ordered a random prop card to be sent to Jiang Yu. The pig-faced man said excitedly, "Very good, the final 4 players have been determined. They are number 6, number 11, number 18, and number 34. By the way, in order to increase each player's sense of participation, other players can choose to vote. Next, each of the remaining 41 players will be given a piece of white paper. You can write the number of the player you support in the middle of the paper, and write your own number in the lower right corner and put it in the box. If the player wins in the end, the voter will get a prop card. On the other hand, if a game player is eliminated, the voter will be punished and lose a prop card. In addition, if you guess wrong repeatedly, the prop card deduction will be doubled. The first time, 1 prop card will be deducted. The second time, 2 prop cards will be deducted. The third time, 4 prop cards will be deducted, and so on. It is forbidden to vote for the same player multiple times. If you vote more than 3 times, you will be eliminated directly. For players who have no item cards to deduct, the collar around their neck will explode directly. Of course, you can also choose to abstain, and you will not receive any reward or punishment. Next, I will announce the rules of the game Dead Zodiac. Game name: Dead Zodiac. Participating players, 4 people. There is a set of Zodiac cards on the table with a total of 72 cards. The pattern on the front of the card depicts one of the 12 Zodiac signs, namely rat, ox, tiger, pig. There are 6 cards for each Zodiac sign, and the numbers in the upper right corner are 1 to 6, corresponding to the corresponding scores. The rules of the game are as follows. 1. After shuffling the cards, the backs of the cards face up. 4 people take turns to draw cards randomly, and then place the drawn cards in order from left to right, showing the front side. 2. When the same Zodiac card appears consecutively, such as Ox 1, Pig 2, Dragon 1, Dragon 3, at this time, the Dragon Zodiac card appears twice in a row, which is regarded as a Zodiac explosion, and the player's final score is 0 points. 3. Each player can choose to stop drawing cards at any time. After stopping drawing cards, add up the scores of each card in turn to calculate the total score. The rest of the players continue to take turns drawing cards until everyone stops drawing cards and the game ends. 4. In the end, the 2 players with the lowest scores will be eliminated. For example, player A draws Rat 3, Ox 1, Dragon 5, Chicken 6, Rat 6, Pig 5, Rat 1. Player A chooses to stop drawing cards, and the final score is 3 plus 1 plus 5 plus 6 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 27 points. As soon as the pig-faced masked man finished speaking, everyone sighed. This game is all about luck and courage. It depends on whether you dare to keep drawing. The more you draw, the more points you will get. But if you are too greedy, you may encounter 2 consecutive Zodiac cards, which will cause your hand to explode and instantly become 0 points. Once the points are reduced to 0, there is a high probability that you will be the last 2, which means elimination and death. Similarly, because all the Zodiac cards that have been drawn are displayed on the table, you can analyze the probability of drawing consecutive Zodiac cards by counting the Zodiac cards, which also tests a certain level of intelligence. But probability is something elusive, and ultimately, it all depends on luck. The pig-faced masked man motioned for everyone to be quiet, and then said to Jiang Yu and the others, "Of course, this game has exclusive prop cards, which can be exchanged for prop cards of the same level. For example, a level prop cards can only be exchanged for a level prop cards in the Dead Zodiac game. Among the four of you, does anyone want to exchange them?" Jiang Yu took out the prop card he had just obtained, covered it in his palm, and took a secret look at it. B-level prop card. Zodiac exchange card. Introduction: you can exchange your Zodiac card with the other party's Zodiac card. After the exchange, both parties can choose to place the Zodiac card in a position that will not cause the cards to explode. Because he took the initiative to sign up for this game, he had one more game prop card than others at the beginning, which was a huge advantage for him. The big man number 11 sneered and remained indifferent, as if the prop cards in this game had no appeal to him. Girl number 18 hesitated for a moment and did not choose to exchange for the prop card. Only the little boy No. 34 stepped forward to exchange for a game prop card. Uplifting and passionate music with a brisk rhythm rang out in the hall. Then, under the guidance of the referee, Jiang Yu and 3 others sat down on the 4 chairs. On Jiang Yu's right was the big man number 11, on his left was the girl number 18, and opposite him was the boy number 34. Several people were a little restless, with their hands on the table, making small movements constantly. It was impossible to say that they were not nervous. After all, this was a game of life and death. Before the game started, there was a voting session. Everyone else looked at the 4 people on the field and carefully analyzed their advantages. "I think that girl is more stable, so it would be safer to choose her. That big guy doesn't look like a good person. He must have bad luck and will definitely fail. Don't choose him. We should have chosen a little boy. He looks only 12 or 13 years old. God would not let him die so early." Everyone seemed to suddenly unite at this moment, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the game players and discussing with each other in low voices. Soon, only a small number of people chose to vote, while most people conservatively abstained. However, some people have already started to have bad intentions when voting and have been secretly looking at other people's voting results. For example, number 14 secretly tiptoed and saw the voting result held in the hand of number 47 in front of him and kept it in mind. Some smarter and more resourceful people have deliberately covered up their voting numbers for fear that they would be seen by others. Then, a man wearing a bullhead mask came to the table and acted as the referee. He shuffled all the Zodiac cards several times and spread them out on the table. All cards are face up, and the patterns on the front cannot be seen. Then he took out a dice and said, "Take turns to roll the dice. The one with the highest score starts drawing cards first, and then everyone else draws cards in a clockwise direction." Jiang Yu wanted to take the dice, but the big man no. 11 stood up suddenly, snatched the dice away and snorted, "I'll throw it first." Then he hammered the dice several times, prayed, and finally threw the dice on the table, and the number stopped at 1. The other onlookers laughed, as if mocking the big man's ritual for not having any effect. The big man's face turned pale and he pulled out a stool and sat down angrily. Then the little boy number 34 threw out 3 points. He was a little disappointed and it was just average. Girl number 18 threw out 5 points, she blinked, and looked quite satisfied. Finally, Jiang Yu threw it casually, and the dice kept spinning and finally stopped at 6. The other 3 people looked over, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. "This guy seems to be quite lucky. I hope it won't always be like this, right?" Jiang Yu looked at the others, laughed, and said, "Sorry, I'll start drawing the cards from now on." Then he randomly drew a card from the deck and placed it face up in front of him. "That is a dragon too." Hey, he felt a little strange. His luck was so good, so he should have drawn a big card. However, since he had the death-free card and the ranking exchange card, he felt much more at ease. At that time, if he fails, he will directly exchange rankings with his opponent. The opponent will get 0 points, and he will get the opponent's points. Isn't this F***G invincible? Next, it is girl no. 18's turn to draw a card. She stared at the back of the card pile for a long time, but didn't seem to notice anything special, so she could only randomly draw a card from the middle. The other three stared intently at her zodiac card. She turned over the zodiac card and saw a rat 6. Girl number 18 covered her mouth and let out a long sigh, seeming a little excited. Next, it was the turn of little boy No. 34 to draw a card. He stood on tiptoe, picked up a zodiac card from the edge of the pile, and then carefully turned it over. That is a rabbit 4. The little boy sat down happily and seemed quite satisfied. Next, it was the turn of man number 11 to draw a card. He stood up without even looking at it, and casually took out a zodiac card, clasped his hands together and held it between them, muttering, "Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. May the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, Tabai Jinxing, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the God of land. God of wealth bless me." Then he showed the front of the card, which was a sheep 6. He laughed out loud, sat down, and was very satisfied. Then he put his hands together and bowed left and right to the air, looking very funny. The other people watching were talking in low voices. "Oh my God, it seems I should vote for number 18 and number 11. They are so lucky. Yeah, what a pity, I voted wrong. I shouldn't have supported number 6. He has such bad luck." Don't worry, this is only the first round. You have to keep drawing. It depends on the size of the scorecards behind. Besides, numbers 11 and 18 may explode in the middle of the game. Jiang Yu glanced at Dragon 2 on the table and frowned slightly. In the current situation, he is at the greatest disadvantage, ranking last, and must draw more high-scoring zodiac cards later. Although he has prop cards, others also have prop cards. Since you have no idea of the functions of your opponent's prop cards, you must ensure 100% concentration and do your best to win without being careless. Who knows that other people's prop cards are not as powerful as your own? Then, the second round of card drawing begins. Jiang Yu randomly picked a card from the deck. He couldn't believe his luck was so bad that he would bust so quickly. That is a rat 3. He placed rat 3 to the right of dragon 2 in the order. Next, it was girl number 18's turn to draw a card. This time she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, grabbed a zodiac card, and slowly opened it. That is a monkey 4. There was joy in her eyes, and she was quite satisfied. In this game, 1, 2, and 3 points are low-scoring zodiac cards, and 4, 5, and 6 points are high-scoring zodiac cards. She drew another high-scoring zodiac card. Next was the boy number 34. He stood up, drew out a pig 1, and sat down somewhat disappointedly. Jiang Yu glanced at the little boy. In his heart, he actually hated the little boy very much. In the first game, he hoped that the little boy would be eliminated and he and his wife Jo Kinking would survive. However, the opposite happened. He originally planned to draw cloth, but because of a lie told by the little boy, he finally changed it to scissors. Therefore, he was full of hatred towards the little boy. The last one was man number 11. He repeated the steps, praying to the heavens, the earth, and the gods. After wasting a long time, he finally drew a zodiac card. After turning it over, it turned out to be a monkey 3. The big man cursed a few words, pulled out a stool and sat down, as if he was not satisfied with the card he drew this time. Then, the third round of card drawing begins. Jiang Yu quickly analyzed the current situation. Jiang Yu, Dragon 2 plus Rat 3 equals 5 points. Third place. Number 18, Rat 6 plus Monkey 4 equals 10 points. First place. Number 34. Rabbit 4 plus Pig 1 equals 5 points. Third place. Number 11, Sheep 6 plus Monkey 3 equals 9 points. Second place. He is now tied for the last 2 places with No. 34, and the situation is not optimistic. If he stopped drawing cards now, he would definitely be eliminated in the end. Although he had a death-free card, he didn't want to waste it in a game like the one above. He quickly calculated in his mind that there were currently 2 Zodiac Rat cards, and there were 4 more in the card pool. Currently, a total of 8 Zodiac cards have been drawn, leaving 64 cards. His probability of drawing the rat card is about 4 divided by 64, which equals 6.25%. This is a very low probability. The benefits of him continuing to draw cards outweigh the risks. There was no need to analyze the probabilities of others. The best solution now was to continue drawing cards. Jiang Yu took out another Zodiac card from the card pool. He doesn't have all those fancy moves, he just picks one out at random every time. He believes in his luck now. I opened the zodiac card and it was a rabbit threes. Jiang Yu was a little surprised. 3 consecutive low-scoring zodiac cards. But fortunately, the cards were not busted. Next, it was the turn of girl number 18 to draw a card. With the good luck from the previous 2 times, she felt much more confident and reached out to pick up a zodiac card at random. The others immediately looked at her right hand. When the card was turned over, it was a rat 5. Damn it, are you crazy? They are all big names, how can you play? The big man number 11's eyes were full of jealousy and envy. He slammed the table and cursed. Humph, what does it have to do with you, you stupid idiot? Girl number 18 was yelled at loudly by the big man, but she was not scared. Instead, she kicked the corner of the table and yelled back at the big man. The big man suddenly became furious and stood up and wanted to curse back. Suddenly, he noticed that the man in the bullhead mask was pointing a gun at him. He immediately sat down obediently and became quiet, not daring to say a word. Jiang Yu, this referee is so G hardcore. Oh, sister is so lucky. Little boy now. 34 looked at the 3 zodiac cards in front of number 18 with longing, and envy was also in his eyes. Lucky, come on little brother. Girl number 18 replied with a laugh. Jiang Yu was deeply impressed by this girl. She was efficient and decisive, had a free and easy personality, and although she looked pure and cute, she had a tomboyish air. She has a hot temper, and she actually confronted the big man number 11 directly without showing any fear. Next, it was the little boy's turn to draw a card. This time, he hesitated for a long time before choosing a zodiac card in the middle of the pile. After turning it over, it was a knight 2. He sat down, looking at the 3 cards in front of him, his brows frowning, and his mood seemed to have become much worse. Finally, it was the turn of man number 11. He still had the same sense of ritual. It seemed that he felt that the zodiac card he drew last time was not very good, so he prayed for a little longer this time. The last thing left is to worship the man with the pig-faced mask. Soon, he lifted a corner of the zodiac card he had drawn, then unfolded it little by little and finally turned it over. It is a sheep 3. Damn it, it's another lousy card. What's the point of getting 3 points? He cursed to himself. The other onlookers stood around the table, forming a circle, and enthusiastically discussed the situation on the field. Looking at the situation, number 6 and no. 34 are likely to be eliminated. Both of their scores are very low. You can't say that. No matter how high your score is at the beginning, once 2 consecutive zodiac cards appear, your hand will be ruined. Won't you still get 0 points in the end? Alas, I voted for the little boy. Did I make a mistake? I think God would never let such a young child die first, but his luck is too bad. Then, the 4th round of card drawing begins. Jiang Yu quickly analyzed the situation on the field. Jiang Yu, Dragon 2 plus Rat 3 plus Rabbit 3 equals 8 points. 3rd place. Number 18, Rat 6 plus Monkey 4 plus Rat 5 equals 15 points. 1st place. Number 34, Rabbit 4 plus Pig 1 plus Horse 2 equals 7 points. 4th place. Number 11, Sheep 6 plus Monkey 3, Sheep 3 equals 12 points. 2nd place. He was second to last by a narrow margin. Next, continue to draw cards. If you draw the rabbit, zodiac card, the probability of a bust is equal to 4 divided by 60, which is approximately 6.67%. The further you draw, the higher the probability of a bust. Considering the current situation, if you want to win the game, the benefits of drawing cards yourself still outweigh the risks. Currently, continuing to draw cards is the best solution. The seemingly complicated calculation was completed in Jiang Yu's mind in just a few seconds. In the eyes of others, Jiang Yu drew the card directly after the start of the 4th round without any hesitation. In this round, Jiang Yu drew Pig 4. Girl number 18 drew Horse 5. Little boy no. 34 drew Chicken 1. Man number 11 drew Snake 5. In this round, the good luck of girl number 18 once again made others envious. Little boy number 34 became even more dejected, his eyes full of despair, as if he felt that his chances of winning were getting lower and lower. Man number 11 was in high spirits. This time, he not only worshipped the gods from all sides, but also the man with the pig-faced mask. As expected, he drew a high-scoring zodiac card. In the next game, he decided to continue worshipping the pig-faced man. No matter what kind of devil the pig-faced man is, as long as he can help him win the game and survive, he is willing to call him Dad. Then, the 5th round of card drawing begins. 2 seconds after the number 11 man's Snake 5 Zodiac card was displayed, Jiang Yu had already analyzed the situation on the court. Current points: Jiang Yu. Dragon 2 plus Rat 3 plus Rabbit 3 plus Pig 4 equals 12 points. Third place. Number 18, Rat 6 plus Monkey 4 plus Rat 5 plus Horse 5 equals 20 points. First place. Number 34. Rabbit 4 plus Pig 1 plus Horse 2 plus Chicken 1 equals 8 points. Fourth place. Number 11. Sheep 6 plus Monkey 3 plus Sheep 3 plus Snake 5 equals 17 points. Second place. Currently, Girl No. 18 is in first place, Man number 11 is in second place, Boy number 34 is in fourth place, and Jiang Yu number 6 is in third place. The third and fourth places will be eliminated, and the situation is very unfavorable for them. Moreover, Jiang Yu is 5 points behind the second place number 11 man, and he needs at least one high-scoring Zodiac card to make up the difference. A total of 16 Zodiac cards have been drawn so far, leaving 56 cards. There are 2 Pig Zodiac cards in total, and 4 left in the card pool. He drew consecutive Pig Zodiac cards, and the probability of a bust was about 4 divided by 56, which is about 7.14%. The probability of busting increased again, but he couldn't stop drawing Zodiac cards now. Once he stops drawing cards, in order to avoid exploding, number 18 and No. 11, who are leading in the rankings, are likely to stop drawing cards, and eventually he loses the game. Therefore, choosing to continue drawing cards is still his best solution, with the benefits outweighing the risks. He had to keep drawing cards. Jiang Yu also became serious and imitated the big man, bowing to the air. This immediately caused laughter from the surrounding players. But what they don't know is, Jiang Yu was not worshipping gods but the god of gambling. He was chanting in his heart, "God of gambling, please give me a high-scoring Zodiac card." Then, after the prayer, Jiang Yu took out a Zodiac card from the card pool with a serious expression. Then he slowly turned over the Zodiac card. That is a dog 6. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This Zodiac card worth 6 points can greatly shorten the gap between him and others. After Jiang Yu showed his birth Zodiac card, the big man couldn't sit still anymore and cursed. "You be ****D, you're really not afraid of death. You keep drawing and even drew a dog 6, you're really a dog." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes at him. "What does it have to do with you, idiot?" Number 18 burst out laughing. She realized that Jiang Yu was imitating her way of speaking, and she was so happy. Man number 11 was furious, his chest heaving. He stood up and raised his fist, wanting to teach Jiang Yu a lesson just like he did yesterday. At this time, the male referee with the bullhead mask raised his gun again. The big man had no choice but to give up and glared at Jiang Yu fiercely. Number 18 then drew cards. This time her luck was not as good as before and she only drew one Ox 3. But she was content that her cards didn't explode and her expression remained calm. Then it was the boy number 34's turn. He drew a Monkey 5 and immediately raised his right hand excitedly, shouting, "Yeah, my luck is changing. It gives people a feeling of being a bit second-rate. Man No. 11 could only continue drawing cards because he had just calculated. After Jiang Yu drew the Zodiac card Dog 6, his score became 18 points. His current score is 17 points, which is behind Jiang Yu. So he had to continue drawing cards, which made him extremely angry and even felt uneasy, as he suddenly became third place. After a wave of worshipping the heavens, the earth, the gods, and the man with the pig-faced mask, man number 11 carefully opened his Zodiac card. It's impossible to say that I'm not nervous. The further you get to the end, the easier it is to bust. Once someone on the field explodes first and becomes 0 points, it can be said that he is almost certain to die, so every time he flips the cards, he is terrified. This is a Sheep 4. The big man number 11 laughed and placed the card to the right of Snake 5 with satisfaction and glared at Jiang Yu. "Keep drawing, damn it, who is afraid of who is cowardly as a dog?" The 6th round of card drawing begins. Jiang Yu sneered, said nothing, and casually took out a zodiac card. When the big man number 11 sprayed him, he had already analyzed the situation on the field. Current points: Jiang Yu. Dragon 2 plus rat 3 plus rabbit 3 plus pig 4 plus dog 6 equals 18 points. Third place. Number 18. Rat 6 plus monkey 4 plus rat 5 plus horse 5 plus ox 3 equals 23 points. First place. Number 34. Rabbit 4 plus pig 1 plus horse 2 plus chicken 1 plus monkey 5 equals 13 points. Fourth place. Number 11. Sheep 6 plus monkey 3 plus sheep 3 snake 5 plus sheep 4 equals 21 points. Second place. He is currently ranked third again. Next, he drew the consecutive dog zodiac cards. The probability of a bust is about 5 divided by 52, which is approximately 9.615%. The bust rate has not exceeded 10%, which is acceptable to him. Assume that 123 is a low-scoring zodiac card and 456 is a high-scoring zodiac card. Currently, there are 9 low-scoring cards and 11 high-scoring cards on the field. Among the remaining 52 cards, the probability of drawing a low-scoring card is approximately the remaining 27 low-scoring zodiac cards divided by the total number of 52 remaining zodiac cards, which is equal to 51.92%. If you continue to draw, the low-scoring hand has a slight advantage. The probability of drawing a low-scoring card is slightly higher, but when the number of game rounds is relatively small, this advantage is not very obvious and can be considered a 55-50 chance. His current situation is not clear. If he chooses to stop drawing cards now, he will most likely be eliminated, so he must continue drawing cards. The benefits still outweigh the risks. Jiang Yu slowly opened the zodiac card. This is a monkey too. Sure enough, the low-scoring cards had a slight advantage, but he still unexpectedly drew it. Fortunately, there was no bust. The big man glared at Jiang Yu, and he couldn't hide his murderous intention in his eyes. Girl number 18 started drawing cards. She was full of confidence now, but still a little worried about busting the cards. After drawing a zodiac card, she slowly turned it over. That is a rabbit 6. Girl number 18 covered her mouth happily, then rubbed her eyes, somewhat unbelievably. She didn't expect that God would favor her so much. How could she lose? The other people were immediately envious, especially the big man, who beat his chest and cursed, saying that all the big cards were given to her, so why not have some fun with them? Next, it was the turn of little boy number 34. He looked at the 5 cards on his table, hesitated for a moment, and finally turned to look at the referee and said, "I want to use the prop card." Then he showed off his props. Everyone else looked over curiously, as it was the first time they saw someone using a prop card. Sea-level item card, check. Introduction. After using this prop card, you can check a zodiac card in the card pool at will. If you are not satisfied, you can draw a new card. The redrawn zodiac card cannot be checked again. This feature isn't very powerful, being only sea level, but it still has some uses. It can prevent you from getting busted. For example, the last zodiac card of number 34 is currently monkey 5, and he draws another monkey 1. He can choose to discard the card and draw again, thus avoiding the situation of exploding. You can use it, number 34, please check the zodiac card you want to see. The man in the bullhead mask took the item card and spoke coldly. Number 34 hesitated for a while, picked up a zodiac card on the edge, looked at it, thought about it, and did not put it back, but placed it in front of himself. He would like to have this card. This is a pig too. Obviously, if he put the card back and drew again, there was a high chance that he would bust, so he didn't want to take that risk even if the score was low. Next, it was the turn of man number 11 to draw a card. After praying to the gods, he took a deep breath, drew a horse 3, and put the card back on the table while cursing. But he was still satisfied because his score surpassed Jiang Yu again. Then, the 7th round of card drawing begins. Jiang Yu quickly analyzed the current situation on the field. Jiang Yu. Dragon 2 plus rat 3 plus rabbit 3 plus pig 4 plus dog 6 plus monkey 2 equals 20 points. Third place. Number 18. Rat 6 plus monkey 4 plus rat 5 plus horse 5 plus ox 3 plus rabbit 6 equals 29 points. First place. Number 34. Rabbit 4 plus pig 1 plus horse 2 plus chicken 1 plus monkey 5, pig 2 equals 15 points. Fourth place. Number 11. Sheep 6 plus monkey 3 plus sheep 3 snake 5 plus sheep 4 plus horse 3 equals 24 points. Second place. He is still ranked third. There are currently 4 monkey zodiac cards on the field, with only monkey 1 and monkey 6 left. Next, he drew consecutive monkey zodiac cards, and the probability of a bust was about 2 divided by 48, which is approximately 4.167%. He is still at a disadvantage. If you choose to stop drawing cards, you will most likely lose the game. The probability of busting is now smaller than before. In statistics, it is equivalent to p less than 0.05, which is a low probability event. The benefits far outweigh the risks. He chose to continue drawing cards. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, randomly pulled out a card from the deck again, and slowly turned it over. That is a dog 5. The big man saw this scene, glared at Jiang Yu, and cursed it again. You are a real dog. Jiang Yu's brain was working rapidly. His total score was 25 points, which was 1 point higher than that of the no. 11 man, but it was only a slight advantage. There are currently only 2 dog zodiac cards on the field. Next, continue drawing cards. The probability of exploding in the next round cannot be calculated at present, but it should be more than 10%. So now it's time for him to use his prop card. He looked at the big man and said with a polite smile, "Who are you calling your mother? I have a present for you." Then he turned to look at the referee. "I want to use the prop card." He placed his prop card on the table and pushed it towards the bull-masked referee. The other 3 looked over. When they saw the introduction above, they were shocked. B-level prop card. Zodiac exchange card. Introduction: you can exchange your zodiac card with the other party's zodiac card. After the exchange, both parties can choose to place the zodiac card in a position that will not cause the cards to explode. The crowd watching was also shocked. Oh my god, this item card feature is too much, it's like cheating. Then if we play it later, whoever has the most prop cards will have a better chance of winning, right? That's right, isn't this forcing us to participate in more games in order to win and get item cards? That sounds good, so go ahead. I'm just afraid you'll die right there. The pig-faced man on the platform signaled for everyone to be quiet, and in an instant, the scene became silent again. Everyone was impressed by the man No. 46 who angered the pig-faced man at the beginning and caused the metal collar on his neck to explode. No one wanted to be the second one. The bull-masked referee took the prop card, took a look at it, and nodded at Jiang Yu. You can use this prop card. Please choose a zodiac card you have and give it to me, and indicate the zodiac card you want to exchange with others. Jiang Yu looked at the cards on his desk. Dragon 2, Rat 3, Rabbit 3, Pig 4, Dog 6, Monkey 2, Dog 5. He took out a Monkey 2, held it between his index and middle fingers, and handed it to the referee elegantly. He looked at the big man No. 11 and sneered, I want to exchange Monkey 2 for number 11's first zodiac card Sheep 6. Hearing this, the big man number 11 stood up excitedly. His face flushed, and he was extremely angry. IF***KU, immortal board. The referee wearing the bullhead mask raised his gun again and pointed it at the big man number 11. The big man number 11 had no choice but to sit down again. However, he wanted to kill Jiang Yu with a knife. He pointed at Jiang Yu's head and said with gritted teeth, You little b********D, just wait for me. You made the first move, right? Then don't blame your grandfather. Jiang Yu had no expression on his face and said coldly, I'm waiting. Then, the man with the bullhead mask handed Jiang Yu's Monkey 2 to the big man No. 11 and then took the Sheep 6 from the big man number 11 and handed it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took over Sheep 6 and placed it in the previous position of Monkey 2. If it can be placed at the end, it is naturally the best solution. Because the Sheep A Zodiac card has appeared 4 times, but in this case, his 2 dog Zodiac cards will be connected together and explode directly, becoming 0 points. The big man number 11 didn't even think about it. He just stared at Jiang Yu fiercely and directly put the Monkey 2 in the last position. The situation changed in an instant. Jiang Yu. Dragon 2 plus rat 3 plus rabbit 3 plus pig 4 plus dog 6 plus sheep 6 plus dog 5 equals 29 points. First place. Number 18. Rat 6 plus monkey 4 plus rat 5 plus horse 5 plus ox 3 plus rabbit 6 equals 29 points. First place. Number 34. Rabbit 4 plus pig 1 plus horse 2 plus chicken 1 plus monkey 5, pig 2 equals 15 points. Third place. Number 11. Monkey 3 plus sheep 3 snake 5 plus sheep 4 plus horse 3 plus monkey 2 equals 20 points. Second place. Jiang Yu tied for first place with 18 and had a considerable lead over the big man number 11 and the little boy number 34. Girl number 18 hesitated for a long time and she wanted to stop drawing cards. Because she didn't have any prop cards, she had no advantage in this game. Her score was already very high, so there was no need to take any more risks. But she had observed Jiang Yu and the big man number 11 for a long time. These two people seemed to be fearless. God knows how long they will continue to smoke. What if the two of them draw more than 30 points later? Won't I be eliminated? Thinking of this, girl 18 felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, but she could only grit her teeth and continue hitting him. This time, she drew another chicken 6. In an instant, her total score became 35 points and she regained first place. She was so excited that she almost stood up, hugged the zodiac card and kissed it several times, and couldn't help saying, "Great, another 6 points." Then put the zodiac cards on the table. Then it was the little boy's turn to draw cards. He looked at the 6 zodiac cards in front of him, sighed, and had to continue drawing cards. If he stopped drawing now, he would be eliminated. It's better to continue drawing cards at the risk of exploding. What if the last few cards are high-scoring cards? Thinking of this, he selected a zodiac card that looked more pleasing to the eye, and prayed that when he opened it, it would be a pig 3. The little boy's face turned pale, he slumped in his chair, and the zodiac card fell on the table. Everyone else saw it too. "Haha, it's a bust. Great, I'm going to win." The big man shouted excitedly. He didn't care at all that the other person was a child. He just wanted to reduce a competitor. What did other people's life and death have to do with him? Girl number 18 sighed and said nothing, but she felt a little sorry for the little boy. Jiang Yu didn't say anything. He stared at the little boy coldly, but a feeling of revenge surged in his heart. He is not a saint or anything, he is just an ordinary selfish person. In the first game, he really wanted his wife and himself to survive. He even had a fantasy that he and his wife would team up to survive to the end, and he would take the initiative to lose the game so that his wife Joe Kinking would win and leave this hellhole. However, a lie from the little boy destroyed everything. The man with the bullhead mask looked at the little boy and said, "Number 34 busted his card, which is considered 0 points. The other 3 will continue the game in order. It's the turn of man number 11. Unexpectedly, he did not draw a card, but stood up directly and did a move that shocked everyone. He pulled out a prop card from his pocket, threw it on the table, and said arrogantly, "Referee, I choose to stop drawing cards and activate the skill of this S-level prop card. Target no. 6. Number 6 is Jiang Yu, and he has disliked Jiang Yu for a long time. The others looked over curiously. S-level item card, clear the points card. Introduction. Use this prop card to clear the points of any player on the field in any game, and make him unable to continue to participate in the subsequent rounds of the game. But there is no restriction on the use of prop cards." The watching players exploded again. "Oh my god, this S-level item card is too good to be true. How can I play this?" Yes, player 6 worked so hard to accumulate so many points through adventures, and they were wiped out directly. Oh my god, doesn't that mean the winner is decided? Number 6 and number 34 will be eliminated with 0 points. I am so numb, I didn't expect this ending. I am crying. I voted for the man in number 6. The bull-masked referee took the prop card and took a look at it. He turned to look at the big man number 11 and asked, "Please confirm whether you want to stop drawing cards, and whether to use this S-level prop card on number 6. Yes, yes." The big man didn't even hesitate and simply replied continuously. He thought that Jiang Yu's points had been cleared, and he would no longer be able to continue to participate in the game. It would not be worth it if he took the risk of the card drawing exploding. He originally wanted to save this card for the next game, but who would have thought that Jiang Yu would directly exchange it for his sheep 6? I was immediately furious. Who the hell could tolerate this? His temper immediately flared up. I'm going to show my cards. I have an S-level item card and I'm going to kill him now. Confirmed? No. 11, please stop drawing cards. Number 11's prop card has taken effect. Number 6, please hand over all the Zodiac cards you currently have to me. No. 6 has lost the qualification to draw cards and can only use prop cards. The bull-headed referee looked at Jiang Yu, stretched out his hand, and spoke coldly. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. He looked at the big man, who had a smug expression on his face, as if he had already won. This is indeed the situation. Many people felt regretful and regretted voting for the wrong person. Many people even cursed Jiang Yu and the little boy number 34. 2 useless pieces of shit. Oh, I should have voted for number 18 earlier. Who knew number 18 would be so lucky? If I knew that, no. 11 had an S-rank item card, then I would vote for number 11. It would be unbeatable. When Jiang Yu's points were cleared, Jiang Yu number 6, 0 points, number 18. Rat 6 plus monkey 4 plus, rat 5 plus horse 5 plus ox 3 plus rabbit 6 plus rooster 6 equals 35 points. First place. Number 34, 0 points for exploding. Number 11. Monkey 3 plus sheep 3, snake 5 plus sheep 4 plus horse 3 plus monkey 2 equals 20 points. Second place. The game seems to be over, but the big man number 11 seemed to have forgot. Jiang Yu has 3 prop cards. In the first rock-paper-scissors game, he got an S-level death-free card. In the second 123 wooden man game, he obtained an S-level ranking exchange card. In the third game of the Zodiac, he got a B-level Zodiac exchange card at the beginning. Currently, Jiang Yu has only used 1 Zodiac exchange card. Why would this stupid hunk think he had nothing left to play? If I remember correctly, man number 11 only participated in the second game of 123 statue. He only has 1 item card, which is this S-level points clearing card. Now that he has used it, he doesn't have any trump cards left. So, when Jiang Yu took out the S-level item card, ranking exchange card, how will you respond after exchanging your ranking with that of man number 11? This will be the ultimate reversal next. It was Jiang Yu's turn. According to the effect of item card number 11, number 6 is no longer eligible to draw cards. Do you want to end the game? The bull-headed referee looked at Jiang Yu with cold eyes. The others also looked at Jiang Yu. The big man number 11 was too proud of himself, while the girl number 18 breathed a sigh of relief. The other players around the table were spitting everywhere, and some had ferocious faces as they cursed at Jiang Yu, as if complaining that he was not living up to expectations. Some people were smiling and cheering, as if they had bet on numbers 18 and 11 and were very excited. Jiang Yu was in a trance and shuddered. At this moment, he felt like he was sitting at a game table, surrounded by endless darkness. A beam of light from above shone on him, and he was all alone. I felt like I was in hell, with demons all around me. In that case, let him fight his way out of this bloody death game. Jiang Yu sat on the chair, his expression was calm. He took out a prop card from his arms, threw it on the table, and looked at the bull-headed referee. No, I choose to activate this S-level prop card skill. Target, no. 11. The others were a little surprised, and everyone looked over immediately. The other 3 were no exception. They suddenly remembered that Jiang Yu had more than just a prop card. On the table, there was an S-level item card that seemed to be emitting golden light. S-level item card, ranking exchange card. Introduction. Use this item card in the game to exchange your ranking with your opponent. The big man stood up suddenly, put his hands on the table. His eyes widened, his face pale with an expression of disbelief, his chest heaving, pointing at Jiang Yu and said, "How is it possible? How do you have an S-level prop card, and a prop card with this function?" The big man's expression was filled with despair. He knew that he was doomed, because he has no more cards. His only prop card was also used here. Girl number 18 covered her chest with her hands, feeling terrified. Fortunately, Jiang Yu did not use this card on her, otherwise, she might have become the last one. She will be eliminated too. Thinking of this, she showed some gratitude towards Jiang Yu. The watching players exploded again. Oh my god, each S-level item card is more amazing than the last. How can we play this game? Yeah, I voted for number 11, and I thought I would definitely win. Is it still possible to play like this? Wait, I think I voted for number 6, hahaha. I didn't expect that. Oh my god, this is the ultimate twist. The game can be played like this. The man with the bullhead mask was a little surprised, but he still picked up the prop card on the table. After confirming that it was correct, he looked at Jiang Yu and asked, "Please confirm whether to use this S-level prop card on number 11. Jiang Yu replied calmly, "Yes." Confirmed, number 6's prop card has taken effect. Number 11, please hand over all the zodiac cards you currently have to me. After getting the answer, the bull-headed referee looked at the big man number 11, stretched out his hand, and spoke in the same cold tone. The big man no. 11 reluctantly handed over all the zodiac cards on the table. The man with the bullhead mask took over the zodiac cards and placed them on Jiang Yu's table in order. Monkey 3, sheep 3, snake 5, sheep 4, horse 3, monkey 2. The situation on the field changed instantly. Jiang Yu number 6. Monkey 3 plus sheep 3, snake 5 plus sheep 4 plus horse 3 plus monkey 2 equals 20 points. Second place. Number 18. Rat 6 plus monkey 4 plus rat 5 plus horse 5 plus ox 3 plus rabbit 6 plus rooster 6 equals 35 points. First place. Number 34, 0 points for exploding. No. 11, 0 points. Jiang Yu looked at the big man with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. In the last game of 123 Stallion, the big man snatched his iron beads. He remembered that scene clearly. The big man no. 11 looked at Jiang Yu with gnashing teeth, wishing he could eat him alive, but he had no way to do it. The game is not completely over yet. It's girl number 18's turn. She shook her head repeatedly and chose to stop drawing cards without hesitation. When it was number 34's turn, the little boy had already busted his cards and could only stare blankly. It was the turn of man number 11. He couldn't take out the prop card, and he had chosen to stop drawing cards in the previous round of the game. Everyone, stop drawing cards, and finally, the game is over. The little boy number 34 and the big man no. 11 both have 0 points and will be eliminated. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, and the seed in his mind seemed to grow a little bit and conveyed information to him. The host's luck was improved again. He felt somewhat relieved that his efforts had finally paid off. At that time, he plucked up the courage to sign up and hesitated for a long time before taking the first step. The pig-faced man smiled on the stage and clapped his hands, saying, "Not bad, this is a really interesting game. Now, it's time for the punishment phase." At this moment, the little boy suddenly raised his hand, took out a prop card, and said, "Wait, I want to use this A-level prop card to probate the sentence." Everyone looked over. Jiang Yu also saw the contents of the prop card in his hand. A-level item card, probation. Introduction, an out-of-game prop card. Using this prop card can delay the penalty for game failure until 3 games have passed. Everyone was talking about it. What's the point of a reprieve? Won't he still die after 3 games? What's the point of living a little longer? Poor little boy, doesn't he know that compared to death, waiting to die is the most terrifying thing? Among these people, only Jiang Yu fell silent. Indeed, the little boy also had more than one prop card. In the rock-paper-scissors game, he got a prop card just like himself. In the 123 Wooden Man game, another prop card was obtained. In the previous game, he only used one prop card, and there was one prop card left. It turned out that this prop card was his last trump card, suspended sentence. Others think that probation is useless, but only Jiang Yu understands that probation means there is still a chance. For example, in the next game, after winning, if you draw an S-level death-free card, you can offset the penalty for losing the previous game. The pig-faced masked man sent someone to take the prop card, looked at it, nodded and said, "Okay, it seems that only our player number 11 will say goodbye to this game. Everyone say goodbye to him." The pig-faced masked man said this with a sinister laugh, raised his right hand, looked at the big man number 11, waved his hand stiffly, and pressed the remote control in his hand. The man no. 11 looked extremely desperate. He knelt on the ground, tightly grasping the metal collar around his neck, and shouted loudly, "No, let me go, please." The next moment, the metal collar on his neck made a harsh dripping sound and exploded violently. No one dared to look directly at it. Many people closed their eyes, and some turned their heads away. Everyone even imagined the scenario of what would happen if they failed in the game. The pig-faced, masked man looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Number 6 and number 18, if you win this game, you can randomly draw a prop card." Then he sent his subordinate, the man in the bullhead mask, to take down a stack of prop cards. Jiang Yu and girl number 18 drew a prop card in turn. After getting the prop card, they hid it in their pockets immediately to prevent others from seeing it. In this game, Jiang Yu has perfectly demonstrated the role of prop cards, which are simply the biggest trump card. Once you reveal your cards to others, you will instantly be at a disadvantage in the game. Then, the pig-faced masked man counted the voting results and found that only a dozen people voted. If you guessed correctly, you will get one prop card as a reward. Their faces were flushed and they were very excited, as if they had won the $5 million lottery jackpot. If you guess wrong, one item card will be confiscated. These people feel regretful and blame themselves, such as number 14. He voted for little boy number 34. He slapped himself and talked to himself, blaming himself for making a mistake and voting for the wrong person, instead of reflecting that they shouldn't have voted. Finally, everyone was cleared. The pighead masked man stood on the high platform, seeming a little excited. "Today's game is very exciting. Everyone can go back to the room to rest in an orderly manner. I can reveal a little bit that tomorrow's game is related to physical fitness, so all players take a good rest." After he finished speaking, he paused and added, "Remember, don't run around at night." After returning to the room, Jiang Yu took out his prop card. He suddenly discovered that it was another S-level item card. Wow, this is the seed of the god of gambling. Is this the effect after the bonus of luck? Now, just call him Emperor Jiang'o. S-level item card, snatch card. Introduction: you can randomly snatch 2 item cards from other players. If the opponent only has 1 item card, you can only snatch 1. Jiang Yu widened his eyes. There were prop cards with this kind of function. It was simply too disgusting. During the game, if the opponent still has 2 powerful prop cards left, you can turn defeat into victory at any time. But he directly activated the skill of this S-level item card and snatched the opponent's item card, and the opponent instantly went from advantage to disadvantage, and the other person will feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Jiang Yu sorted out the current situation. Now there are 6 players eliminated, and there are 44 players left on the field. The situation remains grim. Moreover, in the previous game of Zodiac, some off-field players voted. If they voted for number 6 and number 18, it means that these people may have 2 prop cards. As far as he can see now, the functions of prop cards are varied, and it is difficult to guess what functions other people have, which adds more uncertainty to the next game. He must give it his all and have more cards than others in order to turn defeat into victory. Jiang Yu ate something, drank some water, washed up, and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, he vaguely heard strange noises coming from outside, but he still didn't dare to open the door. Sometimes, following the rules is one of the most basic conditions for winning the game. The next day, 7:30 p.m., the electronic screen clock on the wall made a harsh, dingling sound. Hearing the ringing sound, Jiang Yu woke up from his deep sleep, washed his face casually, and drank a few sips of mineral water to sober himself up. 8 p.m. Everyone gathered in the hall again. However, this time the environment in the hall has changed. More than 2 meters above the ground, there suddenly appeared a row of horizontal bars, and these horizontal bars were neatly arranged. Jiang Yu counted them and found there were exactly 10 horizontal bars, about 2 meters long, with a horizontal bar every 1.5 meters or so. The bars were all brand new, painted with yellow paint that had already dried. It was like the horizontal bar used for exercise in parks and school playgrounds, with 2 thick walls on both sides of the bar. These walls seemed to have been built overnight and extended from the ceiling. Jiang Yu clearly remembered that last night there were no 2 thick walls there at all. Everyone stood below, looking at the horizontal bar above and talking about it. The man with the pig-faced mask appeared again. He signaled for everyone to be quiet, and then he snapped his fingers. 5 or 6 men from the bullhead masked area immediately stood up, walked into the hall with guns in hand, and drove everyone to a corner. Then the ground rumbled and everyone widened their eyes, looking at the ground in the distance with fear. I saw a rectangular crack appear on the ground. The ground shook constantly, then sank neatly, and then shrank to both sides, revealing a pitch-black abyss, as if a bottomless ravine had appeared out of thin air on the ground. The man with the pig-faced mask walked down the platform, came to the side of the abyss, and stretched out his hand. The man with the bull-headed mask next to him immediately handed him something respectfully. Everyone looked carefully and found that it was just a small stone, half the size of a fist. The man with the pig-faced mask threw the stone into the abyss. The stone fell rapidly into the abyss. After about 5 seconds, a dull impact sound was heard from the bottom, followed by a few bounces. Jiang Yu quickly analyzed in his mind that the gravitational acceleration on the blue planet is about 9.8 ms2, and the stone falls to the bottom in about 5 seconds. According to the free fall formula, the height of the abyss is calculated to be about 122.5 meters. Of course, this is calculated while ignoring the air resistance of the stone. In short, this abyss is more than 100 meters deep. If you fall into it, you will probably be smashed into pieces. The next moment, the ground closed up again and returned to its previous state. The pig-faced masked man walked back to the platform and laughed strangely. Today's game is called 100-meter abyss. This is a 100-meter deep abyss, as you all saw just now. Next, I will randomly select 10 players to participate in this game. The rules are very simple. 10 players hold onto the horizontal bar at the same time. Then, a 100-meter deep abyss will appear on the ground. The one who holds on to the end will be the winner. In addition, while hanging on the horizontal bar, you can attack others. As long as you have the ability, you can also knock others into the abyss below. It is not against the rules. Remember, only those who persevere to the end can achieve victory. The pig-faced, masked man emphasized again. Then, he pointed to the electronic screen on the wall and asked, "I said that I admire people with courage. If anyone takes the initiative to sign up, I will randomly reward a prop card." As soon as he finished speaking, a burly young man stood up. The number on his back was 14. Although he was wearing a green sports suit, the muscle lines under the clothes were surging out, revealing his powerful muscle strength. It can be seen that he is a man who pays attention to exercise. This body type easily reminds people of fitness coaches, retired special forces soldiers, gymnasts, etc. "I'm participating in this game. Give me the prop card." He looked at the pig-faced man and spoke domineeringly, as if he was quite confident. "Very good," agreed. "Send him a prop card." The man with the pig-face mask nodded, with appreciation in his eyes, and gestured to hand over a prop card. Player no. 14 happily took the prop card, took a sneak peek at it, and then put it in his pocket. In the last round of the Zodiac game, he voted for little boy number 34 and lost a prop card. Unexpectedly, he got another prop card now. Wait, after the game ends and he wins, he can get another prop card. Thinking of this, man number 14 was very excited. Then Jiang Yu also took a step forward, stood up, raised his hand and said, "I'll join too." At this time, the pig-faced man showed a meaningful smile under his mask and said, "Sorry, there is only one active participant in this game. The next 9 players are all random." Jiang Yu stood back somewhat disappointed, praying secretly that the seed of divine gambling would not wither too quickly. Because today, there was no power of gambling life to water it. Then, the avatars on the electronic screen scrolled rapidly, and one by one, they were fixed. They are number 14, number 28, number 24, number 5, number 42, number 26, number 36, no, 31, and number 47. Then, when the 10th player rolled to the first row, he gradually slowed down and finally stopped at number 6. Jiang Yu is number 6. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. Is this what it feels like to have overflowing luck? Whatever you want, you get it. The pig-faced, masked man pointed at the electronic screen and said excitedly, "Very good, our 10 players have been selected. Please step out." In addition, just like the last game, In order to increase the fun of other players, the voting session will continue, and the rules are the same as before. In the crowd, the players whose numbers were called stood up one after another. Some people had miserable and desperate looks on their faces, like number 5, a bloated fat man who seemed to weigh more than 200 pounds. His originally loose sportswear was stretched into a tight-fitting suit that seemed about to burst at any time. Some people were rubbing their hands and eager to try, such as number 14, the man who had signed up before. He simply took off his sportswear and threw it on the ground, revealing his solid muscles. The muscle lines were very obvious, and the divisions and contours between the muscle groups were clearly visible. He looked very strong and powerful. He proudly raised his right arm to show everyone his biceps muscles, which were like small peaks. The expressions of the others varied. Some were filled with worry, while others almost lost confidence after seeing number 14's muscles. The man with the pig-faced mask said that whoever perseveres to the end will win. It was obvious that no. 14 had a perfect body shape, with a moderate weight to his body, but his arm muscles were strong enough to hold on for a long time. Number 47 is also a sturdy man with shaved head and well-developed biceps. He looks fierce. The tattoo on his neck makes him look like a prisoner in prison. But what is most impressive about him is that, although he is bald, he has a small mustache on his chin, which is tied with a rubber band like a small braid, which is really funny. All 10 people have stepped out of the line, stood in a row, and looked at the man in the pig-faced mask. Then, the man with the pig-face mask announced the start of the voting session, and many other players who did not participate in the game chose to vote. Because, in this round, they are very optimistic about number 14 and number 47. These two people have outstanding physiques, which greatly increases the probability of winning. After the voting session, the pig-faced masked man glanced down and laughed strangely. To make the game more interesting, everyone can hang a cloth bag on their waist and put small stones in it, with no limit on the number. After the game starts, you can use the small stones to attack others. As he said that, he waved his hand, and immediately a man wearing a bullhead mask walked down and tied a cloth bag around the waists of the 10 people below. This cloth bag is about the size of 4 palms, and it is estimated that it can easily hold up to 100 small stones. Then, a pile of small stones were dumped on the ground. There were several thousand of them in different sizes. They were all broken stones. The largest one was only half the size of a fist, and the smallest one was probably only the size of a fingernail. Everyone looked at each other, and no one took the first move. Obviously, there are pros and cons. If the small cloth bag is filled with stones, although you can attack others, your own weight will also be heavier, and you may be able to hold on for a shorter time. Moreover, when attacking others, you only have one hand holding the horizontal bar and the other hand throwing stones. If you lose hold and the stone falls down, wouldn't that be a waste of time? If you don't install stones, what if someone else installs stones and attacks you madly, and you have no power to fight back? It would be too frustrating. At this moment, no. 36 suddenly walked out and quickly put stones into his cloth bag. Seeing this, the others didn't think any more and rushed forward without hesitation, stuffing stones into the bag frantically. One can imagine how tragic the scene will be. Everyone was hanging on the horizontal bar above a 100-meter abyss. With red eyes, they attacked each other with stones, using all means necessary, hoping that the other party would fall down quickly. Among these people, only Jiang Yu and number 5 and number 28 did not move. Jiang Yu was stunned. Someone actually chose to give up attacking others and would rather be beat? No. 28 was the doctor who gave Jiang Yu the iron beads last time, named Luo Jun. Jiang Yu looked at him and gave him a smile. The other party also smiled back and nodded slightly. Number 5 was the fat man. He lowered his head with a dejected look on his face and did not move at all. "Hey, fatty, why don't you go load the rocks?" Jiang Yu asked curiously. "Alas, I feel like nothing I do is interesting. Before I was kidnapped here, I was living off my parents, staying at home playing games, eating and sleeping. For someone like me, living is just a waste of social resources." Fatty number 5 glanced at him, sighed and said, "You have no interest in doing anything. Are you depressed?" Jiang Yu was silent for a moment and asked, "Well, how did you know?" The fat man was a little surprised, and looked at Jiang Yu in confusion. I once suddenly learned that I was adopted, and then I went looking for my biological parents, but I couldn't find them. I became more and more miserable, and it was even so serious that I suffered from depression and needed to take medicine every day. Later, with the help of my wife, I felt relieved and came out of it. I understand that feeling. You must be in pain. How does it feel to have no feeling when eating, no feeling when playing games, and no longer be able to find happiness? Jiang Yu's eyes were a little moist, and he spoke slowly. He thought of Joe kinking again and suddenly wanted to cry. Hey, buddy, it's good to get out of here. People outside the wall don't know the suffering of people inside. I hope you can hold on to the end. Fatty, no. Five smiled and looked at Jiang Yu. Well, even if you have depression, you have to live well. By the way, my name is Jiang Yu. What's your name? Jiang Yu asked. My name is Yi Tengwen. The fat man replied with a smile, his expression somewhat honest. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. He felt that this fat man was one of the few people here who still had kindness in his heart, but with his body shape, it would be difficult for him to survive in this game. After others have filled the bags with stones. The man with the pig face mask waved his hand, and immediately several men with bullhead masks walked down and wrapped a circle of yellow tape around each person's mouth. Everyone was a little panicked and at a loss, but they couldn't speak and didn't dare to tear it apart. They didn't know what the pig-faced man was going to do. Don't get me wrong, it's just that in the last competition, someone was holding onto the horizontal bar during this game, and he was almost unable to hold on, so he was yelling frantically and making a lot of noise. I said I like quietness, so seal your mouths. After everyone's mouths were sealed tightly with tape, the man in the pig-faced mask explained. Everyone was shocked. Everyone heard the pig face mask, and the key words in his words were the last competition. This means that these people are not the first group to be kidnapped, and similar death games have been held before. The other party killed so many people, but he hasn't been caught yet. Moreover, there was no news at all. Such a large-scale population disappearance has never been reported in the news. It was hard to imagine how powerful the opponent was, and everyone felt a chill in their bodies. The pig-faced masked man looked at the 10 players below and pointed at the horizontal bar. Next, everyone choose a horizontal bar and stand below it. The next moment, everyone rushed towards the horizontal bar. Obviously, everyone had already seen that each horizontal bar was the same in thickness, length, and width, with no difference at all. The only difference is that the first and 10th horizontal bars will only be attacked from one side. The person in the middle may be squeezed from the front and back and may fall more easily. So, in an instant, the first horizontal bar and the 10th horizontal bar became two extremes, with people crowded underneath and no one underneath the other horizontal bars. The two groups of people pushed and shoved each other frantically, trying desperately to push others away. Jiang Yu also rushed to the bottom of the first horizontal bar at the beginning, but unexpectedly, he was pulled by several other people in an instant and almost fell to the ground. Especially number 14 pushed with his incredible strength, instantly pushing Jiang Yu to the periphery. The pig-faced masked man frowned as he looked at the scene below and put the remote control microphone to his lips. I'll give you 5 seconds. Choose a horizontal bar to hold on to. After 5 seconds, the 100-meter abyss will be revealed. Also, if there are 2 or more people holding on to a horizontal bar at the same time, both of them will be eliminated. 5, 4, 3. Hearing this no. 14 jumped up immediately, grabbed number 1's horizontal bar, and then kicked the other people. People no longer fought for the number 1 and number 10 horizontal bars. When they saw an empty space on a horizontal bar, they would rush over as they only had 5 seconds. Who dares to bet his own life? 1. When the man with the pig face mask counted to 1, the 10 people had each grabbed a horizontal bar with incredibly high efficiency. Man number 14 grabbed the first horizontal bar. Jiang Yu no. 6 grabbed the 4th horizontal bar. Fat man number 5 grabbed the 6th horizontal bar. Dr. No. 28 Luo Jun grabbed the 7th horizontal bar. Number 24 grabbed the 3rd horizontal bar. Number 24 is a frail girl with a pretty face, clear eyes, and a strand of shiny black hair floating behind her. She has a kind of elegant air and a refined temperament, which makes people want to protect her. It reminds me of a female college student. Although the cloth bag around her waist was filled with stones, they were very dry, and there looked to be only 2 or 3 stones. Number 26 grabbed the 5th horizontal bar. Number 26 is a young man with dyed blonde hair. His messy hair covers his forehead and eyes. His eyes appear cunning and fierce, revealing a malicious look, like a street thug. Number 42 grabbed the 8th horizontal bar. Number 36 grabbed the 2nd horizontal bar. Number 31 grabbed the 9th horizontal bar. Number 47 grabbed the 10th horizontal bar. No, 47 is even more exaggerated than number 14. He has a sturdy build, broad shoulders, a full chest, and strong arms. Every muscle shows toughness and strength. His face is chiseled and has strong lines, and his eyes reveal determination. The ground began to sink, revealing the 100-meter-deep abyss again. It was pitch black and unfathomable. Everyone shuddered, as if a chill was coming from the bottom of the abyss. Jiang Yu looked down and felt that his feet seemed to be stepping on empty space. If he loosened his grip even a little, he would fall into an endless abyss and be smashed to pieces. That sentence suddenly popped into his mind. When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. As soon as the game started, rocks were flying all over the sky. The reason is simple. Putting a large number of stones in the cloth bag around the waist will increase the weight on your body and affect the time you can stay on the horizontal bar. Throwing stones at others can not only eliminate others and reduce the pressure of the game, but also quickly reduce your own burden. The stone fell into the abyss, and the impact sound coming from the bottom was terrifying. Jiang Yu was hit several times by the flying stones, but fortunately it was only a slight pain and did not have much impact on him. He did not put stones into the cloth bag around his waist for several reasons. He always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't figure out what it was. This feeling has been bothering him. He couldn't understand what the purpose of the man with the pig-faced mask in designing this game was. Is it the same as the first game of rock, paper, scissors? It's just a simple and rough game. Whoever can last on the horizontal bar until the end will win. But the man with the pig-faced mask said that in that game, he was just giving an example, and his point was to emphasize that the punishment for failing the game was death. Leave an indelible impression on everyone and make everyone try their best and use any means to win the game. The content of that game shouldn't be the point. Moreover, attacking others with stones can only cause a little disturbance at most. As long as others hold on to the horizontal bar tightly, it will not have much effect. What is the purpose of adding this design to the pig-faced masked man? The players watching from a distance were also watching the situation nervously. They didn't dare shout, "Come on," for fear of angering the pig-faced masked man who liked quietness. But everyone cheered for the person they voted for. Most people voted for number 14 and number 47. Their eyes were fixed on number 14 and number 47 from beginning to end, hoping that the voters would hold on. Half a minute passed. Jiang Yu faced forward and could see the thin girl No. 24 struggling to hold onto the horizontal bar, with no energy left to attack others. She even tried her best. The moment she loosened her right hand, she immediately threw a stone from the cloth bag around her waist into the abyss, and then immediately grabbed the horizontal bar back for fear of falling. She repeated this 3 or 4 times, and the cloth bag around her waist was empty, but she was still struggling and felt like she would collapse at any moment. At first, she just wanted to pack a few stones and didn't think about attacking others, but if anyone dared to bully her, she would throw it back. Because she couldn't stand being bullied the most. Her principle is, I may not hit you, but if you hit me, I must hit you back. However, I didn't expect that hanging in the air by the horizontal bar would be so tiring. My arms were so sore that I didn't have the energy to attack others. I just wanted to quickly throw the stone around my waist and reduce the weight on my body. On the first horizontal bar in front, No. 14 is still strong and looks effortless. It doesn't seem like this is a death game and he needs to save his energy. If it were some reality show or sports competition, he could do dozens of pull-ups. How could people have fun? Number 36 was hung on the second horizontal bar. It was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking very gentle, but his actions were not clean at all. Jiang Yu saw him constantly taking out small stones from the cloth bag around his waist and throwing them far away. This man was very clever. He did not throw stones at number 14 and number 24 in front and behind him, but threw stones at people far away. In this way, the rest of the people would not know where the stone was thrown from. Seeing this, the two people in front and behind him did not target him or attack him, saving their energy. Jiang Yu felt like he had realized something. Perhaps this was the great wisdom of middle-aged people, the experience gained from being in society for a long time. 1 minute passed. Jiang Yu turned his head and looked back, but he could only see No. 26 behind him, the one who looked like a yellow-haired gangster. He looked very relaxed. And fatty number 5, Yi Tengwen, is still holding on, but can no longer see the situation of the others. Jiang Yu turned his head and looked forward. Now that his physical fitness had improved, he could move easily on the horizontal bar, seemingly able to handle it with ease. He was a little curious about how long girl No. 24 could hold on. At this moment, he was kicked in the buttocks. Under the huge impact, his right hand lost its grip and slipped away, leaving only his left hand, tightly holding on to the horizontal bar. His whole body spun half a circle in the air. Jiang Yu widened his eyes and turned to look over. It was the yellow-haired boy number 26. The latter stared at Jiang Yu with hostility, but his expression was somewhat unexpected, as if he had not expected that Jiang Yu could hold on and not be kicked down by him. That was a kick he gave with all his strength. At this moment, number 5 behind the yellow-haired young man number 26 was the fat man who had chatted with Jiang Yu before, Yi Tengwen. He suddenly kicked the gangster in the same way. Under the huge impact of 200 kilograms, the yellow-haired young man number 26 was unable to hold on to the horizontal bar with both hands and fell into the abyss. He reached up to the air with both hands, trying to grab a life-saving straw, but there was nothing for him to grab and he fell directly into the abyss. His mouth was bandaged and he couldn't shout. Jiang Yu changed direction and turned to fatty number 5 Yi Tengwen, blinked at him, and expressed his gratitude. Fatty number 5 looked very exhausted. His hands were shaking as he was holding the horizontal bar, and cold sweat broke out all over. He shook his head at Jiang Yu, and at this time, his right hand had already slipped. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, but he couldn't do anything and could only watch the fat man. Then, the fat man's left hand gradually loosened, leaving only 3 fingers hooked on the horizontal bar, until he could no longer hold on. His entire huge body fell down and fell into the dark abyss. Jiang Yu squeaked twice, but was wrapped in yellow tape and could not make any sound. He looked down at the abyss beneath his feet, feeling mixed emotions and a little sad. What kind of game is this? A death game where the good and evil of human nature coexist. This game allows ordinary people in daily life to release the ugliness in their hearts and attack others desperately just to survive. However, in such a cruel game, why there are such kind people as Fatty? This made him feel touched. The others seemed a little excited because, with 2 people already fallen, their chances of winning increased. The players watching from afar were so happy that they almost jumped up and hugged each other, extremely excited. Because number 14 was still holding on, 2 people had already fallen into the abyss. It's like a horse racing game. Everyone held on to the horizontal bar tightly, fearing that they would fall down. 1.5 minutes passed. At this moment, Jiang Yu's head was hit hard, making a buzzing sound. He turned around and saw that it was indeed number 36. Jiang Yu glared at the other person, changed the direction of his hands grabbing the horizontal bar, and turned to number 14, number 36, and number 24. He had to prevent number 36 from throwing stones at him again, and he needed to dodge in time. It wouldn't be a big deal if it hit his body, but it would be very painful if it hit his head. He held the horizontal bar tightly with his left hand, reached out with his right hand to touch it, and surprisingly, a big bump appeared on his head. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. The appearance of No. 36 seemed a little familiar, and he felt like he had seen him somewhere. He tried hard to recall, and finally remembered that the other party seemed to be a lawyer named Zhang Tianxiang, who popularized the law on the barrage website H Station. He had many fans, at least 800,000 fans, and was a very famous UP host. This UP host likes to participate in fighting competitions in his spare time. It is said that his father was once a fighting champion, and after retiring, he often trained him at home. He usually does a lot of good things. Once he even helped a fan in need to fight a lawsuit for free. That video received millions of views. How did he get brought here? However, his behavior is in stark contrast to what he usually shows in videos. It turns out that this kind of person is what is meant by acting like a human but looking like a dog. 2 minutes passed. Jiang Yu looked at number 24. She had a slender figure, and her fair hands were tightly grasping the horizontal bar. Her face turned red, beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her whole body was shaking slightly. It was obvious that she had reached the limit of her physical strength. At this moment, the man with gold-rimmed glasses, number 36, behind her took advantage of her unpreparedness and kicked her hard. This kick seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Girl number 24 finally ran out of strength and fell into the abyss. The situation on the scene became more chaotic. In just 2 minutes, 4 people had fallen into the abyss. There are still 6 people who are still persisting, namely number 14, number 36, Jiang Yu, 6, number 42, number 31, and number 47. Number 31 is a young man in his 20s with a tanned skin. Although he is a little exhausted, he still tries his best to persevere and is unwilling to give up. The players watching from afar were even more excited, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. Some were even shouting in low voices, "Come on, number 14. Number 14 will win. Number 47, hold on." Jiang Yu looked at number 14. He was holding the horizontal bar tightly with both hands, as if he had steel and iron bones, as steady as a rock. It seemed that he could easily hold on for another hour. What's even more outrageous is that he actually closed his eyes, as if he was resting. This made Jiang Yu speechless. "You are here for vacation, right?" He once again looked down at the 100-meter-deep abyss below, feeling a little unconfident. Could he really survive number 14? Moreover, number 47 at the back doesn't look like someone who is easy to mess with. 3 minutes passed. Under the stimulation of the fear of death, everyone's adrenaline soars to the limit, bursting out potential that is unimaginable under normal circumstances. Jiang Yu saw that number 36 was a little exhausted. He had spent too much energy attacking others and consumed too much physical strength. His face began to turn pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and held on to the horizontal bar tightly. Moreover, he changed the direction and turned to face number 14. Jiang Yu reacted immediately and realized that girl number 24 on the third horizontal bar had fallen down, and there were no stones in his bag, so there was no threat to him. Number 36 was worried that number 14 would attack him, so he moved towards number 14 cautiously to avoid being ambushed. However, his worries were unnecessary. The time came to 4 minutes. No. 36's physical strength has reached its limit. His whole body is shaking violently, as if he will fall down at any time. Even though he tried his best to hold on to the horizontal bar, his hands were already cramping. After more than 4 minutes and 20 seconds, he could no longer hold on, slipped off the horizontal bar, and fell into the abyss. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart, thinking that if no. 36 didn't waste his energy throwing stones to attack others, he might be able to hold on a little longer. Jiang Yu changed the direction and grabbed it. As soon as he turned around, he saw number 42 and no. 31 fighting with their legs in the distance. Then, the 2 people's legs were entangled together, dragging each other into the abyss at the same time. Only a little over 5 minutes had passed. 7 out of 10 people fell into the 100-meter abyss. There are only 3 people still on the field, namely number 14, Jiang Yu, 6, and number 47. Jiang Yu looked solemn, while the other 2 looked relaxed, and it was far from the time to decide the winner. Number 14 and number 47 both have very strong arm muscles and seem to be able to hang for several hours without any problem. Jiang Yu suddenly felt powerless. But now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to persevere with all his strength, hoping to overtake number 14 and number 47. 6 minutes passed. The 3 of them remained motionless, hanging on the horizontal bar. Especially number 14 and number 47, they seemed to be able to handle it with ease and seemed to be able to hold on for a long time. The other players watching were also a little confused. They didn't expect that Jiang Yu could hold on for so long, and they were discussing carefully below. No, that number 6 doesn't look very powerful. How did he last so long? Yeah, why doesn't he fall down? It always felt like he was about to fall, but he never did. Numbers 6 and 47 are about to fall down. I voted for number 14. 7 minutes passed. Jiang Yu was struggling and his arms were a little sore, but he felt he could still hold on for a few more minutes. 10 minutes, that would be his limit. At this moment, no. 14 suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the man in the pig-faced mask. He couldn't speak, so he took out a prop card from his arms, clamped it between his fingers, and flew over. This prop card fell into the hall and was immediately picked up by the man in the bullhead mask and handed to the man in the pig-face mask. The latter took the prop card, looked at it, nodded, and said, "No. 14, do you want to use this A-level prop card?" Number 14 nodded. Jiang Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Every prop card was very useful. For example, in the last game, he took the initiative to participate in the game and obtain the Zodiac exchange card. He simply used his own Monkey 2 Zodiac card to replace the Sheep 6 Zodiac card of man number 11, and the opponent instantly fell into a disadvantage. What exactly is the skill of this A-level prop card? He had thought about it before. As long as he used the S-level snatch item card on number 14 and snatched the other party's 2 item cards, his chances of winning the game would increase greatly. However, he always felt that there was something fishy about this game, and that something was wrong, so he never took any action. Unexpectedly, number 14 was the first to use the prop card, which caught him off guard. "Okay, which number do you want to use it on?" asked the man with the pig-faced mask. The other players below were even more excited, and the one who voted for number 14 almost jumped for joy. I knew it. Number 14 has well-developed arm muscles and has a prop card. He will definitely win. This is a sure win. Hahaha, me too. I just saw that number 14 has a prop card. This wave is simply a free prop card. Look at those people who didn't vote before. They are really stupid. Number 14 looked at Jiang Yu, hesitated for a moment, tilted his neck, and looked at number 47 in the distance. Finally, he made up his mind. No. 14 looked at the man with the pig-faced mask, stretched out his right hand, and made 2 numbers. The number he made was exactly 47. Jiang Yu's heart finally settled down. It seemed that no. 14 thought he was too weak, and it was not worth using the prop card on him. Or maybe the other party didn't take him seriously at all, and felt that he couldn't outlast him and couldn't hold on to the end. It is also possible that the opponent is also very smart and knows that Jiang Yu still has 2 prop cards and a trump card. If he uses a skill against Jiang Yu, he may be countered by Jiang Yu's prop card. There is a lot of uncertainty. In short, he activated the item card skill and chose number 47 as the target. The pig-faced masked man asked again, "Player no. 14, do you choose to use the skill of this A-level prop card to number 47? If yes, please nod to confirm. If no, please shake your head." Number 14 heard the clear sound coming from the 4 speakers above his head, and he nodded vigorously. He sneered in his heart. In the last round of game voting, he secretly saw that number 47 voted for number 11. Number 11 was eliminated in the last game, and number 47 lost 1 prop card. No. 47 had only participated in the game 123 Wooden Man before and had only 1 prop card, which means that number 47 did not have any trump cards. In his opinion, no. 47 is his strong opponent, because number 6, with his thin build, looks like he will definitely not be able to beat him. Therefore, this item card is most effective when used against number 47. The pig-faced masked man nodded, raised the prop card, and said to the players below, "Player number 14 used the A-level 100-meter Abyss exclusive prop card on player number 47. The effect of the prop card is as follows. You can use a high-pressure water gun to attack any player on the field, including yourself. The impact time is 1 minute." When Jiang Yu and No. 47 heard about the effect of this prop card, their eyes widened. This prop card was too amazing. After holding on to the horizontal bar for so long and almost exhausting your physical strength, who can withstand being hit by a high-pressure water gun for 1 minute? Let alone a minute, even if it impacts for a few seconds, it will probably fall down. Moreover, the water gun will hit the horizontal bar, making it very slippery, making it more difficult to hold onto it, and increasing the possibility of sliding down. Number 47's face was filled with anger, and water was dripping down his mustache into the abyss below. He held on to the horizontal bar and glared at number 14 fiercely, but there was nothing he could do. Because he originally had an S-level item card rebound. The effect of that prop card is, it can reflect all attacks from other players back to the opponent, but he was too greedy and voted for player no. 11 in the last game, thus losing the item card. I regret it now, but there is nothing I can do. The man with the pig face mask waved his hand, and immediately a man with a bullhead mask came to the edge of the abyss with a high-pressure water gun. When he opened the valve, the high-speed jet of water hit number 47's body hard. Under the turbulent impact of the high-pressure water gun, number 47's whole body was shaking, but he managed to hold on for more than 10 seconds. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and fell into the abyss in despair. At this time, there were only 2 people left on the field, number 14 and Jiang Yuno. 6. The other players watching cheered. Come on, no. 14, you're awesome. Number 14, hold on, kill number 6 and I'll call you daddy. Come on, number 14. Jiang Yu's arms became increasingly numb and even began to cramp. He looked down at the abyss beneath his feet, then at number 14 next to him, and felt that he would definitely not be able to outlast the other person. Only those who persevere to the end will win. Can he hold on to the end? When Jiang Yu read the pig-faced, masked man's words again, he suddenly realized something was wrong. It seemed as if all the clues in my mind were connected together, and the truth was about to come out. No, this game is more than that simple, he seems to understand. All mysteries solved. He took a deep breath and, with the last bit of strength he had left, quickly began to comb his hair. The man with the pig-faced mask said after the first game of rock, paper, scissors that the game was just an example, emphasizing the punishment after losing the game, and there will be more exciting games to come. Therefore, the purpose of the pig-faced, masked man designing this game is definitely not that simple. If it is just to compare physical fitness, what is the point? For example, the 123 Wooden Man game and the Zodiac game after the Rock, Paper, Scissors game are indeed more exciting and interesting. Moreover, there is a very important point that he has always overlooked. The pig-faced, masked man doesn't seem to want players to be eliminated quickly and in large numbers. For example, in the first game, the Rock, Paper, Scissors game, if it was designed that the last person alive wins, 2 people could be eliminated. But the pig-faced, masked man only eliminated Joe Kinking, for example. In the second game, 123 Stallion, when there were only 48 players left on the field, the man with the pig-faced mask prepared 66 iron beads. In this way, everyone's chance of finding the iron beads would be greatly increased. In the end, only 2 people were eliminated in that game. In the third game, Zodiac of Death, only 4 players participated in the game, and only 1 was eliminated in the end. Moreover, little boy number 34 used the probation card to delay the punishment after failing the game. This also reflects that the pig-faced, masked man does not want players to be eliminated too quickly, that is, to die. Why did the man with the pig-face mask do this? Thinking from the perspective of the pig-faced, masked man, he hopes that players will die slowly so that he can enjoy many interesting death games. Just like a predator enjoys seeing his prey struggling to survive. This is the fourth game, 100-meter abyss. There are 10 players participating in this game. If 9 people are eliminated in this game, the following games will be unplayable. This was the first point that made Jiang Yu feel something was wrong. There was a contradiction. The second thing that made Jiang Yu feel strange was that when the pig-faced, masked man announced the rules before, they were very clear. But before the start of this game, the rules were extremely vague. For example, in the first game of Rock, Paper, Scissors, the man with the pig-face mask said, "The last loser among the 3 will be eliminated." The elimination rules are very clear. That is, the last person to lose in the Rock, Paper, Scissors game is the one who wins. In the second game of 123 Wooden Man, the man with the pig-faced mask said, "After the countdown of the game is over, those who do not have iron beads on them will be eliminated. The rules are also clear, and the key to victory lies in the iron ball." In the third game of Dead Zodiac, the man with the pig-face mask said, "In the end, the two players with the lowest scores will be eliminated. The rules are also very clear, and the key to winning lies in the points advantage." But in the fourth game, which is the 100-meter abyss game, the pig-faced masked man said this: "The one who perseveres to the end will be victorious." The rules for winning this game are very vague compared to the previous rules. Moreover, after talking about the pig face mask, he emphasized it again. Remember, only those who persevere to the end can achieve victory. Before the previous games, the pig-faced masked man had never been emphasized. In this game, this statement is too misleading. After hearing this, everyone will think that the so-called persevering to the end means persevering on the horizontal bar to the end, because there is a 100-meter abyss below. If you can't hold on, you will fall down and be smashed to pieces. But this abyss is indeed 100 meters deep, because at the beginning, the man with the pig-faced mask threw stones down to demonstrate, and it was indeed about 5 seconds before the sound of the stones hitting each other was heard. Wait, if the previous words were misleading, they were just laying the groundwork. Then, would throwing stones also be misleading everyone, making players think that there is a 100-meter abyss below? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt a chill all over his body. He had been seriously misled from the beginning to the end. If there wasn't a 100-meter abyss below, why did it take the stone 5 seconds to fall to the bottom? This again cannot be explained. Jiang Yu began to recall again. After the deathly Zodiac game ended last night, the pig-faced man seemed to kindly remind him that the next game would be related to physical fitness. These were his exact words at the time, and Jiang Yu remembered them very clearly. Tomorrow's game is related to physical fitness, so, players, please get some rest. Physical fitness. From this time on, he began to mislead everyone, making them think that this was a game of physical fitness. Only those who persevere to the end can win. This sentence is misleading for the second time. The correct rule statement should be as follows: the player who lasts until the end on the horizontal bar will win the game, and the others will be eliminated. Jiang Yu's head was buzzing, and his scalp was tingling. Sure enough, the pig-faced masked man missed out the most important information, namely the two words, horizontal bar, but no one seemed to notice. This was the second point that made Jiang Yu feel something was wrong. At this moment, he finally figured it out. There is also a third point. Man number 14 obtained an A-level prop card. Skill introduction. Can use a high-pressure water gun to attack any player on the field, including yourself, for 1 minute. If it is an item card, and it is A-level, it will definitely be beneficial to you. So why do you need to use a high-pressure water gun to shock yourself? This is another very contradictory point. The man with the pig face mask is not a fool. On the contrary, he is very smart. There are absolutely no loopholes in the functions of these prop cards, so why did he design them like this? There is only one truth, and the answer is 100 meters below the abyss. At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered the biggest contradiction. Fourthly, a stone will make a crashing sound when it falls to the bottom, but the 8 players who fell before fell into the abyss of 100 meters without making any sound at all. Where did the disappeared sound go? Everyone was concentrating on holding on to the horizontal bar, attacking and defending each other. In this extreme chaos, few people noticed the disappearing sound. Jiang Yu felt a chill all over his body. He had missed too much important information, and now all of them were connected. Fifthly, the pig-faced masked man deliberately added a stone-throwing segment where players can throw stones at other players. Is it really to interfere with the players holding on to the horizontal bar? No, the purpose is to interfere with the players' thinking. All participating players must focus on holding on to the horizontal bar and dodging other people's stone attacks, leaving them with no time or energy to think. Why doesn't the pig-faced masked man want players to think? He was afraid that the truth would be discovered. This game was not designed to be a physical game. Sixth, the pig-faced masked man had never sealed the players' mouths before, but this time he deliberately sealed the mouths of all the game players. He also found an excuse. He liked quietness, which seemed reasonable considering his previous behavior. He has emphasized many times that he likes quietness. What is he afraid of? Afraid of the sound of players falling into the abyss. Jiang Yu suddenly figured it out. Everything is connected in series. Jiang Yu quickly sorted out the key points of the previous clues. First of all, it is unlikely that 9 people will be eliminated from this game. Secondly, the pig-faced masked man deliberately omitted important information and deliberately misled everyone. Third, the skills of the A-level item card are contradictory. At the 4th point, 8 players fell into the abyss, but no sound came up. Fifth, the pig-faced masked man deliberately interferes with the players' thinking and covers up the truth. Sixth, the players' mouths were sealed with tape, which is very unreasonable. Seventh, the arrangement of these horizontal bars is a bit weird. A bold idea came into his mind. Of course, it's just his guess. But enough about that, all the answers are below. Jiang Yu suddenly widened his eyes and looked into the abyss beneath his feet. Although he still felt the coldness coming up, he couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, he thought of a sentence: live towards death. This seemingly long thought only took Jiang Yu a dozen seconds. At this moment, number 14 was still as solid as a rock, holding on to the horizontal bar firmly, looking at Jiang Yu with a bit of contempt. He felt that the other party could not hold on for much longer. You are the one who perseveres to the end, and victory will eventually belong to you. But the next moment, he saw Jiang Yu actually raised his head and looked at him, even though the other person's mouth was wrapped in transparent tape. However, number 6 actually smiled. Then, a scene that shocked him appeared. The other party actually loosened his hands on his own initiative and fell into the dark abyss below in a lying position, with a weird smile still on his face. It made him feel a little scared. He was a little confused for a moment and felt like his brain was not enough. The other party could obviously hold on for a while longer, so why would he give up? He looked at the other 9 empty horizontal bars. I felt a little confused and a little surprised. Did I win? Did you persevere to the end? The victory of this game belongs to him. The other players watching were also very excited. Those who voted for number 14 jumped up excitedly, and some were cheering. Ha ha ha, I guessed right, it was number 14 who made it to the end. Yeah, I voted for number 14 too. This game is like getting a prop card for free. Muscular man, no. 14 also looked at the man in the pig face mask, as if asking him whether the game was over. However, the next moment, something strange happened. Player number 14 suddenly became stiff and unable to move. His hair was burnt, his whole body turned black, and then he fell straight into the abyss below. The other players watching were all stunned. Only the pig-faced, masked man on the platform showed a terrifying smile under the mask, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Just half a minute ago, Jiang Yu took the initiative to loosen his hands, lying down with a smile on his face, and quickly fell into the abyss below. 3 seconds later, his body slammed onto a huge safety net and bounced a few times. He groped in the dark, feeling the surrounding environment. Sure enough, it was a huge safety net with many small holes in the middle of the mesh, like a sieve, with a diameter that was only wide enough for things the size of a fist to pass through. So that's how it was. All the puzzles in his mind were finally solved. Before, the pig-faced masked man threw small stones into the abyss, which naturally passed through these grid holes. However, when a human body fell, it would be caught safely. No wonder, when other players fell into the abyss, they didn't hear the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. At this moment, 2 people suddenly dragged him to the wall next to him. He struggled subconsciously, but couldn't get away. Then, he was held by the arms by 2 people and led through the winding tunnel to a room. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Yu saw many familiar faces inside, such as fatty number 5 Yi Tengwen and doctor number 28, Luo Jun, the yellow-haired boy number 26. Lawyer no. 36, and Jiang Yu also saw it. The players who had fallen into the abyss before were all in this room, and everyone was sitting obediently in their chairs waiting. The 2 men wearing bullhead masks brought Jiang Yu in. They pointed guns and motioned for Jiang Yu to find a chair and sit down. At this moment, Jiang Yu finally understood everything. It turns out that the so-called persevering to the end means persevering to the end in the abyss below, not on the horizontal bar. Everything the pig-faced masked man said was correct. If nothing unexpected happens, player number 14 should be the one who is actually eliminated at this time. After a few minutes, Jiang Yu and others were suddenly blindfolded with black cloth by a man wearing a bullhead mask and then taken into an elevator. They could feel the elevator rising and then passing through several doors in succession. Jiang Yu and others were then ordered to stand against a wall with their hands on it, and the black cloth covering their eyes was removed. The 9 people immediately looked around curiously and were surprised to find themselves standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor. The man in the bullhead mask motioned for them to go down to the hall. Jiang Yu and others came to the stairs in an orderly manner and walked down the stairs one by one. When they appeared at the stairs, all the players who were watching were shocked. They opened their eyes wide and could not believe what they saw. Didn't they fall into the abyss? How did they appear there? Yeah, and number 14, what happened? Hey, how come they didn't die after falling so deep? When Jiang Yu and the others stood back in the crowd, the pig-faced masked man clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Very good. These 9 players are the ones who persisted to the end and won the game, while player no. 14 was unfortunately eliminated." The crowd below burst into noise. They were confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Some people grabbed Jiang Yu and others, curiously asking what had happened, eager to know the answer. The man with the pig-faced mask frowned and motioned for everyone to be quiet. He showed an evil smile under his mask and said contemptuously, "I never said that I would last until the end on the horizontal bar. It's just that you stupid players are so self-righteous. By the way, there are 100,000-volt high-voltage wires hidden inside that row of horizontal bars. The last person left on the horizontal bars will be punished with electric shocks." The players in the audience were all stunned. The man with the pig-faced mask actually played such a trick. It was so disgusting. Everyone was misled. Everyone started talking among themselves in low voices. "This is so disgusting. How can we play this? Oh my God, I can't trust what this pig-faced man says. Oh, why does the game feel more and more complicated? My brain is not enough. I feel like I won't be able to get out of here alive." Jiang Yu's mouth curled up into a smile. When he saw the row of horizontal bars before, he suddenly thought of the parallel circuits he had learned about in physics. The arrangement of the horizontal bars is very similar to a parallel circuit. Once the power is turned on, the person on the horizontal bar can be electrocuted to death instantly. His final gamble of life was a success. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, and the golden seed in his mind grew a little stronger. It conveyed a message to Jiang Yu. The host's intelligence was enhanced. Jiang Yu opened his eyes, feeling a little excited with a feeling of nurturing. Feeling the god of gambling's seed growing, he also became more powerful. The pig-faced masked man looked down and said, "The remaining 9 players who won this game are number 5, number 6, number 24, number 26, no. 28, number 31, number 36, number 42, and number 47. These 9 players can randomly draw a prop card later." Then, he signaled a man with a bullhead mask to go down with the prop cards, and the 9 people randomly selected a prop card from them one by one. Because the prop cards are facing up and the patterns on the back are all the same, everyone can only draw a prop card based on their feeling. No one can see what prop cards others have drawn. Jiang Yu also drew a prop card from it. Although he didn't look at it, he felt that it was at least an A-level prop card. Because his luck is so high now, God will definitely favor him. Then, the man in the pig-faced mask counted the voting results. Nearly half of the people had voted, but almost everyone guessed wrong because they basically voted for number 14 and number 47. It was okay for no. 47, but number 14 lost. These people were heartbroken and handed over one of the prop cards in their hands with great pain. After the clearing was completed, the pig mask looked at the crowd below and said, "Today's game is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only 43 players left on the field. What does this mean? It means that the chance of each person winning a 10 million bonus has increased to 41%. The words of the pig-faced masked man were full of passion, which made many people below excited and thrilled. They clenched their fists and their faces flushed, as if the 10 million already belonged to them. Everyone can go back to your rooms and rest. I can reveal a little bit that the game tomorrow night is called Shot at Life. In addition, to reward everyone, I will arrange a sumptuous dinner after the game tomorrow night. The man in the pig-faced mask bowed gracefully. Comments. The first thing Jiang Yu did after returning to the room was to see what prop card he had drawn this time. B-level item card, Divine Eye. Introduction. Use this item card to view the skills of any 2 item cards currently owned by other players. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. Although his luck was good now, he still didn't draw S-level or A-level prop cards every time. This B-level prop card was not very effective, but the later the game, the better the effect. Because knowing the opponent's prop card skills is equivalent to knowing the opponent's trump card. He sorted out his prop cards and currently had 3 prop cards. S-level item card, death-free card. S-level item card, snatch card. B-level item card, Divine Eye. Jiang Yu casually ate some bread, drank 2 sips of water, frowned, and looked a little disgusted. The bread was dry and hard, like a hard steamed bun. Moreover, it smelled bad, as if it had been left for a long time and was moldy. But you can't not eat. Every game requires sufficient physical strength and energy to go all out and win the game. He couldn't help but miss the fragrant bread in the bakery. He remembered that the man with the pig-face mask said that there would be a sumptuous dinner after the game tomorrow night, which made him look forward to it. Then he drank 2 bottles of water, lay down on the soft big bed, and fell into a deep sleep. In this shabby room, the only thing that made him feel comforted was this soft big bed. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yu woke up in a daze. To be more precise, he was woken up by the urge to urinate. He went to the toilet, and after flushing the toilet, he suddenly heard a slight sound coming from outside. He leaned over the door and listened, and it seemed that someone was walking in the corridor. He couldn't help but feel a little terrified. Wasn't the other party afraid that the steel monster would appear again, or was there another monster? Out of curiosity, Jiang Yu opened the door, leaving a gap, and looked into the corridor, just in time to see the figure disappear and walk down the stairs. He quickly closed the door and locked it, fearing that some monster might rush in. He lay back on the bed and wrapped himself tightly with the quilt, only then did he feel a little safe. The next day, 8 p.m., everyone gathered in the hall again. This time the scene changed again. There was an extra table in the middle of the hall, but it was a big round table. Everyone looked at the round table curiously and saw 6 chairs placed around it. Next to the table stood a male referee wearing a bullhead mask. This layout is very similar to the previous game, Zodiac. Could it be another card-drawing game? Many people wondered. But soon, their attention was attracted by the 6 pistols on the round table, which looked like revolvers, surrounded by a pile of bullets and several large red transparent dice. What kind of game is this? It uses pistols. It is the first time for many people to see a real gun. Just as everyone was talking, the pig-faced masked man appeared on the platform as usual. He stood on the edge of the platform, looking down at the players below, with his arms outstretched, and his voice echoed throughout the venue. Good evening, everyone. Now I will announce tonight's game. The name of tonight's game is Shot at Life, and there are 6 players participating in the game. He paused and continued. I've said before that I admire people with courage. If someone takes the initiative to sign up, I will give him an exclusive prop card from the game Shot at Life. If no one signs up, the screen will randomly draw a player to participate. As usual, the pig-faced masked man once again extended an invitation, encouraging courageous players to actively participate in the competition. This is no longer called courage, but rather, it is called a player who is not afraid of death. Still, no one took the initiative to participate. Everyone had their own calculations in mind. The further it got, the greater the chance of winning. So why should they fight so hard and risk their lives in the early stages of the game? Every game here is a game that can only be played once in a lifetime. Wouldn't it be nice to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between 2 tigers? Just then, someone stood up from the crowd. I'll join in. The others all looked over. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment and looked at the man. It was the little boy, number 34. I'm joining in too. Then another person stood up, with the number 20 written on his clothes. Jiang Yu was not very familiar with this man. He was dark-skinned, of average appearance, of medium build, about 1.7 meters tall. He seemed to be a laborer, and his hands looked very rough. Jiang Yu also stood up. "I'm joining in too." In an instant, 3 people had already signed up for the game that originally required 6 participants. "Great, is there anyone else signing up?" The pig-faced, masked man asked with satisfaction, glancing at the players below. After about half a minute, no one came forward. The man with the pig face mask sent someone to give Jiang Yu and the other 2 a prop card each. Then, the pig-faced, masked man pointed to the electronic screen and said, "No one has signed up yet, so let's select the remaining gamers." The avatars on the electronic screen scrolled rapidly, and the first 3 avatars were fixed at numbers 6, 20, and 34. Soon, the 4th avatar stopped scrolling and paused. It was number 2. She was a beautiful girl with a typical oval face and 2 long straight legs. She was about 1.78 meters tall when she stood there. Jiang Yu looked at number 2 and suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have seen this girl before. He tried hard to recall and finally remembered that this was an 18th-tier internet celebrity model with millions of fans. He had millions of fans on a certain short video platform, but was later banned for unknown reasons and gradually disappeared from the public eye. Not only does she sing well, but she also dances very well. I didn't expect to see her here. Then, the 5th avatar began to roll, landed on number 8, and stopped. This is a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. He looks to be in his 40s or 50s, with an ordinary appearance and is difficult to notice. Jiang Yu had no impression of him before. Finally, the 6th avatar began to roll and soon stopped. It was number 26. That yellow-haired boy was actually chosen. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. What a narrow road the enemy meets. In the previous game, this yellow-haired guy, number 26, took advantage of his inattention and attacked him from behind, almost kicking him down. Although kicking it might be a good thing, the opponent definitely had bad intentions at the beginning. I met him in this game. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Jiang Yu has already made plans. When the game starts, if he doesn't kill him, he won't be named Jiang. Seeing Jiang Yu staring at him, the yellow-haired boy number 26 spat at Jiang Yu and gave him the middle finger. Very good, our 6 players have been selected. This is a game that tests your IQ and courage. Everyone needs to shoot himself in the head. Wish you good luck. On the high platform, the pig-faced masked man smiled wickedly again, glanced at Jiang Yu and the other 6 people below, paused, and then continued. Next, I will announce the rules of the game Life-Threatening Shot. Game name, A Life-Threatening Shot. Before the game starts, each player chooses a revolver on the table, takes 10 bullets and 1 dice, and then takes a seat. The game is divided into 4 parts. Loading phase. Each player loads bullets into the gun. There are 2 options. Load 1 bullet or choose not to load any bullets. Dice session. There are 6 numbers on the dice, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. After everyone has chosen the number on the dice, they place the dice on the table and cover it with their hands. Questioning phase. In this phase, each player can choose to question whether the other player's gun has no bullets. When questioning, you need to say, "I bet your gun has no bullets." If player B's gun is empty, he will be successfully questioned by player A. Player B will need to add a bullet to the gun, and player A will receive a prop card. On the contrary, if player A fails to question and player B has bullets in his gun, player A needs to add another bullet to his gun, and player B gets a prop card. Each player can question at most 1 player per round, but of course, they can choose not to question. Shooting phase. Everyone shoots their own head according to the number on the dice. For example, if the number on the dice is 3, you need to pull the trigger 3 times. The game will be played in 5 rounds. The number of dice points in each round is the score of that round. The scores of the 5 rounds are added together to calculate the total score. The 4 players with the lowest total scores will be eliminated. If 4 players have been eliminated during the game is considered over. If 1 player is shot and killed during the game, after the game ends, the 3 players with the lowest total score among the remaining 5 players will be eliminated. In short, in this game, only 2 people can survive in the end. This is a game that tests your intelligence and courage. Good luck to you. Finally, if the scores are the same after the fifth round, a playoff round will be held. In addition, the use of death-free prop cards is prohibited in this game. After the man with the pig face mask finished explaining the rules of the game, there was a burst of exclamations from the audience. This game is even more deranged. Participants need to make decisions at every stage, which tests not only luck but also strategy. If you were more aggressive and shot yourself in the head 3 or 4 times, you would most likely not survive until the fifth round. If you are relatively conservative and only fire 1 shot in each round, your chances of survival will be greatly increased. But your final score may be at the bottom and you will still be eliminated. Coupled with the existence of prop cards, the uncertainty of the game is further increased. It can be said that once the game starts, every minute is a gamble of life, and players will be caught in an extremely tense atmosphere. No wonder this game is called a shot at life. Some people noticed what the man in the pig face mask said and exclaimed, "Ah, there are also good things like the death-free item card. Oh my god, if I have this card, doesn't it mean I have 2 lives?" Only Jiang Yu felt a sinking feeling in his heart, as his death-free prop card could not be used in this round. He also could not quit the game now, so he had to bite the bullet and continue participating. In other words, he might die in this game. He took out the prop card he had just obtained, hid it in his palm, took a peek at it, and was immediately surprised. A-level item card, exemption. Introduction. In the next shooting phase, you can choose not to shoot, but you will still get the corresponding dice score. The later this prop card is added, the greater its effect will be, and it can help him surpass the scores of others. He just puts a 6 on the table and instantly adds 6 points. Who can beat him? The pig-faced, masked man glanced at Jiang Yu and the others and said, "Before the game starts, each player can use their own prop cards to exchange for the exclusive prop card for Gamble Your Life. Is there anyone who wants to exchange it?" As soon as he finished speaking, no. 26 stood up, took out 2 prop cards, and exchanged them for 2 exclusive prop cards in A Shot at Life. Then, number 2 also exchanged for a game-exclusive prop card, and no. 8 followed closely and also exchanged for a game-exclusive prop card. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and did not redeem the prop card. He had just taken the initiative to participate in the game and obtained a game-exclusive prop card. Coupled with his overflowing luck, he should have no problem winning this game. He would be unwilling to lose his life for no reason if he exchanged the death-free item card. Number 34 did not redeem the prop card either. Jiang Yu remembered that the little boy got 3 prop cards in total, which were obtained in the rock-paper-scissors game and the 123 wooden man game. The last one is the exclusive prop card life-threatening shot that you obtained by actively participating in the game just now. One of them is the check card, which is used in the Zodiac game to check a Zodiac card on the table. Another prop card, used after the game is over, is the probation. Therefore, he now has no other prop cards to redeem. Number 20 did not redeem the prop card either. Jiang Yu was not very familiar with this person and had hardly met him twice. We can only guess that the other party has at least 1 prop card in his hand if he does not participate in the vote. After the prop card exchange was over, the pig-faced masked man pointed to the round table in the hall and said, "6 players, please go to the round table and choose a pistol. I wish you all choose your lucky pistol. In 1 minute, the game will officially begin. During the gun selection phase, other players who have not participated in the game can vote." Jiang Yu walked towards the round table first. When he arrived in front of the round table, there were 6 identical revolvers on it, which looked no different from each other. He checked each one, but didn't seem to find anything special. They were all revolvers with 6 magazine slots. The minimum number of bullets that can be loaded is 0, and the maximum number of bullets that can be loaded is 6. As long as 1 bullet is loaded, if 6 shots are fired in succession, the bullet will inevitably be fired. The only difference was that one of the pistols seemed a little heavier, but he didn't know if it was his illusion. At this moment, the yellow-haired man next to him snatched a pistol and glared at Jiang Yu. "Don't look at it. They are all the same, wasting time here." Jiang Yu glanced at him and was too lazy to talk to him. After the last game, he became more vigilant against the pig-faced masked man. He was just checking the pistol out of caution. The other people seemed to agree with number 26's idea, and each of them picked up a pistol at random. To others, what is important is the subsequent strategy, the number of points on the dice, and the use of prop cards. A number plate had been placed on the round table by the man in the bullhead mask. Everyone took 10 bullets and 1 dice from the table, then chose a seat at random and sat down. The bull mask glanced at Jiang Yu and the others, held a dice between his index finger and thumb, and said, "The game begins. I am the host and referee. Please throw the dice in your hands. The order of shooting will be determined by the number of points on the dice. The one with the smallest number will shoot first." When everyone heard this, they looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, then picked up the red dice in front of them and started throwing. Jiang Yu threw the dice casually, and the dice fell on the round table. After rolling and rotating, it landed on 5 points. A smile appeared on his lips. Sure enough, after his luck improved, he turned into a European emperor. The little boy number 34 scored 4 points, and the yellow-haired young man number 26 scored 6 points. Number 2, the beautiful internet celebrity with long legs, only scored 3 points. She clenched her fists and was about to cry. But then, number 20 scored 2 points. Number 8, the last roll of the dice, stopped at 1. Number 2 suddenly became happy again. She was not the first one to shoot, and she felt less afraid. The order of shooting was determined. Number 8, number 20, number 2, number 34, number 6, and number 26. Jiang Yu was the 5th to fire the shot. According to the previous rules of the game, the later you shoot, the greater the advantage you have. Because if 3 players have died in the front, the game is considered over and the players behind will not need to shoot. The bull-headed referee raised a fan-like sign with 4 large characters on it, reloading phase. He glanced at Jiang Yu and the other 6 and said, "Now is the first round reloading. Players, please place your pistols under the round table and load them with bullets. You can choose to load 1 bullet or not load any bullets. Then spin the wheel and put the pistols back on the table. Players who are using prop cards, please raise your hands." Jiang Yu placed the pistol under the round table and made a motion to reload the gun. But his mind was thinking rapidly. In the first round, the other 5 players should also be conservative, with each person's dice number being 1 or 2. There is no need to be too radical. As long as you don't reload bullets and choose one on the dice, no one should question you. This is the safest approach and is likely what other people are doing as well. If you question the player with the dice point 1, the risk is very high. No one will take such a risk, and other people are not fools. Observe the situation first, and then consider whether to reload in the next round. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu stuffed the bullet into his sleeve, then pretended to have finished reloading the gun and put the gun back on the table. The other 5 men also reloaded their bullets and put their pistols back on the table. Only number 2 was still hesitating. "Have you finished reloading, players? If you have, please put the pistol back on the table." The bull-headed referee looked at everyone and confirmed. Number 2 quickly put the pistol back on the table, and everyone finished reloading. The bull-headed referee nodded and held up another white card with the words "Dice Session" written on it. Now is the dice rolling stage. Players, please place the dice in front of you. The number on the dice corresponds to the number of times you pull the trigger or the number of shots you fire. Jiang Yu blocked the dice with his left hand, placed the dice at 1 with his right hand, and then covered the dice with both hands to prevent others from seeing it. The same thing happened to the others. Everyone blocked the dice and then placed the dice. Everyone was a little hesitant, and the smallest number on the dice was 1. This means that at least one has to shoot himself in the head. Who can guarantee that they will be lucky? What if the first shot explodes? If anyone dares to put the points at 3, 4, or 5, others will most likely question him. If the dice number is 5 and there is really a bullet in the gun, it is simply a gamble with your life. After seeing that everyone had placed their dice, the bull-headed referee raised the sign for questioning session and said, "Now, players, please remove your hands and show the numbers on your dice." Each player can choose to question other players or not. Everyone took their hands away. Jiang Yu looked at the dice numbers in front of the others. Player number 8, the bald man with a Mediterranean look, chose 2. No. 20, the dark-skinned middle-aged man, chose 2. Number 2, the beautiful internet celebrity with long legs, also chose point 1. Number 34, the little boy, chose 2. Number 26, the yellow-haired boy, chose 2. This result is similar to what he thought, but why did others dare to choose 2? Are you really not afraid of death? If there are bullets in the gun and 2 shots are fired, the probability of the head exploding is 1 in 3. Are these people crazy? Or maybe they didn't load any bullets at all. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that the opponent is skilled and bold and will gamble his life while playing. If the other party points out 3 or 4, you might consider questioning it. But if it is 2, questioning it really carries more risks than benefits. Jiang Yu chose to remain on the sidelines and chose not to question. The other 5 people also looked at each other, but no one stood up to question. After confirming that no one chose to question, the bull-headed referee held up a sign that read shooting phase. He looked at player 8 and said in a cold tone, "Player 8, please pick up the pistol, point it at your own head, and shoot twice." The Mediterranean bald man no. 8 raised his pistol tremblingly, pointed it at his head, hesitated for a long time but was unable to shoot, and had no courage to pull the trigger at all. Jiang Yu and the other 4 all stared at man number 8. They were also curious whether man number 8 would be shot in the head. The other onlookers on the field all dared not breathe and stared at player number 8 nervously. In an instant, he became the focus of the whole field. At this moment, the pig-faced masked man who was watching the show on the stage raised the microphone and said, "Player number 8, please shoot. If you don't shoot within 3 seconds, the collar on your neck will explode." Hearing this, bald man no. 8 no longer dared to hesitate. He closed his eyes tightly, squeezed his face into a ball, and was extremely frightened. He pulled the trigger twice in a row at his head as if he was ready to die. He really couldn't bear this kind of torture anymore. Either he died quickly or he didn't die at all. After 2 crisp sounds of trigger being pulled, the bald man number 8 was still sitting on the chair intact. He put the gun back on the table and collapsed, almost sliding off the chair. Sweat seeped out of his body and his clothes were soaked. His expression showed some excitement, but also some lingering fear. He never wanted to play this game again in his life, but when he thought about the next 4 rounds, he felt a little desperate. The players watching were somewhat disappointed, as they had changed without realizing it, but they themselves were completely unaware. They have become more bloody, cold-blooded, and violent. Everyone hopes that others will be eliminated quickly, so that they can win the final championship and leave here with 10 million. Jiang Yu and others also breathed a sigh of relief as player number 8 had made a good start. It seems that if you fire less times, it won't be that easy to get shot. The pig-faced masked man was a little unhappy. He raised the remote control microphone to his mouth and said, "Dear players, I am really impatient. I will add a temporary rule. Each person has 10 seconds to shoot. If you haven't shot after 10 seconds, the collars around your necks will explode." The words of the pig-faced masked man made Jiang Yu and others feel depressed. No matter who it was, if they wanted to shoot themselves in the head, they would always be very hesitant and unable to do it. Don't dare to shoot until you are mentally prepared. And this little buffer time was also taken away by the man in the pig-faced mask. Everyone felt an extremely suffocating sense of oppression. Shoot, and you might die. If you don't shoot, the collar will explode and you will die anyway. It was as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was suspended above their heads and could fall at any time. Next, it was number 20's turn to shoot. The bull-headed referee looked at no. 20, but before he could say anything, number 20, the dark-skinned middle-aged man, had already raised his pistol. He shot himself twice in the head without hesitation, as if he was determined to die. Jiang Yu and others were a little surprised and couldn't help but look at him with admiration. The other players watching also applauded. His expression was calm as he put the pistol back on the table, as if he was doing something insignificant and normal, like eating. Then, the bull-headed referee looked at number 2, the internet celebrity model with long legs. At this moment, someone off the court recognized number 2 and exclaimed, "Hey, I remember now, isn't that Yang Lily? She was a very popular internet celebrity a few years ago." "Oh, yeah. Now that you mentioned it, I remember that the internet celebrity, who was very popular on the short video platform for singing and dancing, suddenly disappeared in recent years. How come she is here too? What big internet celebrity? She was banned a long time ago. Oh my god, I'm playing games with a big internet celebrity. The players off the field were talking about it. The bull-headed referee said, "Player number 2, please raise your pistol, aim at yourself and shoot once." Beauty number 2 hurriedly picked up the pistol, pointed it at her head, hesitated for a few seconds, and dared not pull the trigger. At this moment, she felt that the 10 seconds were almost up, and suddenly remembered what the pig-faced masked man said, that if she didn't shoot, the collar would explode. She didn't have time to think and pulled the trigger immediately. The next moment, as number 2 pulled the trigger, a crisp gunshot rang out, and her head was instantly pierced by the bullet, and she fell on the table. Her face was pale, her eyes were wide open, and blood continued to flow out, covering nearly half of the table like a blooming blood-stained flower. At this moment, Jiang Yu and the other 4 felt a chill all over their bodies. Seeing this scene, almost every player watching shuddered. The entire space was filled with deathly silence. This bloody scene irritated their nerves. Everyone realized once again that this was an extremely cruel death game. Jiang Yu and the others were silent. They didn't expect that she would be shot dead with just one shot. Such a low probability had happened to her. No. 2 was eliminated in the first round. She didn't even have the chance to use the exclusive prop card she redeemed before she was gone. Then, before everyone could recover from the shock, the bull-headed referee had already looked at the little boy No. 34 as if the scene just now was nothing special. But for number 2, the sun will still rise normally tomorrow, but she will never see it again. Player number 34, please raise your pistol and shoot yourself in the head twice. The bull-headed referee said indifferently. Jiang Yu and the other 3 also looked at the little boy number 34. Everyone held their breath, hoping that number 34 had been shot dead. At this moment, their hearts were occupied by demons. What did it matter even if the person sitting there was just a teenager? Because, if 2 more people die on the field, the game will end. The remaining players will win and won't have to shoot themselves in the head anymore. Who wouldn't want to end this nightmare game as soon as possible? Little boy number 34 raised the pistol, pointed it at his head, hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, and pulled the trigger. The moment he pulled the trigger, he shuddered and lost his grip on the gun, causing it to fall to the ground. This time, no bullet was fired and everything was safe. He quickly picked up the pistol and pointed it at his head again. Perhaps he was worried that the shooting time would exceed 10 seconds, so he hesitated for a moment before pulling the trigger. As the sound of the trigger being pulled rang out, everyone's heart was in suspense, but disappointingly, nothing happened. The little boy let out a long sigh, calmed himself down, and put the gun back on the table. Jiang Yu frowned. He was not sure whether the little boy was acting. Judging from his performance in the first game, he was a very bad boy. It is very likely that he has no bullets in his gun, but he deliberately pretends to be scared to give others the illusion that there are bullets in his gun. In this way, the probability of being questioned in the next round is much lower. Then the bull-headed referee looked at Jiang Yu and said in a cold tone, "Player number 6, please raise your pistol, aim at your own head and shoot once." Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Yu raised his pistol. He was also a little hesitant. In the last 2 or 3 seconds, he pulled the trigger. Nothing happened because there was no bullet in his gun. From the perspective of others, they couldn't tell whether Jiang Yu had loaded bullets into the gun because his acting was so realistic. Next, it was the turn of number 26, the yellow-haired boy. The bull-headed referee looked at number 26, and before he could say anything, the latter raised his gun and pointed it at his head. Damn it, life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. After the yellow-haired boy cursed, he closed his eyes and shot himself twice in the head. Still safe and sound, he put down the pistol triumphantly. But in Jiang Yu's opinion, he didn't know whether he was really so skilled and brave that he was ready to die, or whether there was no bullet in the gun at all. Who knew? The bull-headed referee glanced at everyone, raised the reloading phase sign again, and said, "Now it's the second round reloading phase. The rules are the same as before. Players, please reload your bullets. If there are any players using prop cards, please raise your hands." Jiang Yu and the other 4 did the same as before. Each of them loaded bullets under the round table. However, they could only see one action and had no way of telling whether others had loaded bullets. This time, Jiang Yu still didn't load bullets into the gun. He planned to be on the safe side and put a 2 on the dice. In the previous round, others chose 2 points and were not questioned. If he continues to place 1 point, it will be very troublesome if the subsequent points are difficult to recover. After everyone finished reloading and put their pistols back on the table, the bull-headed referee raised the dice session sign, and soon everyone placed the dice numbers in front of them. This time, Jiang Yu chose to place 2 points. Then, the bull-headed referee held up the sign of questioning session and signaled everyone to show the number of their dice. Everyone took their hands away. Jiang Yu looked at the dice numbers of other people. Player no. 8, a bald man with a Mediterranean style, chose 1 this time. Jiang Yu remembered that he chose 2 points in the last round. It seemed that he was scared, so he was more conservative this round. No. 20, the dark-skinned middle-aged man, chose 1. Number 34, the little boy, chose 2. Number 26, the yellow-haired boy, chose 2. For the other 3 players, the numbers on the dice were exactly the same as in the previous round. It seems that they have tasted the sweetness. Jiang Yu frowned. If this continued, the situation would be very unfavorable to him. Are there any players who choose to question it? The bull-headed referee looked at everyone and asked. At this time, the yellow-haired boy number 26 suddenly raised his hand, took out a prop card from his pocket, handed it to the bull-headed referee, and said, "Referee, I want to use the prop card." The others were a little surprised and looked at No. 26. Before the game started, number 26 exchanged 2 prop cards. Unexpectedly, he took them out and used them in the second round instead of keeping them as a trump card at the end. The bull-headed referee took the prop card handed over by number 26, glanced at the content on it, and said, "You can use this B-level prop card spy. The skill is to check whether any player on the field has bullets in his gun and get priority to question. Please choose the target to use it." Damn it, I choose number 6. Last round he put it at 1, this round he put it at 2. I bet there's no bullet in his gun. The yellow-haired boy slapped the table and pointed at Jiang Yu excitedly, as if he had turned into a master of reasoning. Jiang Yu's heart sank. He didn't know whether this young boy was a blind cat that had caught a dead mouse, but he actually caught it. The B-level prop card has been used successfully. Please give me the pistol, No. 6. The bull-headed referee looked at Jiang Yu and reached out for his pistol. Jiang Yu had no choice but to hand the pistol to the bull-headed referee. He had no way to resist. The bull-headed referee took Jiang Yu's pistol, opened the magazine, took a look, and said, "Number 6's pistol has no bullets. Does number 26 want to question it?" "Ha ha ha, I guessed it right. I question number 6. I bet there are no bullets in your gun," number 26 said excitedly. The bull-headed referee returned the pistol to Jiang Yu and said, "Please show the pistol wheel to player 6. Jiang Yu could only open the wheel of the pistol, and the magazine inside was empty, without a single bullet. Player number 26 successfully challenged. "Player number 6, please load 1 bullet now." The man in the bullhead mask stared at Jiang Yu and gave orders with cold words. Jiang Yu sighed, and under everyone's gaze, he took out a bullet from his pocket, put it into the roulette wheel, spun it, closed the gun, and put it back on the table. The players watching around were talking about it. "I didn't expect the dice to be at 2, and there was no bullet. Tusk, if it were you, would you dare to fire those 2 shots? Yeah, if you're unlucky, you'll go straight to hell just like No. 2. The bull mask took out a stack of prop cards and said to number 26, "Player number 26 successfully questioned and received a prop card. Please draw randomly." The yellow-haired boy No. 26 excitedly stepped forward and drew a prop card from it. After drawing it, he raised his middle finger to Jiang Yu and taunted, "Number 6, I know that I kicked you in the last round, and you will definitely mess with me this time, so I, your grandfather, will strike first. Let's see who dies first." Jiang Yu looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. At this moment, he was thinking that he had a luck bonus and was currently a European emperor. Even if a bullet was really loaded into his body, he might not die after firing 2 shots. He was considering whether to use the S-level snatch card to directly snatch the 2 prop cards from No. 26, seeing that he looked like he deserved a beating. No, if you endure for a while, everything will be calm. If you take a step back, you will get angrier the more you think about it. If anyone targets him, he will retaliate tenfold. This is his principle in this game. Jiang Yu took out the prop card directly from his arms, raised his hand, and signaled. Referee, I want to use this S-level prop card. The target object is number 26. As he said, he looked at number 26 with a bit of provocation. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. As soon as the words came out, everyone around was shocked. Oh my god, why does number 6 have so many S-level item cards? Yeah, I remember he used an S-level ranking exchange card last time. He really is the king of Europe. How can we play this game? The yellow-haired boy number 26 was completely confused. The new prop card he just got wasn't even warm yet, and he only saw the 3 words, 2 bursts on it. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, he suddenly had a bad feeling. The bull-headed referee took the item card, glanced at the content on it, and said, "This S-level item card is a snatch card. It can be used at any time. When triggered, the effect is to randomly snatch 2 item cards from other players. If the opponent only has 1 item card, only one will be snatched. Please choose the one to use." After the Minotaur referee finished reading out the function of the item card, all the surrounding players were excited. This prop carder is too amazing. Oh my god, using this card is really disgusting. How despicable, there is a prop card with this function. The yellow-haired boy number 26 stood there with his mouth wide open and his eyes dull. He could never have imagined that number 6 would have such a perverted S-level item card. He originally had 2 prop cards, and he used one. After successfully questioning Jiang Yu, he got another prop card. The prop card he just got was snatched away before he could even warm it up. Who understands this kind of pain? The bull-headed referee looked at the yellow-haired boy no. 26 and stretched out his hand to ask for it, saying, "Player number 26, player number 6 used an S-level prop card on you, and the effect is snatch. Please take out all the prop cards on you and give them to me." The yellow-haired boy number 26 clenched his fists and stared at Jiang Yu. If he had a knife in his hand at this moment, he really wanted to kill Jiang Yu. At this moment, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He reluctantly took out both of his prop cards and handed them to the referee. The Minotaur took the item card, handed it to Jiang Yu, and said, "The S-level item card function has taken effect. These 2 item cards are number 26's item cards, and the ownership is now transferred to player number 6. Jiang Yu happily took the prop card, glanced at the yellow-haired boy, picked it up and shook the prop card, and said sarcastically, "Then I will accept it with a smile. Good luck in the next game." The lethality of this sentence was so great that number 26 almost stood up and beat someone up. He said to Jiang Yu wittily, "You be ****D. When it's your turn to shoot next, I'll kill you, you son of a b******ch." But the bull-headed referee simply raised his gun and pointed it at the yellow-haired boy, who immediately surrendered and sat down obediently. At this time, Jiang Yu suddenly thought of the big man number 11. This scene is extremely familiar. He secretly glanced at the 2 prop cards he snatched from number 26 and was immediately amused. If these 2 cards were in number 26's hands, there was no telling what disgusting methods number 26 would use to deal with him next. Unfortunately, despite all his calculations, he had not expected that there was such a thing as a snatch card. These 2 prop cards are 2 B-level prop cards. The first prop card is called Double Burst. B-level prop card, 2 bursts. Introduction. For the next 2 shots, you can aim your gun at other players, but the points will still belong to you. There is no need to explain how awesome this card is. For example, if Jiang Yu chooses 2 on the dice, he can shoot at other players at will and earn 2 points for free without any risk. The second prop card calls for bullets. B-level item card, Reload Bullet. Introduction. Before shooting, you can load a bullet into the opponent's pistol. This prop card is best used to deal with others. If the opponent has bullets in his gun, adding another bullet, even if only 1 shot is fired, the probability of being hit will directly increase to 1/3. Jiang Yu thought about it and decided to save the second prop card for the next round, but he could use the first prop card in this round. After the bull-headed referee confirmed that no one had any more questions, he raised the sign for shooting session. Player number 8, the bald man with a Mediterranean style, was the first to shoot. This time, he only needed to fire one shot, but he was still terrified and pointed the gun at his head. After 8 or 9 seconds, he could delay no longer, and the collar was about to explode, so he fired. When the sound of the trigger being pulled was heard, everyone's nerves were instantly tense, but everything was still safe and sound. Number 8 put the gun back on the round table as if he had survived a disaster, clutched the chair tightly, and gasped for breath, as if he had made a great decision. There was a burst of cheers in the field. Everyone's emotions seemed to be ignited by the game. This exciting program could help them vent the pressure in their hearts. Next, it was number 20's turn. The dark-skinned man shot himself in the head without hesitation. This decisiveness even made others doubt whether there were bullets in his gun. But he only fired one shot, and it only scored 1 point, so questioning him is not worth it. The crowd applauded again. Then it was the turn of little boy number 34. He raised the gun again tremblingly and pointed it at his head. This time, after hesitating for a few seconds, he fired 2 shots directly at his head. Then he quickly put the gun back on the table as if it were a hot potato. Then it was Jiang Yu's turn to shoot. He took out a prop card and handed it to the bull-headed referee and said quickly, "Referee, I want to use this double burst prop card." Jiang Yu didn't know whether using the prop card counted within the 10 seconds, but he guessed that it didn't, but he still moved extremely quickly. The yellow-haired boy number 26 on the opposite side stared with his eyes wide open. This double shot prop card belonged to him a few minutes ago. Everyone on the field widened their eyes. They felt that Jiang Yu had endless prop cards on him. Does your family sell prop cards wholesale? He used the newly acquired prop card without hesitation, as if he had no shortage of prop cards at all. The bull-headed referee took the prop card, glanced at it, and said to Jiang Yu, "You can use this prop card. Player number 6, please aim the gun at the target of your choice and shoot twice in total." After that, the bull-headed referee held up the front of the prop card, showed it to the others, and explained, "This prop card is a prop card exclusive to the game Shot at Life, a B-level prop card 2-shot. Use this prop card, and the skill effect will be the next 2 shots, and the muzzle can be aimed at other players." No, 6's dice is 2, so he needs to fire twice. After choosing to use the 2-shot prop card, his gun will be aimed at other players, and he can fire twice in a row. The bull-head referee explained it very clearly, and the other 4 players understood it. At this moment, they all looked at Jiang Yu nervously, fearing that the other party would point the gun at them. Jiang Yu raised his gun with a smile, pointed it at number 8, then turned the gun to no. 26 and stopped, saying, "I'm going to shoot number 26. The bull-headed referee nodded and said, "Okay, the target is number 26. Please let number 6 shoot." The yellow-haired kid no. 26 was fidgeting, staring at Jiang Yu, his whole body shaking. He was not afraid when he shot himself in the head, but when someone pointed a gun at him, he felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. Jiang Yu looked at the yellow-haired boy number 26 and sneered. "Actually, there was no bullet in my gun originally. You put this bullet in it yourself. If you die, you can only blame yourself. You little yellow-haired boy, you like to play dirty, don't you? Retribution has come." The yellow-haired boy number 26 opened his eyes wide and reacted. Yes. If he didn't question Jiang Yu, then the other party's gun would have no bullets. Similarly, if he does not question successfully, he will not get the 2-shot prop card. Then, if the opponent launches the snatch card, he will not get this 2-shot. This is simply a butterfly effect or a chain reaction. Sometimes, reality is so absurd. Number 26 was full of regret at the moment and suddenly thought of a sentence. A dumb person cannot express his suffering. The boy closed his eyes in fear. Jiang Yu held the pistol and looked at him teasingly. When the trigger was pulled, the boy trembled violently and almost fell off the chair. Before he could react, Jiang Yu pulled the trigger again. He was frightened again, but there was still no gunshot. Jiang Yu sighed, put the gun back on the round table, looked at number 26 and said, "Little yellow-haired boy, you are really lucky, but it is hard to say whether you can be so lucky in the next round." The yellow-haired boy opened his eyes and felt his whole body soaked with sweat. He pointed at Jiang Yu and shouted, "Just wait for me. I'm not Zhang Tianhao if I don't kill you today." Jiang Yu spread his hands and said nonchalantly, Wait for you, I'll see how you kill me. Because a bold idea flashed through his mind, he was going to give it a try and play it big. The bull-headed referee raised the sign for reloading phase, glanced at everyone, and said, "Now it is the third round reloading phase. The rules are the same as before. Players, please reload your bullets. If there are any players using prop cards, please raise your hands." He seemed like a cold robot, reading out the rules without emotion and presiding over the game. Jiang Yu's expression was extremely calm. He took out the bullet from the gun under the round table and then loaded another bullet into it. This time, his gun was loaded. After everyone loaded their bullets and put their pistols back on the table, the man with the bullhead mask confirmed that it was complete and raised the dice session sign. Everyone starts placing the dice on the table. After 4 or 5 seconds, everyone's dice had been placed, and as they looked at each other, alertness and vigilance flashed in everyone's eyes. Then, the man in the bullhead mask raised the sign questioning session and entered the questioning session. Everyone showed their dice numbers. Mediterranean man number 8 chose 2 points this time. The middle-aged man number 20 still placed 2 points. Little boy number 34 also 2 o'clock. The yellow-haired boy no. 26 placed 1 point. Just like the previous 2 rounds, everyone remained extremely conservative because, after all, these were real guns and bullets, and firing one more shot meant an increased risk of death. No one wants to become number 2 with that miserable appearance. However, when the other 4 saw the numbers on the dice placed by Jiang Yu, they were stunned, and everyone had an expression of disbelief on their face. I saw that the number on the dice on the round table in front of Jiang Yu was 5. What was the concept? He was about to raise his pistol and shoot himself in the head 5 times. You have to know that the magazine of this revolver can hold up to 6 bullets, so firing 6 shots in a row will inevitably result in death. There is not much difference between firing 5 shots and firing 6 shots. It is almost certain death, unless you are blessed with good luck. Otherwise, who would dare to gamble their life like this? The yellow-haired boy number 26 jumped up first, pointed at Jiang Yu, and said confidently, "Damn it, if you dare to choose 5, I bet there is no bullet in your gun." As he said this, he advised the other 4 people. "Quickly question him, it's too obvious, there must be no bullets in his gun." The bull-headed referee looked at the yellow-haired boy and asked, "Player number 26, please confirm whether you are questioning player number 6. At this moment, number 8, who was originally thinking calmly, seemed to be moved by no. 26's words and raised his hand and said, "I also doubt number 6. I bet there is no bullet in his gun." The bull-headed referee looked at number 8 and nodded, then looked at number 34 and no. 20 and asked, "Are there any other players who question number 6? Little boy number 34 was silent for a moment, shook his head, and chose not to question. The middle-aged man no. 20 also shook his head without questioning. This surprised Jiang Yu a little. He thought that the other 4 people would question him. Unless they were fools, they would not believe that there were bullets in his gun. The bull-headed referee confirmed again. "Players number 8 and number 26, please confirm whether you are questioning player number 6. Number 26 nodded repeatedly. At this moment, number 8 suddenly shook his head. He seemed to regret it again and said, "Forget it. I choose not to question number 6. The yellow-haired boy number 26 immediately felt that he had been fooled. He glared at the bald man number 8 and cursed. "You coward, you have the opportunity to get the prop card, but you don't want it. I really give in." The bull-headed referee nodded to number 8, turned his head and looked at Jiang Yu, and said in a steady voice, "Player no. 6, you are questioned by player number 26 in this round. Please show your pistol roulette." Jiang Yu smiled, and in full view of everyone, he easily opened the roulette wheel of the pistol, revealing a real bullet inside. "Impossible, how could there be bullets in your gun?" The yellow-haired boy number 26 stood up, put his hands on the table, and stared at the pistol in front of Jiang Yu with wide eyes full of disbelief. He originally thought it was a sure-win deal, but who would have thought that there were real bullets in number 6's gun? Isn't he afraid of death? There is 1 bullet in the gun, and you have to shoot yourself in the head 5 times. No. 8 covered his chest and was very grateful. He thought of the function of his exclusive prop card, and a bold guess suddenly emerged in his mind, so he changed his mind temporarily. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. Although the other players watching on the field had been warned by the pig-faced masked man to keep quiet, they once again burst into loud noises and discussions. Oh my God, there are actually bullets in his gun. How dare he do that? My goodness, is this a true gamble of life? It's only the third round, why is number 6 trying so hard? You don't understand this. I've studied number 6 for a long time, he has a lot of prop cards. He must have a trump card to do this. The yellow-haired number 26 is a fool, he is confused by the situation. Indeed, if you think about it carefully, there must be some trickery. The dice is placed at 5, which must be a deliberate trick to deceive others who doubt him. The bull-headed referee looked at number 26 and said coldly, "Number 26 failed in your challenge. Please hand over your pistol to me, and I will put a bullet in it." When the yellow-haired boy number 26 heard this, he almost collapsed on his chair. However, he did not dare to resist. He glared at Jiang Yu with gritted teeth and handed the pistol to the bull-headed referee. After the bull-headed referee took the pistol, he opened the roulette wheel, and under the gaze of everyone, he ruthlessly loaded a bullet into the pistol, and then returned it to the yellow-haired boy no. 26. Jiang Yu also gave the yellow-haired boy number 26 a middle finger. This little yellow-haired guy ambushed me and kicked me in the last game of 100-meter abyss. My butt still hurts a little now, and I don't know if my tailbone is broken. Of course, the bull-headed referee mercilessly loaded a bullet into the pistol and returned it to the yellow-haired boy number 26. Then, the bull-headed referee took out a prop card and handed it to Jiang Yu, saying, "Player number 26 failed to question, and player number 6 received a prop card. Please randomly draw a prop card." Jiang Yu smiled and pulled out a prop card. This scene made the other 4 people stare in amazement. It goes without saying how powerful the prop card is. Little boy no. 34 looked at number 26 with some resentment. This idiot didn't even use his brain and gave a prop card to number 6 for nothing. The difficulty of the game was raised to a higher level, but fortunately, he had a biggest trump card. Then, the bull-headed referee raised the sign of shooting phase, and the third round entered the shooting phase. It was still the bald man number 8 who fired the first shot. He took a deep breath and fired 2 shots at his head. He seemed to have learned from experience that the longer he waited, the more painful it would be, and he wanted it to end sooner rather than later. Fortunately, everything was still safe and sound, and number 8 survived. Those who voted for player number 8 on the field burst into cheers. Then, it was the turn of middle-aged man number 20. He raised the pistol to his head and fired 2 shots again without hesitation. This made Jiang Yu look at him with new eyes. He really wanted to question whether there were bullets in the other party's gun, but he always felt that it was not worth it to question number 20. The other party might really be the kind who was not afraid of death. There was applause again. Next, it was the turn of little boy number 34 to shoot. Just like before, he first looked scared, hesitated for a moment, and then shot himself in the head. Then, after waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, he fired again. Still nothing happened, so he put down the pistol with lingering fear. The next person to fire the gun was Jiang Yu. No one believed that he could survive after firing 5 shots, unless he had some other hidden trick up his sleeve. Everyone was very curious. Sure enough, Jiang Yu raised his hand directly, took out 2 prop cards from his pocket, and handed them to the man in the bullhead mask, saying, "Referee, I want to use these 2 prop cards." As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. It's fine if you just use the prop card, but you use 2 prop cards at once. How can others play? The bullhead referee took the prop card, checked the contents on it, and nodded, saying, "You can use it. This prop card is an A-level prop card exemption. After using it, player 6 does not need to shoot during the shooting phase of this round and will still receive the corresponding points." As soon as the words came out, the others' eyes widened, all showing an expression of disbelief. No, there are such perverted prop cards. How can we play this game? The bald man number 8 said with tears in his eyes. "Damn, no wonder you chose 5. It turns out you have this kind of prop card." The yellow-haired boy no. 26 gritted his teeth in anger, clenched his fists, and pounded on the table. He was about to explode with rage. He felt that he was fooled by Jiang Yu, mainly because Jiang Yu just chose a 5-point. Who could resist questioning this? If no one questioned it, he would have gotten 5 points for nothing even though there were no bullets in his gun, which would instantly widen the score gap, so he had to question it. Little boy no. 34 also took a deep breath and was glad that he did not act rashly. He had originally planned to question it. But suddenly, I remembered that Jiang Yu still had several prop cards. Combined with his performance in the previous game, he must have some kind of confidence, so he put out 5 points. There must be a trick. So he finally did not choose to question Jiang Yu, and the other players watching outside the field were also convinced by Jiang Yu's operation. Oh my god, I thought he was really going to gamble his life. Number 6 is very smart. I knew he was going to use the prop card. It should be said that number 26 and no. 8 are too stupid to see through such a crude scam. Number 6 is obviously setting a trap, which makes people question him. Then, the bullhead referee read out the effect of the second prop card. The second prop card used by player number 6 is a B-level prop card load bullet. During the shooting phase, you can load a bullet into the pistol of any player on the field. Please choose the target player. Jiang Yu sneered and looked at number 26 and said, "Use subject number 26. When number 26 heard Jiang Yu's words, he was so angry that he stood up and glared at Jiang Yu with red eyes, wishing he could cut him into pieces. The rest of the people breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not offend Jiang Yu, otherwise they would be the ones in trouble. After the man with the bullhead mask had confirmed the situation, he reached out to the yellow-haired boy No. 26 for the pistol, and the latter reluctantly handed it over. After the referee took the pistol, he personally loaded another bullet into number 26's pistol under the gaze of everyone. But the angle at which he loaded the bullets was facing backwards, and the other players on the field could not see how many bullets were in gun number 26 at the moment. After reloading, the bull-headed referee returned the pistol to the yellow-haired boy number 26. The dice number chosen by number 26 in this round is 1. However, he questioned Jiang Yu's failure and had just loaded a bullet into the gun, and at this moment, he loaded another bullet into the gun. Even if he had no bullets in the gun before, there were at least 2 bullets in the gun now. Although he only needed to shoot once at the head, the probability of being shot and killed increased greatly. No. 26 stared at Jiang Yu resentfully and looked down at the pistol in front of him. He felt that he would not survive this round, but at this moment, a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. The shooting continues. The bull-headed referee looked at the yellow-haired boy number 26 and said in a tone like a judge in a strict court, "Please pick up the pistol, number 26, point it at your own head, and shoot. Shoot once in total." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow-haired boy number 26 raised the pistol in front of him. He seemed to be very scared. He pointed the pistol at his head with trembling hands and was about to pull the trigger, ready to shoot. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The yellow-haired boy number 26 suddenly stood up, pointed his gun at Jiang Yu, and said with a distorted face, "F***K, I will die with you, and you can mess with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger, but no gunshot was heard. Instead, there was a huge explosion. As everyone watched, the collar around No. 26's neck exploded, destroying half of his body. The pig-faced masked man on the stage suddenly spoke in an extremely cold voice, with a hint of anger in it. I've said before, Rule 2, absolute fairness, everyone must play fair. Here, I am the only one who has the right to judge your life and death. This is the fate of those who break the rules. This tragic scene, once again, evoked horrifying memories for many people. Everyone's nerves were tense again, and everyone reminded themselves not to violate the 4 rules set by the pig-faced masked man. Then, the pig-faced masked man looked at the bull-headed referee and ordered, "Player No. 26 has flouted the rules and will be eliminated directly. The game will continue." The bull-headed referee bowed respectfully, then turned to look at the remaining 4 people at the round table and raised the reloading phase sign again. The 4th round began, and it seemed no different from the first round. The only difference was that there were 2 more corpses on the round table. The blood-stained desktop, player number 2 with a blown-off head, player No. 26 with half of his body blown off, several blood-stained pistols, and 4 surviving but silent gamers. The onlookers also calmed down and dared not make a sound. Under the bright lights, the scene was once very scary and weird. While reloading, Jiang Yu quickly calculated everyone's scores in his mind and analyzed the current situation on the field. The total score of Mediterranean bald man number 8 is 2 plus 1 plus 2 equals 5 points. The dark-skinned middle-aged man number 20 has a total score of 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 6 points. The total score of little boy number 34 is 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 6 points. His number 6 current total score is 1 plus 2 plus 5 equals 8 points. I am currently 2 to 3 points ahead of others. In the next 2 rounds, I must maintain my advantage to get the top 2 places and avoid being eliminated. Moreover, he used all 4 of his item cards: S-level snatch, A-level immunity, B-level double shot, and B-level reloading. There are only 3 prop cards left, namely S-level death-free card and B-level sky eye, and an exclusive prop card for the life-threatening shot that Jiang Yu obtained from the referee after number 26 questioned his failure. He didn't have time to see the function of this prop card. He secretly took it out and glanced at the prop card. B-level prop card, shoot into the air. Introduction. For the next 2 shots, you can shoot at the sky and still get corresponding points. Jiang Yu was immediately delighted. This really was a timely help. Now that he is first in points, he will definitely be targeted by the other 3. The safest way is to load 1 bullet into the gun and then fire 2 shots into the air to securely get 2 points. It's useless for others to question him because there are bullets in the gun. No one questioned him, and during the shooting segment, he would use the prop card and shoot into the air without any life-threatening danger. After loading, the bull-headed referee held up the dice session sign, signaling everyone to start placing the dice. Jiang Yu chose to place 2 points this time. At this moment, he was actually expecting others to question him. After everyone had placed their dice, the man in the bullhead mask held up a sign that said "Questioning Session," and everyone showed the numbers on their dice. Jiang Yu looked at other people's scores. The number on the dice in front of the Mediterranean bald man number 8 is actually 5. He felt a little surprised. How dare the other party put up a 5? This is simply imitating his operation in the previous game. There are only 2 possibilities. First, there were no bullets in his gun. Second, he plans to use the prop card. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu did not act rashly. He did not choose to question, but wait and see. He looked at the other 2 again. The dice number of the middle-aged man, number 20, is still 2. The number on the dice for boy number 34 is 1. Jiang Yu looked at player No. 20, who was sitting there expressionless with a hint of worry on his face. The number on the dice was 2 in every round, which felt very strange. If there were bullets in the gun, how could he be so lucky? He didn't get shot in 3 rounds. If there are no bullets in the gun, then his points won't have much of an advantage, and it's really not worth questioning him. If it is 3 o'clock, Jiang Yu may choose to question. The little boy's operation was even more confusing. This time, he directly placed 1 point. You know, his points were at the bottom. The choice of little boy number 34 is more conservative. Jiang Yu was a little confused. If no one in this round dies, this round is over. The total score of the bald man number 8 is 10 points. The total score of Jiang Yu No. 6 is 10 points. The total score of the middle-aged man number 20 is 8 points. And the total score of the little boy No. 34 is only 7 points. So, unless the little boy chooses to take a big gamble in the 5th round and directly rolls a 4 or 5 on the dice, he will definitely be eliminated. During the questioning session, no one chose to question. The referee Niutu was a little confused. He looked at the 5 points on number 8 and confirmed with Jiang Yu and the others again. Is there any player who chooses to question this game? Jiang Yu and the other 2 shook their heads at the same time. Then, the bull-headed referee raised the sign of shooting phase, and the game entered the shooting phase. No. 8 raised the gun and pointed it at his head again. This time, his expression was not fearful. Instead, he looked at Jiang Yu and the others with pride and laughed. You were all fooled by me. In fact, there are no bullets in my gun. I knew that after I failed to question number 6 in the last game, if I put 5 again, you would definitely not dare to question me. Do you know what psychological gaming is? After saying that, he fired 5 shots at the head without hesitation. Sure enough, everything was safe and sound. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the bald man number 8, who seemed to be a coward before, was actually a great actor. He acted so realistically that even he couldn't see any flaws. The most disgusting thing is that after the questioning session, he mocked Jiang Yu and others and deliberately told them that there were no bullets in the gun. Other players watching also applauded and admired number 8's magical operation. Then it was number 20's turn to shoot, the dark-skinned middle-aged man. He calmly picked up the pistol and fired 2 shots directly at the head. Still, nothing happened. Next was the boy number 34. He raised his pistol, hesitated for a moment, and then shot directly at the head. Still, no gunshot was heard. Finally, it was Jiang Yu's turn. He directly took out his prop card Shoot to the Sky, and after using it, he fired 2 shots at the ceiling. However, surprisingly, there were still no gunshots. This means that even if this prop card had not been used, Jiang Yu would not have been shot to death just now. Perhaps this is also the reason for his luck bonus. The 4th round ends with no one dead. Then, the game entered the 5th and final round. This round will decide the winner. 6 people participate in the game, and only the top 2 people in terms of points can survive. The other 4 will be eliminated and die. In this round, every player will bet everything, and if they lose the game, it means the end of their life. The bull-headed referee raised the reloading phase sign again. This would be the last reloading. Jiang Yu glanced at the 3 people, pondered for a moment, and did not load bullets into the gun, but he still made the same fake reloading action as before. The bald man number 8 seemed to be thinking about something, with his hands under the round table, and he had not put the gun back on the table. The middle-aged man number 20 had finished reloading the gun and put it back on the table. The little boy number 34 had also finished reloading the gun and put it back on the table. Then, Jiang Yu put the gun back on the table with a serious look on his face. Finally, the bald man No. 8 also put the gun back on the table. Then, the bull-headed referee raised the sign for dice session. In the final round, every player had a solemn expression, and they lowered their heads to fiddle with the dice in their hands, carefully considering the number of points on the dice. At the same time, they pretended to look up at others inadvertently. As their eyes crossed, it seemed that everyone seemed to have his or her own ulterior motives, except for No. 20, his expression was still extremely calm, and he seemed not to care about the outcome of the game at all, which was very strange. Jiang Yu pondered for a long time and placed the dice at 5. After everyone had finished placing the dice, the man in the bullhead mask raised a sign that read, Questioning Session. The game entered the 5th round, the questioning phase. Everyone took their hands away, revealing the numbers on the dice in front of them. Jiang Yu looked at the dice numbers of the other 3 people. Bald man number 8 placed 5 points. The middle-aged man number 20 placed 2 points. Little boy number 34 placed 1 o'clock. Jiang Yu looked at the dice numbers of other people and found it a little hard to believe. If that was the case, then as long as no one was shot dead in this round, he would win after the game. But his intuition told him that it couldn't be that simple, because the middle-aged man number 20 has placed 2 points for 5 consecutive games. What is he planning? Moreover, his expression is too calm. The little boy No. 34 is clearly at the bottom of the points list. If he doesn't try hard, he will be eliminated after this game. Number 34 has been sentenced to suspended sentence before and will be punished after 3 games. If he loses this game, he will be eliminated early. But the little boy number 34 looked calm and composed, as if he was not worried at all about losing the game. The scene was very strange for a while. Finally, the bald man number 8 placed 5 points again. What was he planning? In the last round, he openly taunted everyone, saying that his gun had no bullets, teasing 3 people. In this round, he even dared to put up a 5. Is he trying to mix up the real and the fake? However, if there was really a bullet in his gun, he would be the first to fire and would almost certainly die. At this moment, the bald man number 8 took the lead. He took out a prop card from his pocket, placed it on the table with the back facing up, looked at Jiang Yu and the other 2, and sneered, "I have a prop card. I didn't use it in the last round, so I left it for this round. Let's see if you dare to bet whether there are bullets in my gun." He was openly threatening Jiang Yu and the other two. His gun may actually have bullets in it, and he can use prop cards, such as the immunity prop card that Jiang Yu used before, so he doesn't have to shoot. If anyone else dares to question him and fails, they will load a bullet into the gun. Of course, even though his prop card was useless and there were no bullets in the gun, everyone was frightened by him and no one questioned that he had achieved his goal. He could fire 5 times without getting hit. This is a psychological game that tests one's courage greatly. Jiang Yu also placed 5 points. He was betting on the last round and that each player's dice number should be higher. Because if you want to win the game, you have to do this. If the points are large, the risk of questioning others will increase significantly, and most players will tend to be conservative. For example, if you have 4 points and fail to question other players, and another bullet is added to the gun, you will almost certainly die. The scene fell silent for a while, and no player chose to stand up and question. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, took out a prop card, handed it to the bullhead referee, looked at player 8 and said, "I want to use this prop card for player 8. See what the prop card on his table is." The bullheaded referee took the item card, nodded, and read out. Player number 6 uses the B-level item card, Divine Eye. The skill effect is to check one item card of other players. Please ask number 8 to hand the item card on his table to number 6 for inspection. Bald man number 8 glared at Jiang Yu. He didn't expect Jiang Yu to have a prop card with this function. He looked a little helpless and handed the prop card to Jiang Yu very reluctantly. Jiang Yu took the prop card and took a look at it and took a breath. He didn't expect that the other party had a prop card with this function. Fortunately, he did not choose to question it. A-level item card, bribery. Introduction. Use this card during the shooting phase to bribe the referee and take out a bullet from the pistol. In this round, the opponent's gun must have bullets. If you choose to question it, you will definitely fail. Then, you have to add a bullet into the gun, and the other party will also get a prop card. When it comes to the shooting phase, if the opponent uses this prop card to take out the bullets from the gun, he will definitely survive until the end of the 5th round. At the same time, his total score was also 15 points, ranking first like himself. Unexpectedly, this seemingly timid bald man number 8, who looks honest, is actually so shrewd. Jiang Yu calmly returned the prop card to player number 8, then sat up straight again with a meaningful smile. The scene fell silent again. Other players noticed that Jiang Yu did not question after looking at the player prop card of no. 8, therefore, other players remained silent and also chose not to question. The middle-aged man number 20 and the little boy number 34 seemed indifferent to Jiang Yu's high scores. This made Jiang Yu feel a little uneasy. After confirming that no one had any questions, the bullheaded referee raised the sign for shooting session. The game enters the 5th round, the final round of shooting. Sure enough, just as Jiang Yu thought, the bald man no. 8 proudly handed the prop card to the referee, and after using the prop card, he took out a bullet from the gun. This action immediately caused other players to exclaim in surprise. Then he fired 5 shots at the man's head with a blank gun without any hesitation. After the shooting, he stood up, raised his fists, and cheered. "I won this game, ha ha ha." Those who voted for player no. 8 also excitedly celebrated together. The bullheaded referee raised his gun and pointed it at player number 8, saying coldly, "The game is not over yet. Player number 8, please go back to your seat." Bald man no. 8 sat back in his seat angrily. In his opinion, he had already won the game, and what happened to others had nothing to do with him. Then, it was the turn of the middle-aged man number 20 to shoot. He still shot the man in the head twice without hesitation, and nothing happened. Little boy number 34 also raised his gun and shot himself in the head. This time, he stopped acting, there was no fear on his face, and it seemed that there were no bullets in his gun. Finally, it was Jiang Yu's turn. He raised the pistol, pointed it at his head, and fired 5 shots with the same expressionless face. There was no bullet in the gun at all. Because this is the last round, there is no need to continue. Game over. The bullheaded referee announced that the total score calculation had begun, and the atmosphere in the air became somewhat tense. At this tense moment, the middle-aged man no. 20 suddenly raised his hand, took out a prop card from his arms, and handed it to the bullhead referee without hesitation. "Referee, I want to use this prop card." His voice was calm and firm. This sudden action made Jiang Yu's heart sink. He had already had an ominous premonition that kept lingering in his mind, because the whole game went too smoothly, which made him feel extremely uneasy. He couldn't understand the strange behavior of number 20. At this moment, he finally understood that the other party was about to reveal his ultimate trump card. The bull-headed referee took the card and said in a low voice, "This is a sea-level card. The skill effect is to transfer all the points of the user to any player. Please tell me which player you choose to transfer the points to." The middle-aged man, number 20, gazed at the little boy now, 34, lovingly, and said, "Transfer all my points to number 34. These words were like a bombshell, instantly silencing the entire venue. Jiang Yu and other players were deeply shocked. The other players watching were also at a loss. When the little boy number 34 heard this, his eyes turned red and tears welled up in his eyes. He looked up at the middle-aged man number 20 and said in a trembling voice, "Dad, I'm sorry." Number 20 smiled and sat down and said to number 34 encouragingly, "Ziofen, do your best in the next game and try your best to survive." Jiang Yu recalled every detail of the past, as if everything became clear at this moment. In the first game of rock, paper, scissors, after the little boy number 34 won, he seemed to take the initiative to walk to the side of the middle-aged man, number 20. He caught a glimpse of it at the time, but paid no particular attention to it. The onlookers also admired silently that in this cruel death game, there were people who were willing to sacrifice themselves just to keep their son alive, even if it was just to live one more day to get that slim chance of survival. This might be the true meaning of fatherly love. Finally, the total points were calculated and the bull-headed referee solemnly read out the scores of the 4 players. Player 34, 18 points. Player 8, 15 points. Player 6, 15 points. Player 20, 0 points. Then, he glanced at Jiang Yu and the bald man and said, "Player number 6 and player number 8 have the same score and are tied for second place. Now we are going to have a tiebreaker to decide the winner." The rules of the finals have been changed as follows. The loading phase and questioning phase have been cancelled. I will directly load a bullet into each player's pistol, and after the dice phase, the shooting phase will proceed directly. At the round table, Jiang Yu and the bald man know. 8 looked at each other, their eyes were burning with raging fire, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other. The final game is about to begin, which will determine the life and death of the two. At the end of the battle, all the cards have been used up and both sides have exhausted all their chips. The watching players also held their breath. The scene was very tense for a time, and the most exciting scene was about to come. The bull-headed referee raised the sign for extra game for the first time. The extra round officially begins. The bull-headed referee walked behind the beauty number 2, picked up the blood-stained dice in front of her without any care, and placed it between Jiang Yu and the bald man No. 8, then, he said coldly, "In the extra round, please ask players 6 and 8 to roll the dice again. The one with the lower score will shoot first." In this tense atmosphere, Jiang Yu and the bald man No. 8 exchanged glances, as if they could feel each other's tension and anxiety, and no one reached out to pick up the dice first. Jiang Yu was thinking at this moment. He began to recall everything that had happened before, and that feeling that something was wrong emerged again. What is the purpose of the pig-faced masked man designing this game? To test luck and courage. Jiang Yu began to recall the things that made him feel wrong. He quickly connected all the clues, trying to solve the mystery. First, the pig-faced masked man announced the rules like this. "This is a game that tests your intelligence and courage. Good luck to you." He never mentioned the word luck, but luck is clearly a bigger factor in this game. Could it be that this game had nothing to do with luck, but number 2 was clearly shot dead? She only fired 1 shot and died unlucky, and this was a fact witnessed by everyone. Second point, why has no one been shot since the second player who was shot died? Did they not put bullets in the gun, or was it just luck? But in the whole 5 rounds, only player 2 was shot and killed. Moreover, after being questioned by number 26, Jiang Yu put a bullet into the gun and then fired 2 shots at number 26. There were real bullets in that gun. Logically speaking, the probability of number 26 being shot was quite high. However, number 26 was still safe and sound. The third point is that the name of this game is A Shot at Life. Is there a possibility that no one would ever imagine? Is it really like that? At this moment, he already had the answer in his heart. Next, it's time to verify by shooting. If the final result is what he expected, then the truth will be revealed. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu took a deep breath, reached out and picked up the dice. His eyes revealed determination and threw the dice out casually. The dice spun on the table and became the focus under the light. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment when the dice stopped. Finally, the dice stopped it too. When the bald man number 8 saw this scene, he was delighted. He instantly became confident, picked up the dice from the table, shook it in his hand, prayed silently in his heart, and then threw it out. The dice finally stopped at 4. The bull-headed referee stared at the dice intently. When the dice stopped spinning, he announced loudly, "Player number 6's dice number is 2, and player number 8's dice number is 4. The order of shooting is number 6, no. 8. He took the pistols in front of the two people in turn, and under the gaze of all the players, he personally put a bullet into the pistol, then turned the roulette wheel, closed it, and put the pistol back in its place. Jiang Yu and bald man number 8 stared down at the pistols in front of them. They were still their original pistols, but one thing was certain, there was a real bullet in each gun. The last extra round is a real gamble of life, which is even more tense and exciting. Then, the bull-headed referee raised the sign for dice session. Jiang Yu covered the dice with his left hand and began to place the points on the dice with his right hand. At the same time, he stared at player number 8 with an imposing manner, as if putting pressure on the opponent, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bald man number 8 was a little panicked at the moment. He was in a difficult situation where he couldn't make a decision. This dilemma tormented him. He shoots from behind player 6, and the points cannot be too big, otherwise, if the opponent is not hit, he will have to shoot himself in the head. The points cannot be too small either, otherwise, if the opponent has a large point and is not hit, he will be eliminated anyway. For example, if player 6 chose point 1 and he chose point 3, player 6 would be fine if he fired 1 shot, but he would have to fire 3 shots, and the probability of hitting the target is exactly half. No matter how high your score is, what's the point of dying in the game? The final winner is still number 6. A score that is too low is not good either. For example, if the opponent chose 4 points and he chose 3 points, the opponent is lucky and does not die after 4 shots. Regardless of whether he is hit or not, he will be eliminated in the end. Bald man number 8 scratched his head fiercely with his right hand, looking worried. A few more hairs fell out from the slightly bald spot. He looked up at Jiang Yu and found a strange smile on the other person's lips, which made him shudder. This madman can actually laugh during such a tense game. Finally, player 8 placed 3 points. After the two finished placing the dice, the bull-headed referee raised the sign of shooting session, looked at the two indifferently, and said, "Now it's the shooting session. Both parties, please show your dice points at the same time. According to the shooting order, player number 6 will shoot first." They both took their hands away at the same time and looked at each other's dice numbers. Jiang Yu looked at the other person's table and saw that the dice number of the bald man 8 was 3. After seeing the number on Jiang Yu's dice, the bald man number 8 stood up with his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost. He was puzzled at first, then he burst into laughter with a crazy expression. The bald man number 8's wild laughter echoed in the field. He suddenly stopped laughing, looked at Jiang Yu, and said, "You dare to choose 6. Are you eager to die?" Jiang Yu glanced at him and said calmly, "None of your business." "Ha ha ha, fine, fine. Let's see how long you can keep being stubborn. You actually handed the victory to me." Bald man number 8 was not angry, but smiled proudly. The other players watching were also stunned. When they saw the numbers on the dice placed by Jiang Yu, a burst of noise broke out in the venue. No one guessed that Jiang Yu's dice number was 6. What a concept! He needed to shoot himself in the head 6 times. Just now, the bull-headed referee loaded a bullet into the gun with his own hands, and everyone witnessed the scene. 6 shots and death is certain. "Oh my God, number 6 is crazy. How dare he put a 6 o'clock? Yeah, 6 o'clock means he will be shot in the head 6 times. He will definitely lose. It must be that his wife died before him and he didn't want to live anymore, so he chose this way to end his life. Indeed, that makes sense. It would be better to shoot yourself to death rather than endure this torture and participate in this tragic game. The players watching were talking about it. The pig-faced masked man uttered a cold voice again, maintaining order on the field, and everyone fell silent. Jiang Yu picked up the gun, pointed it at his head, and the smile on his lips deepened. Among the crowd, some were worried about him, some were puzzled by him, and some were discussing his courage or madness. Jiang Yu's hand was on the trigger. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent, with the sounds of breathing and heartbeats intertwined. His finger gently squeezed the trigger, faster and faster. 1 shot. 2 shots. 3 guns. 6 shots. He fired 6 times at the head, but no gunshot was heard. Jiang Yu put the gun back on the table, smiling even more happily. He made the right bet, and that bold guess was correct. The onlookers were stunned, and the bald man number 8 was even more shocked. Why? He shot himself in the head 6 times, how come he didn't die? Bald man number 8 was at a loss. He couldn't understand what was going on. Jiang Yu stood up with a smile, looked at player number 8, picked up the pistol in front of him, and said calmly, "You have already lost. Do you want to know why? I will tell you the answer now, so that you can die with a clear mind." Jiang Yu spoke. He glanced at the pig-faced masked man, but the other man was just standing on the platform with his hands behind his back, as if he was just watching a show and didn't mind Jiang Yu's behavior at all. Therefore, the bull-headed referee did not stop it. This game is called Shot at Life. The rules explained earlier seem very complicated. The game is divided into 4 parts, testing the player's judgment and decision-making. But in fact, this game is not that complicated at all. Jiang Yu paused, smiled deeply, and continued. At the beginning of the game, I checked every gun. It turned out that the pistol taken by player No. 2 seemed to be slightly heavier than the other 5 pistols. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, until later, when I discovered that after number 2 died, no other players were shot dead. Bald man No. 8 stood up, stared at Jiang Yu, and said with gritted teeth, "What on earth do you want to say? Don't keep me in suspense. Let me die with a clear mind." Jiang Yu smiled slightly and continued, "There are many more clues to support this. I won't go into detail. In fact, the name of this game is Gamble Your Life with a Shot. This is what it really means. There is only one truth, that is, only one gun can shoot real bullets. No matter how many times you shoot other pistols, no bullets will be fired. It's a life or death bet. Whoever gets this pistol will surely die. This only pistol was taken away by the unlucky player too, so she was shot and killed at the beginning." Jiang Yu pointed at the pig-faced masked man and said confidently, "So, when he announced the rules, he said this was a game that tested your intelligence and courage. Because, when player 2 dies, the remaining 5 people will be absolutely safe. It all depends on who discovers the secret first and who has greater courage. Because no matter where you choose or how many shots you fire, you won't be shot to death." After Jiang Yu finished speaking, everyone felt a chill all over their body. It turned out that they were all misled by the man in the pig-faced mask. Oh my God, that's how it is, I understand. Number 6 is so smart. How did he come up with this idea? I don't dare to take that risk. He actually dared to shoot himself in the head 6 times. What courage does that take? The other players were shocked by Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu never took the initiative to question other players from beginning to end. First, he was constantly thinking about the real intention of the man with the pig-faced mask. Second, he was worried that if he questioned others, he would be countered by other people's prop cards. It would be better to take the defensive approach and always keep the initiative in his own hands. If he chooses to question others, they still have hidden cards. For example, if he is questioned about the damage transfer or rebound after success, he will be put in a passive situation. Moreover, prop cards can be given as gifts and transferred, and the number of prop cards owned by each person is unknown, so he must eliminate all uncertainties. The bald man number 8 opened his eyes wide. With a skeptical attitude, he picked up his pistol, pointed it at his head, and fired 3 shots. Sure enough, everything was safe and sound. Then, he fired 3 more shots at the roof in disbelief. Still, no gunshots were heard. He slumped in the chair. He had completely lost the game. At this moment, the pig-faced masked man on the podium clapped and said with a smile, "Haha, Player 6, your analysis is correct and brilliant. Congratulations on your victory in this game." Then, the pig-face mask announced the final ranking of the life-threatening shot game. Player number 34 ranked first, and player number 6 won the extra game and ranked second. He raised the remote control in his hand, showing a sly smile under his mask, and said, "Since the game is over, let's say goodbye to the 3 players. Unfortunately, they have all been eliminated." As he spoke, he pressed a number on the remote control in his hand. The scene suddenly became extremely tense. Many players closed their eyes in fear. Everyone's nerves were stimulated to the extreme. That familiar scene, like a horrific stage play, was performed here again. First, it was the middle-aged man, number 20. The metal collar on his neck made a shrill alarm sound. The little boy, number 34, cried and wanted to rush forward, but the middle-aged man no. 20 smiled and reached out to stop him. A huge flame was accompanied by a deafening explosion, and half of the body of number 20 was blown to pieces. Then, the bald man number 8 was eliminated in the same way. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, and the golden seed seemed to grow bigger again. At the same time, it sent a message to Jiang Yu: the host's intelligence and luck were greatly improved. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes filled with more and more confidence. In this 50-man death game, he must persevere and achieve ultimate victory. His lovely daughter, Yin Yin, is still waiting for him outside. Next is the winner's reward session. Players number 6 and number 34, please draw a prop card each. The man with the pig face mask gave an order, asking his men to deliver the prop cards to Jiang Yu and the other man. Jiang Yu and the little boy number 34 each drew a prop card from the pile of prop cards brought by the man with the bullhead mask, and put them in their pockets. Then, on the high platform, the pig-faced masked man opened his arms, looked at the players below, and said, "Very good. Now there are 39 players left. Each of you is one step closer to the jackpot of tens of millions. Tonight, to celebrate, I have arranged a sumptuous dinner. Players can enjoy it and then go back to your rooms. Remember, you must return to your room before midnight. By the way, the game tomorrow night is called Saw." After the pig-faced masked man finished speaking, there was a commotion among the crowd below. In just a few days, 11 people were eliminated. Moreover, the people who had been eating bread and drinking mineral water for the past few days actually looked at the pig-faced masked man with some gratitude after hearing his words, with anticipation for a big meal in their eyes. Some even kept bowing in thanks, as if they were suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. After the pig-faced masked man left the stage, his men soon came out one after another from a small iron door in the corner, pushing food carts filled with all kinds of delicious dishes. There is a roasted suckling pig on the cart, with golden and crispy skin wrapped around tender, juicy, and sweet meat, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Knives and forks are placed on the side, waiting for people to enjoy this work of art. In addition, there is even scallop king crab baked rice, which exudes the aroma of seafood and gives a rich taste. In addition, round tables were brought out and placed in the hall, and the food was placed on the round tables for people to choose from. These delicacies are placed on the table, exuding an alluring aroma that makes people salivate. Each dish is unique, full of various flavors and layers, making people unable to stop. Immediately, a player rushed over, picked up the plate, put the food on his own plate, then found an empty seat, sat down, and started to feast on the food. For example, the first to take action was fat man number 5 Yi Tengwen. Jiang Yu had a good impression of him, so he picked up some barbecue, took a glass of red wine, and sat next to him. As soon as he sat down, fatty number 5 Yi Tengwen lowered his head and whispered, "I went outside the gate last night." These words instantly made Jiang Yu's mind buzz and go blank. He actually managed to escape last night? Then why is he still here? What do you mean? Jiang Yu felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He suppressed his excitement and asked anxiously in a low voice, "Fatty, no." 5 looked around with a sly look in his eyes. After making sure that no one noticed them, he leaned over to Jiang Yu and whispered, I sneaked out last night because I felt that if I continued to participate in the game, I would die sooner or later. I might as well give it a try, just in case I succeeded. And then, what's outside? Jiang Yu took a big bite of the barbecue and asked softly with his head down. The aroma soaked into every taste bud on his tongue. It had been a long time since he had eaten such delicious food. Yi Tengwen looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he whispered. After going out of the gate, there was a very long corridor. I kept running and running because I was afraid that the collar would explode. When I ran to the end of the corridor, there were dead ends on both sides, and there was only an escalator leading upwards. I grabbed the ladder and climbed up desperately. I don't remember how long I climbed. I was almost exhausted. What I can be sure of is that we are deep underground. I got tired halfway through, so I held onto the escalator tightly during my breaks. Finally, I reached the end, pushed open the iron cover above my head, and after climbing out, I discovered that there was an endless desert outside. Moreover, it was daytime outside, and the sun was scorching hot. Next to the exit stood an iron pole with a piece of white cloth hanging on it fluttering in the wind. It looked as if a line of large red characters were written in blood. Those who enter here will be born into a great son of God. I hesitated. I didn't bring any food or water with me. If I rushed out, I might die of thirst. But I didn't want to go back to that horrible place, so I ran as fast as I could. Do you know what happened? I ran for nearly half an hour with yellow sand flying everywhere. I could hardly open my eyes. I was tired and thirsty. I was half asleep, and I saw the iron pole and the white cloth in front of me again. I actually ran back to the starting point. Then, I was so thirsty that I quickly climbed back along the shaft. Along the way, I didn't encounter any bull-masked guards or that scary iron guy. Yi Tengwen described his horrific experience with lingering fear and still looked a little scared. These words made Jiang Yu somewhat uneasy. He couldn't be sure whether the other party was deceiving him, but he couldn't analyze any useful information from these words. If it is true, as the other party said, there is an endless desert outside, and you will get lost if you go out. The only way to survive is to stay here and continue to participate in games. Jiang Yu took 2 bites, and the originally delicious food became tasteless. He looked around and caught a glimpse of Dr. Luo Jun from room 28 in the distance, sitting at the dining table, enjoying the food with relish, an intoxicated expression on his face. Jiang Yu remembered Dr. Luo's kindness and friendliness, so he picked up the wine glass and walked over with the red wine. At this moment, a handsome young man next to him accidentally knocked over the plate while putting meat on it, which scared Jiang Yu. He immediately fumbled around the table in panic, trying to straighten the plate and clean the table. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and looked at the number behind him. It was player number 4. In such a place, Jiang Yu didn't want to be a good guy, so he simply walked around him, came to Dr. Luo Jun's table, smiled at him, and raised his glass. Dr. Luo Jun, do 1. Cherish the present moment. Dr. Luo wiped his mouth hastily, picked up the wine glass beside him, clinked it with Jiang Yu, and laughed heartily. Don't comfort me anymore. I've let it go. I'm going to fight to get out alive. Jiang Yu nodded and smiled, and they both drank the wine in their hands. Pa, what kind of wine is this, beer or liquor? Why is it so bitter? Dr. Luo Jun frowned. Isn't this red wine? Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment, looked at the wine glass in his hand, and asked in confusion. Oh yes, this is red wine. I'm usually busy with work and don't drink much, so I didn't react at first. Dr. Luo was in a trance for a moment, then smiled and said, Haha, doctors really have a hard life. I guess they rarely drink. Jiang Yu nodded. After a few pleasantries, Jiang Yu returned to the house. Thinking back to what player number 5 said, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Player no. 5 Yi Tengwen tried to escape and succeeded. The other party brought back shocking information. There was a desert outside. The only thing he could do was to continue participating in the game until he won first place and could leave. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu put aside his messy thoughts and took out the prop card he had just obtained. A-level prop card, lie detection card. Introduction. Use this prop card to find out whether other players are lying. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. This lie detection card didn't seem to be very useful, but it was better to have it than not. But he believes that there will always be a time when it works. Then he washed up and went to sleep. The next day, Jiang Yu was woken up by the ringing of the electronic screen at 7:30. He stretched himself and prepared himself to face the upcoming death game in the best mental state. In the room, the familiar broadcast voice sounded again. The game is about to begin. All players please go to the lobby to gather. 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered in the hall again. The hall was empty. Last night's delicious food, dining carts, and dining tables were all gone. Jiang Yu noticed that there were suddenly 5 small iron doors on the originally empty wall, each with some kind of advanced combination lock. The numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are written above the iron gate, and there are some animal patterns painted on the iron gate, including cows, tigers, dragons, chickens, and monkeys. The man with the pig face mask appeared on the platform on time. He looked at the people below, raised the chainsaw, and pressed the switch. The chainsaw started spinning rapidly, looking extremely scary. Then he let out a crazy and piercing laugh. Woohoo, very good, all players are here on time. Next, I will announce the rules in detail, please listen carefully. Game name, Saw, participating players, 5. Game duration, 15 minutes. Game introduction, this round of the game has 5 rooms, numbered 1 to 5. Behind the wall of each room is a row of large electric saws. Before the game starts, each player chooses a room to enter. After the game starts, the room will be automatically locked. After 10 minutes, the chainsaw will come out from the gap in the wall. At this time, the players who are still in the room will have their bodies cut into pieces by the chainsaw. There is an electronic display screen in each room. When the game starts, a question will be displayed on it. Players need to think carefully and get the unlocking code by solving the question. The password is 4 digits. The password lock has 2 attempts to make an error. After 2 errors, the door will be permanently locked and no more attempts will be possible. 15 minutes after the game starts, the iron gate will open automatically. The last player alive will win the game, and the rest will be eliminated. 5 players will be randomly selected for this round of the game. I appreciate players who have courage. If any player takes the initiative to participate, he or she will receive an extra prop card as a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu raised his hand firmly. I sign up. The other players around were shocked and started whispering to each other. This is a death game. Is he crazy? What do you know? Number 6 volunteered so many times and is still alive and well. What does this prove? It means he is the chosen one. Some people have become accustomed to it, just like every time the teacher asks a question. The top students are always the first to raise their hands. At the beginning, the poor students may be shocked, but after a long time, they have become numb. Very good, player number 6 took the initiative to sign up for the game and will be rewarded with an extra prop card. The man with the pig face mask nodded slightly and signaled his men to send a prop card to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took the prop card and took a quick look at it. B-level item card, open door. Introduction. After using this prop card, you can open the door of any player, but you cannot open your own door. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. This prop card seemed to have little effect. He was not a saint, nor a fool. In this game of life and death, he would never help his opponent. Little boy number 34 signed up next. He looked a little worried, presumably because the prop card he won from the last game did not have much effect on him. After the reprieve, he would still be eliminated, and he also received a reward prop card. Anyone else wants to sign up? If no one does, I will randomly select 3 players. The man with the pig-faced mask glanced around and asked again. I'm signing up too. At the same time, I want to use this prop card to activate the Easter egg segment of the death game. At this time, a strong voice sounded from the audience. Everyone looked and saw that the person was number 40. He was not tall, but stood upright and looked particularly energetic. His sleeves were half rolled up, revealing a strong forearm with a conspicuous tattoo on it, an eagle with spread wings. His hair was short and messy, his eyes were calm and sharp, and he had a faint smile on his face, as if he was aware of everything around him. He held up a prop card in his hand and looked at the pig-faced masked man with a firm gaze. The pig-faced masked man sent his men to fetch the prop card. After taking a look at it, he laughed oddly. Ha ha ha, someone actually drew this B-level Easter egg prop card. Great, the Easter egg part of this game has been triggered by a player. Is anyone else signing up? If not, I'll add the rules for the Easter egg segment. No one in the audience spoke anymore. This game, which sounded a bit scary, made many people give up the idea of signing up. In the eyes of many people, actively signing up for the game is undoubtedly a foolish act, because the later you get, the more advantages you have and the greater your chances of winning the championship. In the early stage, the best way is to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers. As long as you are not selected to participate in the death game, you are very lucky. Moreover, many people think that the extreme pain of being cruelly cut into pieces by a chainsaw is not as pleasant as being eliminated by a collar after failing the game. Seeing that no one was willing to sign up, the man with the pig face mask signaled his men to hand the prop card to number 40, and then began to read out the rules of the Easter egg game. Chainsaw Easter egg session. Because the Easter egg has been triggered, the chainsaw behind the wall of a lucky room will stop working after the game starts. This means that even if the password cannot be cracked, the game player who chooses this lucky room will survive safely to the end and win the game. As for which lucky room it is, you have 5 minutes to choose a room before the game starts, and the clues to the lucky room will be displayed on the electronic screen. It should be noted that only one player can stay in each room. If 2 players stay in a room, deadly poisonous gas will be released immediately after the game starts, and both players will be eliminated. The words of the pig-faced masked man caused a commotion in the audience. This Easter egg segment further increased the players' chances of survival. Next, I will randomly select the remaining 2 lucky players to participate in this game. The man with the pig face mask said, pressing the remote control in his hand. The avatars on the electronic screen scrolled quickly, and first the avatars of Jiang Yu. 6, the little boy number 34 and the player number 40 were fixed. Then, as the avatar selection box scrolled, 2 more avatars were fixed and selected. Congratulations to players number 36 and number 47 for being selected. Please ask the 5 players participating in this game to step forward and start the pre-game preparation phase. The 2 of them stood up reluctantly. I have some impression of player number 47, Jiang Yu. They had participated in the 100-meter abyss game together before. He was strong and had very strong stamina. The only thing that impressed him was that the other person was a fierce, bald man, but the beard on his chin was tied into a small braid, which looked really cute. If player number 14 had not used a high-pressure water gun to shock him, causing him to fall, he might have been able to hold on to the end. Number 36 is the lawyer named Zhang Tianxiang, who wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looks very gentle. He is the UP host of H Station and happened to have participated in the 100-meter abyss game. Jiang Yu recalled that during the 100-meter abyss game, the B***** D lawyer No. 36 threw a stone at his head, causing a big bump that only went away today. Soon, Jiang Yu and 5 other players all stood up, while the rest of the players stood behind, talking and watching the show. Please look at the electronic screen. A question will be displayed on it. The answer will be the number of the lucky room. The man in the pig face mask pointed at the electronic screen. Jiang Yu and the other 4 stared at the electronic screen, on which a simple math problem popped up. However, this question left everyone puzzled. The question on the electronic screen is 1 + 1 =. Jiang Yu and the other 4 looked at each other, each of them with a confused look in their eyes. This question was beyond their expectations. Shit, is it 1 + 1 = 2? The lucky room is room number 2. Player No. 47 scratched his head, touched his mustache with his thumb and index finger, looked at the other 4 people, and said that even though he was facing a life-and-death competition, he couldn't help but communicate with the others. Humph, the answer is not that simple. From the perspective of Boolean algebra, 1 + 1 is still equal to 1. Room 1 could also be the lucky room. The middle-aged man, number 40, snorted coldly and sneered. Haha, from a brain-teaser perspective, 1 + 1 = king. Among animals, the king symbolizes the tiger. Look, there is a tiger painted on the iron door of room 5. Is room 5 the lucky room? Hearing other people's discussion, little boy number 34 chuckled and expressed his own opinion. Stop talking nonsense. If 1 + 1 represents the man and woman in a family, Then having another child would be 1 plus 1 equals 3, right? Then room number 3 could also be the lucky room, said lawyer number 36, Zhang Tianxiang sarcastically. Listening to their quarrel, Jiang Yu felt a little headache. He strode away and walked towards a room at random. He chose room number 4. He felt that instead of guessing the lucky room, it would be better to solve the problem down to earth, which was the right way. After Jiang Yu walked into room 4, he found that it was an empty room. There was an incandescent lamp hanging above his head, emitting bright light that was a bit dazzling. The 4 walls were white and as clean as if they had just been painted. On the left wall hangs a small electronic screen, the size of a TV, and on the back wall there is a row of grooves stacked in a cross shape. It's conceivable that 10 minutes into the game, the chainsaws in these grooves will start up and then hurtle across the room. If the player has not left the room, he will be cut into pieces by a row of electric saws, just like the garbage in the garbage disposal plant, ruthlessly crushed by the machine, and blood will splatter on the white wall. Jiang Yu shuddered at the thought of this scene, but he calmed himself down and prepared to solve the problem. Suddenly, he accidentally discovered that the chainsaw groove near the wall seemed a little different, so he moved closer to observe it. At this time, another person suddenly came into room number 4. Jiang Yu was a little surprised. He turned around and found that the person was lawyer number 36, Zhang Tianxiang. You go out, I picked this room first. No. 36, Zhang Tianxiang stared at Jiang Yu coldly and said with an unfriendly tone. Then, why don't you come in first? You just noticed that I survived every game, so you thought I had some gaming skills, and the room you chose must be a lucky room. Jiang Yu looked at Zhang Tianxiang and said calmly, with some disdain in his tone. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, get out. Number 36, Zhang Tianxiang had a gloomy face. Obviously what Jiang Yu said was right, and he looked a little embarrassed. No way, this is the room I picked first. Don't think I don't know that you are Zhang Tianxiang, up with millions of followers. Your main job is to popularize legal knowledge, and your hobby is to participate in various fighting competitions. There aren't many people here, so you can be shameless, right? Jiang Yu's tone was resolute, and he refused to give in. F***K, you actually know me. Lawyer number 36, Zhang Tianxiang looked a little flustered. He didn't expect to be recognized here. But the next moment, his face became a little angry, and he slammed into Jiang Yu and pushed him out of the room. Jiang Yu nearly fell to the ground. He struggled to stand up and suddenly felt extremely angry. When Jiang Yu stood up, he found that the door of room 4 had been locked. No. 36, Zhang Tianxiang looked at him coldly through the small window of the iron gate, his face expressionless. Jiang Yu felt a hint of anger rising, but he quickly suppressed it. He straightened his clothes, his expression calm and composed, as if he had already made up his mind. He smiled slightly, his eyes full of contempt and confidence, and said to Zhang Tianxiang lightly, You are finished. He glanced at the remaining rooms and found that everyone had already chosen their own rooms. The middle-aged man, number 40, went to room number 1. The strong man, number 47, went to room number 2, little boy no. 34 went to room number 5. Now only room number 3 is empty. Jiang Yu had no choice but to step into room number 3 and close the door. After everyone entered the room, as soon as the time came, the voice of the man with the pig-faced mask was immediately heard from somewhere in the room. Dear players, the game has officially begun. Please look at the electronic screen. In 10 minutes, the chainsaw will start. As soon as the voice fell, the screen in room 3 where Jiang Yu was suddenly lit up, showing a countdown, which had already begun. 09, 59, 32. Below the countdown is a math problem. 1, 1, 12, 24, 365, 86,400. Jiang Yu's mind was spinning rapidly, and countless numbers seemed to have turned into symbols, floating in his mind. These numbers are all ordinary Arabic numerals, 0, 1, 2, 3. They are separated from each other, but also connected to each other. In a flash, he got the answer. This question seemed to have nothing to do with mathematics, but was related to time, arranging time according to the size of numbers. The first one means 1 year, the following 12 represents 12 months, and 365 represents 365 days in a year. The second one means 1 day, the The following 24 means 24 hours, and 86,400 means 1 day, and 86,400 seconds. Year, month, day, hour, second, the only time unit that does not appear is minute. A day is 24 hours, each hour is 60 minutes, 24 times 60 equals 1440 minutes. The answer is 1440. Jiang Yu stretched out his hand to press the combination lock. At this time, he hesitated. Why would the man in the pig-faced mask ask such a simple question? Could the truth be more than that? If the answer is not 1440, what else could it be? Or is it that the essence of this game is not about solving the problem? At this moment, the voice of the pig-faced masked man suddenly sounded in the room, scaring Jiang Yu, who was in deep thought. He looked up in the direction of the speaker in the room. Player number 34 has used the B-level prop card Redemption and Cooperation. The trigger effect is, after entering the correct password, the door of the next player will be opened. For example, if the player in room 1 enters the correct password, the door to room 2 will open. If the player in room 2 enters the correct password, the door to room 3 will open. The intercom on the wall can be used for communication between players. Press and hold the button on the side of the intercom so that players in other rooms can hear it. As soon as the pig-faced masked man said this, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a chill. This means that your destiny is no longer in your own control, and it is the person in room 2, that is, player number 47, who decides your life and death. If the password 1440 he entered was correct, the result would be that he helped Zhang Tianxiang know. 36 opened the door of room 4. He stopped what he was doing. The situation was at a stalemate for a while, which meant that everyone was a link in the chain of life and death. As long as there is one player who is unwilling to enter the correct password, everyone will die here. Similarly, if someone cannot solve the problem, the other 4 people will need to work together to help him solve it. Just then, a man's voice came from the intercom. Everyone, I'm player number 40 in room 1. I want to say that since the rules of the game have changed, it means we need to cooperate sincerely. I hope everyone will put aside personal grudges and work together to overcome the current difficulties. To show my sincerity, I am willing to tell you my occupation and name. My name is Zhou Meng. I used to study computer science, but later, for some reasons, I dropped out of school to join the army. Now I am considered a veteran. I tell you this just to make you believe me. The 5 players all had different thoughts in their minds, but when faced with life and death, reason told them that at this moment, cooperation was the only option for survival. After careful consideration, Jiang Yu picked up the intercom, pressed the button on the side, and said, I am player 6, player 40, what you said makes sense. But if someone chooses to leave alone after the door is opened, the remaining 4 people will be trapped in the room and will eventually be cut alive by a chainsaw. Jiang Yu's voice came through the intercom, and everyone fell into a brief silence. They all realized the existence of this possibility. Someone has to step forward. I am willing to take the risk. I will open the door of room 2 for player 47 first. The firm voice of man number 40 came from the intercom. As soon as man number 40 finished speaking, player number 47 responded quickly on the intercom. I am player number 47 in room number 2. I swear, as long as player number 40 helps me open the door of my room, I will definitely open room number 3. If I don't help him, I will have a miserable death in my next life, get hit by a car when I go out, and give birth to a son without an asterisk hole. Jiang Yu had a cold expression on his face, and Long pressed the intercom button again. I am player number 6 in room number 3. I don't want to help player number 36 in room number 4 to open the iron door, because I originally chose room no. 4, but he kicked me out and occupied my room. There was a hint of dissatisfaction and determination in his tone. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, everyone fell into a brief silence. After a while, the voice of man no. 40 came from the intercom again. Number 36, why did you do this? You should apologize to player 6 and admit your mistake. Only if he is willing to forgive you will we have a chance to cooperate. After another brief silence, the voice of no. 36, Zhang Tianxiang's defense was heard over the intercom. Everyone, I'm player number 36. Actually, I wanted to choose room number 4 from the beginning, but I hesitated for a moment, and then player number 6 got in first. I just had a friendly discussion with him and asked him to leave the room. What do you mean by occupying his room? Does room 4 belong to him? Excuse me, is his name written on the room? However, player number 47 couldn't stand it anymore and angrily interrupted his explanation. How can you be so shameless? If you like it, why don't you go in first? They've already gone in, and you're kicking them out with a bunch of lame excuses. Apologize to them right now, or I'll go out and slap you a few times and teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. In room number 4, no. 36 Zhang Tianxiang's expression was gloomy. His chest was heaving, his face gradually became ferocious, and he said into the intercom, "Haha, do you know who I am? My name is Zhang Tianxiang. I have more than 1 million fans on H Station. You want me to apologize to him? In this case, let's just fight to the death. Don't leave. Let's all die here." Comments? No. 36's threat brought the entire atmosphere to a freezing point. The countdown on the electronic screen was still running relentlessly, and the sense of urgency of time continued to deepen. 7:39:23. 7:38:12. 7:37:38. Everyone is filled with tension and anxiety. The end of the countdown is approaching relentlessly, making people feel the inescapable pressure. The voice of player number 40 came from the intercom again. Player 36, calm down. Arguing is not the way to solve problems. No matter if you are a star or an internet celebrity, we are all ordinary people here. Our only goal is to survive. If we all act on impulse, we will all die here, and the rest of us will reap the benefits. I think no one wants to see such an outcome, right? Number 40's voice was full of reason and calm. He tried to calm the tense atmosphere and reminded everyone to stay rational at this critical moment. He paused and continued. Player 6, whether or not player 36 apologizes, I hope you can stay calm. We can resolve the conflict after we get out. Forgive him for now. After all, if you die here, you won't be able to take revenge even if you want, right? At this time, the voice of no. 36 Zhang Tianxiang came from the intercom, and his tone became more and more angry. Calm down, number 6, you are such a jerk. Who are you afraid of, if no? 6 doesn't open the iron door for me, then I won't open the iron door for number 5. I don't believe that the people in room 5 will help you open the iron door of room 1. At this moment, a sneer sounded from the intercom, and Jiang Yu's voice echoed again. Player 40, who said we must need the help of people in rooms 4 and 5 to get out. First of all, let me be frank. There is no way I can help player 36 open the door to room 4. Secondly, you should know that I also took the initiative to participate in the game, and was rewarded with an exclusive prop card. The item card I got is a B-level item card open door, which can open the door of any player except me. This means that as long as you help player no. 47 in room number 2 open the door, and then player number 47 helps me open the door to room number 3. And then I use the prop card to open the door to room no. 1 for you, the 3 of us can get out smoothly. As for players number 36 and number 34, let them fend for themselves. What do you think? As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, the excited roar of no. 36 Zhang Tianxiang was heard again from the intercom. Number 6, IF***K your whole family, you will die a miserable death. Number 40, listen to me, number 6 must have lied to you, you can't trust him. He can make up the function of the prop card. What if his prop card is not for opening the door? Then, when number 2 helps him open the door, he will run away. What will you do? You must not believe him. He must be lying. Everyone on the intercom fell silent again. After a moment, the calm voice of player number 40 came through the intercom. Player 36, what you said makes sense, but I think trusting player 6 will do more good than harm. If I don't trust him, what else can I do? There are only 4 minutes left, and we haven't reached an agreement yet. Also, you are unwilling to apologize to player 6, so we have to close the loop between the 3 of us. He paused, then quickly said, Number 6, I believe you have the card to open the door. I'm willing to take a chance. I've also cracked the 4-digit code. Also, number 47, I have a request for you. I ask you to open the door of room 3 for player 6 first, and then I will open the door of room 2 for you. Do you agree? Jiang Yu instantly understood what the other party meant. If number 40 first opened the iron door of room 2 for number 47, but number 47 chose to betray the two and leave the room alone. Then Jiang Yu, who has the open door prop card, will definitely not open the door for number 40 in room number 1. Everyone is willing to help others only on the premise of ensuring their own survival. As soon as player no. 40 finished speaking, the anxious voice of Zhang Tianxiang number 36 came from the intercom, and his attitude changed completely. Number 6, I was wrong. Please don't hold grudges. It was all my fault before. I shouldn't have kicked you out of the room. I sincerely apologize to you and hope you can forgive me. Let's work together to get out of here, okay? And if I survive this game, I will get a prop card. Can't the prop card be transferred? I'll give you the prop card as well. Jiang Yu sneered and long pressed the intercom button. No, go to hell, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the anxious voice of man number 47 in room number 2 came from the intercom. Number 40, I am willing, but I can't crack the code. This math problem is so difficult. Number 47's words stunned Jiang Yu and number 40. They were so busy negotiating that they didn't expect that no. 47 was so stupid that he couldn't even crack the password after half a day. The gloating voice of number 36 came from the intercom with a hint of madness. Ha ha ha, no. 6, you deserve it if I told you not to help me. Let's all die here. No one will get out alive. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Jiang Yu looked up at the electronic screen. There were only 3 minutes left, which should be enough with his current IQ. Hurry, read that math problem to me, there's still time. He picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered quickly, his voice firm. No. 47 quickly looked at the electronic screen, picked up the intercom, and quickly read out. This is a math problem. There are 4 numbers in total, 89, 179, 359, 719. There's a comma after 719, followed by an ellipsis and nothing else. There was a hint of panic in his voice, but he had calmed down a lot because Jiang Yu's words inexplicably made him feel at ease. This is a number series. 89, 179, 359, 719, Jiang Yu's mind was racing. After his IQ increased, he became extremely sensitive to numbers. 2 seconds after seeing this string of numbers, he had automatically split the numbers in his mind and figured out the pattern of this number series. Each number is twice the previous number, then added by 1. For example, 89 times 2 equals 178, plus 1 equals 179. 179 times 2 equals 358, plus 1 equals 359. And so on. According to this rule, 719 multiplied by 2 equals 1438, plus 1 equals 1439. The answer is 1439. After Jiang Yu explained his reasoning process, player 40 praised him in surprise. Great, player 6, I didn't expect you to be so smart. You figured it out while I was still thinking about it. Player 47, try the code 1439. Okay, I'll be right there. The voice of number 47 came from the intercom. He paused and continued. No, the combination lock is beeping and it's telling me. Wrong password, please re-enter. You only have 1 chance left. Jiang Yu also heard the harsh beep sound of the combination lock from the intercom. He was stunned for a moment and felt a little surprised. Logically speaking, he did not make any mistakes in the calculation. He quickly calculated it in his mind again, and the answer was correct. 1439. Indeed, if the answer was correct, his door should have been opened by now. Then why didn't the door open? Oh my God, what are you doing, number 6? Why is the password wrong? The blaming voice of player number 47 came from the intercom. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with his reasoning. Let him think about it again. He still has 1 chance. Player number 40 comforted, trying to calm player number 47 down. At this moment, a discordant voice came from the intercom, which was full of gloating. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash, it's good that we can't solve it. Time is running out, let's die together. You bunch of idiots. You actually abandoned me, you deserve to die here. It was the hysterical roar of number 36 Zhang Tianxiang. The countdown on the electronic screen was decreasing rapidly. There are only 2 minutes left. 2, 22, 18. 2, 21, 23. The conversations of other people did not disturb Jiang Yu. He seemed to be in a blank space with only this math problem in front of him. All his attention was focused on it, and the flow of time seemed to slow down. He felt that some key information seemed to be missing in this question. What did the person who set this question want to test? If the purpose is to investigate and discover the pattern of 2 times plus 1, then why is the first number 89? Why is it 89 and not some other number? Jiang Yu began to observe the characteristics of these numbers, and suddenly he found that these numbers were all prime numbers. In mathematics, prime numbers are only divisible by 1 and itself, but not by other numbers. Does the ellipsis at the end mean that the answer is to keep calculating this number series until it is no longer a prime number? Jiang Yu thought of this and immediately started calculating quickly. 1439 times 2 plus 1 equals 2879. 2879 cannot be divided by any number and is a prime number. 2879 times 2 plus 1 equals 5759. 5759 is divisible by 13, and 5759 divided by 13 equals 443. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. 5759 is not a prime number, so it is not in this number sequence. So, the last prime number of this sequence is 2879, which is also a 4-digit number. This time, Jiang Yu was sure that the answer was clear. The unlocking code of the iron door's electronic lock must be 2879. Jiang Yu picked up the intercom and said quickly, "Number 47, quickly enter the password 2879. Listen carefully, it is 2879. Don't make a mistake." He even read out each number slowly and repeated it, fearing that the other party might not have heard it clearly or remembered the order incorrectly. Player 47 was a little confused. He asked in confusion, "Why is the answer 2879? Are you sure it's correct this time?" "I don't have time to explain it to you. The password must be correct. I'll explain it in detail after we get out. Now enter the password quickly," Jiang Yu said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Player 47, just trust player 6. The three of us must trust each other unconditionally in order to work together to get out. Player 6 is so smart, I feel like the answer this time must be correct." On the intercom, player number 40 also advised patiently. "Good." Number 47 entered the 4-digit password, 2879, into the combination lock. The next moment, the iron door in front of Jiang Yu clicked and opened automatically. Jiang Yu walked out of the iron gate, took a deep breath, looked up at the ceiling, and felt like he was reborn. The other players watching outside suddenly burst into noise. "Oh my God, it's number 6 again, the first one to come out. Does he have any secrets? Yeah, how come you always win the game?" Jiang Yu won again, but he now has more important things to do. He looked at room 1 next to him and shouted to the middle-aged man in room 40, "Player 40, there's only 1 minute left. Hurry up and help player 47 open the door. Then I'll use the item card to let you out." After Jiang Yu leaves the room, he can choose to betray number 40 and number 47. In this way, only he and the players in the lucky room survive, and the probability of subsequent winning is also increased. However, he remembered that number 40 also took the initiative to participate in the game and obtained a prop card, which has not been used so far, which involves many uncertainties. Jiang Yu cannot guarantee what impact 40 will have on himself after using the prop card. The best way is to fulfill his promise first. Moreover, there are other players present. If I go back on my word, who will dare to believe me when I encounter a similar game in the future? Secondly, if rooms 1 and 2 are lucky rooms, one of them will survive and will inevitably harbor resentment towards you. In the subsequent game, you will have one more enemy targeting you. Therefore, in this game, he only needs to eliminate player number 36, Zhang Tianxiang, the person he hates so much. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, number 40 quickly entered the password. Then, the door of room 2 opened, and number 47 rushed out excitedly. Jiang Yu raised the prop card in his hand without hesitation and shouted to the pig-faced masked man, "I want to use this open door prop card to open the door of room 1. The man with the pig face mask instructed his men to take the prop card, quickly scanned it to confirm, nodded, and pressed the remote control in his hand. Then, the door of room 1 opened quietly, and man number 40 rushed out impatiently. He looked at Jiang Yu gratefully and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Jiang Yu turned and looked at the iron door of room 4. Number 36, Zhang Tianxiang was clinging to the iron window, glaring at Jiang Yu with a frantic look and cursing loudly. Number 6, you will not die well. Your whole family will not die well. You gave birth to a son without an asterisk hole. He will be hit by a car and killed when he goes out. Jiang Yu looked at him with disdain, not even bothering to say anything. He actually dared to rob his room. Here, there was only one outcome for angering him. Die. There was less than half a minute left, and all that could be heard was the crazy cursing of player number 36. He even tried to spit at Jiang Yu, but the distance was too far and he couldn't spit at him at all. Jiang Yu slowly took 2 steps back, watching the other party's dying struggle coldly, unmoved. After the 10-minute countdown ended, only the roar of machines and the harsh sound of electric saws could be heard from several rooms. A loud scream was heard from room number 4, and the hands of No. 36, which were tightly grasping the iron bars, slowly slid down. Only room number 5 did not produce the sound of a chainsaw. It seemed that room number 5 was the truly lucky room. 5 minutes later, all the iron doors opened at the same time, and little boy number 34 walked out of room number 5. He acted very calmly and indifferently, as if he knew from the beginning that he would choose the lucky room. He walked over to Jiang Yu and the others, glanced at them, and said calmly, "What a pity there are still 3 people alive." Jiang Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. He turned around, stared at the boy No. 34 and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Little boy number 34 chuckled and explained, "Nothing, I actually designed this saw game." His words were like a thunder, exploding in the minds of Jiang Yu and others. They stared at the little boy blankly. "What do you mean? How could this game be designed by you? You are obviously a player." The middle-aged man, number 40, was a little bit unbelievable and asked questions continuously. "Haha, why should I tell you?" The little boy number 34 sneered, a look of contempt on his face, and turned away. "Damn, why is he pretending? I really want to beat him to death." Player No. 47 rolled up his sleeves in anger. The middle-aged man, number 40, quickly pulled him back and advised, "Don't be impulsive. You can't kill other players outside of the game. Be careful not to get eliminated." "No." 47 snorted coldly. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to say, "Okay, let's let him go for now. By the way, number 6, why is the answer 2879? He turned to look at Jiang Yu and asked eagerly, his eyes full of curiosity. Jiang Yu smiled and explained, "It's actually very simple. Each number is double the previous number plus 1. I calculated 1438 at first, but later I found that I needed to fill in the last prime number in the sequence, which is 2879. As soon as he finished speaking, player No. 40 Zhou Meng's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands in praise. "Great, so that's how it is. I was wondering if there were other rules." The big man, number 47, scratched his head, then touched his mustache and said in confusion, "What prime number? I am confused." Jiang Yu and player number 40, Zhou Meng, laughed at the same time and patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay, just survive. You don't need to understand." "No." 47 looked at the two of them, standing there blankly, feeling isolated from the world. At this time, Jiang Yu felt the message sent to him by the seed of divine gambling in his mind. After absorbing the power of gambling in this game, the host's intelligence was improved again. On the stage, the man with the pig-faced mask asked everyone to gather. In the blink of an eye, everyone gathered neatly on the stage. But this time, there is one player missing forever, and that is number 36 Zhang Tianxiang. On the stage, the pig-faced masked man looked down and said with satisfaction, "Very good, there are now 38 players left, which brings us one step closer to our final battle. Next, I will read out one thing, regarding the penalty decision for player number 34. Player 34 should have been eliminated after the game of Dead Zodiac, but he used the probation, prop card, and the punishment was postponed to 3 games later. However, after the previous game of Shot of Life and Death ended, the opponent drew an S-level Wheel of Fortune prop card. The effect of this S-level prop card is After using the prop card, you can adjust and modify the rules of the next game. In addition, the prop user needs to participate in the game. In this game, for each player eliminated, the user will get an extra chance to survive. The original rules of Saw were very simple. Players randomly selected a room to enter. 3 of the rooms had chainsaws, and the remaining 2 rooms did not. Players in the room with chainsaws could pause the chainsaws by answering questions. If they answered 3 questions correctly in a row, the chainsaws would stop working. But number 34 intervened in the game after using the Wheel of Fortune, prop card, and readjusted the rules of the game. Electric saws appeared in all 5 rooms, and players could get a chance to leave the room by answering questions. In addition, he deliberately left a back door in order to survive in this game. Did you notice that the distances between the chainsaws are different? The last row of chainsaws close to the wall has a large gap with the wall. That is to say, whether you are in the lucky room or not, as long as you can find this point, lie down on your side facing the wall, straighten your body, and stick to the wall, you can survive regardless of whether you answer the questions correctly or not. In this round, a total of 1 player was eliminated. All players number 34 only get 1 chance to survive, which offsets the previous elimination penalty. Do you have any questions? Jiang Yu and others' minds were buzzing, so that's what it was. No wonder no. 34 said with some regret just now, "What a pity, there are still 3 people alive." If they all died, the boy number 34 would have 4 lives. Even if one was cancelled, he would still have 3 lives in the subsequent games, greatly increasing his chances of survival. Jiang Yu recalled the details he observed in the room after entering. The electric saw close to the wall seemed a bit far away. If player number 36 hadn't disturbed him, he would have noticed it. What about the prop card redemption and cooperation used by number 34? Did he modify the rules to select the function of the prop card? Jiang Yu thought of something and raised his hand to ask. After no. 34 changed the rules of the game. We redesigned 10 exclusive prop cards based on the game content. Number 34 just happened to draw that one. The man in the pig-faced mask shrugged and said. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank slightly. The pig-faced masked man said, was he not the leader of this team? Was there someone else behind him? Does anyone else have any questions? Our game is fair and just, and all questions can be answered. If there are no questions, the winning players number 6, number 34, number 40, and number 47 can come and claim their item card rewards. The other players can go back to their rooms to rest and prepare for tomorrow night's game. The man with the pig-faced mask looked at the other people in the audience. Everyone in the crowd stood quietly, and no one raised any objections. After all here, the man in the pig-faced mask was God. By the way, the game tomorrow night is called Red, Yellow, and Green Battle, and it's a very interesting game. The man with the pig-faced mask let out a strange laugh with a chilling chill. After hearing the name of the game, everyone started talking and trying to guess. The next game seemed to be related to colors. What kind of death game was it? Some people felt sleepy, and after hearing the words of the pig-faced masked man, they walked silently towards the room, feeling fortunate that they had survived another night. Jiang Yu and others stepped forward to receive the prop cards awarded for winning the game. After returning to the room, Jiang Yu took out the prop card and carefully checked the functions on it. A-level prop card. Eye of Prophecy. Introduction. Using this prop card, you can know the gameplay and rules of the next game in advance, but you cannot tell other players, otherwise you will be eliminated. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. He could use this prop card right now. If he knew the rules of the next game in advance, he could make full preparations in order to win the game. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu directly raised the prop card, pointed it at the camera in the room, and said, I want to use this prop card Eye of Prophecy to know the gameplay and rules of the next death game in advance. He believed that everyone's room was being monitored, and as long as the player made a request, the other party would definitely see it first. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he sat back on the bed and waited patiently. Sure enough, a few minutes later, there was a heavy knock on the door. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, stood up, approached the door, and asked cautiously, Who? Player 6, your request to use the prop card has been approved. Please open the door. Jiang Yu opened the security lock inside the door. gently opened a gap and looked out. Standing outside the door was a man wearing a bullhead mask, holding a rectangular metal plate in his hand. Under the dim corridor lighting, the shadow of the mask looked somewhat creepy, giving people a creepy feeling. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and opened the door. The man in the bullhead mask walked in with a plate. Although his expression under the mask could not be seen, his voice was extremely cold. Player no. 6, please place the prop card on the plate and take the manual for the next game. Jiang Yu put the prop card into the plate, then picked up a manual from the plate. The man in the bullhead mask turned and left, disappearing at the end of the corridor. He immediately locked the door and carefully examined the game manual. It was an extremely beautifully crafted manual with delicate golden patterns on the cover, like a work of art. The edges of the manual are inlaid with delicate gold edges. When you open the first page, it feels smooth, as if you are touching delicate feathers. The whole manual exudes a sense of luxury and refinement. There were 6 big words written on the first page: red, yellow, green battle. The second page lists the number of participants and the game time. Number of participants, 5, game time, 30 minutes. Jiang Yu frowned. There were 5 people playing the next game again. He continued to look at the third page, which contained a brief introduction to the game. Game introduction. 5 game players will wear specially made locked masks. The mask color is one of red, yellow, and green. Each player can only see the color of other players' masks and cannot know the color of his own mask. After entering the room, you can leave by pressing the button on the console that matches your color. However, if you press the wrong button, the collar around your neck will explode and you will be eliminated immediately. There is a special mirror inside the player's mask, through which the color of the mask can be checked, but the mask will only fall off by itself when the player dies. In addition, only 4 players can leave the room at most, and the last player will be eliminated directly. Jiang Yu only took a glance at the game introduction and knew what a cruel game this was. It was an extreme test of human nature, and even more so of IQ and reasoning. This was just a brief introduction to the game, so he flipped back to see a more detailed introduction to the game. On the 4th page, he saw more specific game settings. Game settings. Masks and colors. Each game player will wear a locked mask, which is divided into one of 3 colors: red, yellow, and green. Each player can only see the color of other players' masks and cannot know the color of his own mask. Console. There are 3 buttons on the console in the center of the room: red, yellow, and green, which correspond to different colors. Players need to choose the correct button and press it. If the color matches the color of their mask, they can leave the room. Mirror. There is a mirror inside each mask. If you get another player's mask, you can use the mirror inside the other player's mask to see the color of your own mask. Sensing device. The mask is equipped with a special device connected to the metal collar to sense the pressure of the carotid artery. The mask will only fall off automatically when the player dies. During the game, the mask cannot be opened by any other external force. Sharp knife. There is a black sharp knife made of special material, non-reflective in the room as a backup means to kill other players. Damage. There is no protection mechanism in this game. All players can hurt each other, and there is no punishment for killing. Seeing this, Jiang Yu took a breath of cold air. He couldn't imagine how cruel this game was. Each person can only know the color of his or her mask from others, and only when they are absolutely sure will they dare to press the button on the console. Because, if you press the wrong button, it's like cutting the wrong line of explosives, the bomb will explode directly and the player will die instantly. Moreover, since the answer cannot be 100% certain, no one dares to press the button first. Because if they press the wrong button, they will die, and the other 4 game players will be able to leave smoothly with the help of the mirrors inside their masks. However, it cannot be delayed too late, because if the other 4 people successfully leave the room, the last person will lose the opportunity to press the button and die directly. Jiang Yu continued reading and finally saw the introduction to the gameplay. The gameplay was somewhat repetitive with the previous settings, but more detailed and specific. The general idea is that 5 game players wear locked masks and enter the room. Players need to talk to each other to infer the color of their masks. After determining the answer, they press the button on the console. If they press the correct button, that is, the color matches their mask, they can leave. If they press the wrong button, they will die immediately. There is a sharp knife in the room, which adds more uncertainty to the game. For example, player A can kill player B, take off the opponent's mask, use the mirror inside the opponent's mask to be 100% sure of the color of his own mask, and then leave smoothly. Turning the page further, there was no more content. Jiang Yu closed the manual and sat on the edge of the bed in silence. Although this game was a bit cruel, he had to take the initiative to sign up for it. This is because, if he does not participate in the game, the permanent buffs he obtained before may be recovered and taken away, including IQ bonus, luck bonus, etc., which are his hope for ultimate victory. In addition, if he does not participate in the game for 2 consecutive rounds, he will die directly. Jiang Yu sorted out the prop cards he currently has, which are S-level death-free card and A-level lie detection card. The other prop cards have been used and played their greatest role. In the next game, these 2 prop cards will play a key role, but Jiang Yu does not want to use them unless it is absolutely necessary. It would be best if he could win the game at the lowest cost. Then, Jiang Yu began to deduce the possible scenarios that might occur in tomorrow night's game and planned response strategies for various situations. Before he knew it, several hours had passed until Jiang Yu felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered in the hall again. The man in the pig-faced mask appeared on time. When he finished reading out the rules of the game, red, yellow, and green battle, the hall suddenly became noisy. Oh my god, this game is too cruel. Yes, doesn't this force the player to kill people? Only by killing others and taking off the mask can you get the mirror inside. Indeed, in this kind of game, who dares to believe what others say? I'm afraid you can only believe what you see with your own eyes. Everyone was discussing the game with each other. Unlike others, Jiang Yu had already read the game manual, so he did not show obvious surprise. Unlike what was stated in the manual, the pig-faced masked man did not tell other game players that there was a sharp knife in the room. This important clue was hidden. Compared to the nervousness of others, Jiang Yu was leisurely observing the expressions, eyes, and behaviors of each player, constantly deepening his understanding of them. Because only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. If you want to win the game, you must fully understand your opponent. At this moment, he seemed to notice that player No. 18, the girl with a ponytail who had participated in the game of Zodiac before, looked a little lost, with traces of tears on her face. Jiang Yu frowned, thinking, "Are there any players willing to sign up tonight? If not, I will randomly select 5 gamers." The pig-faced masked man glanced at the audience and asked. Unlike in the past, this time he asked whether anyone had signed up after reading out the rules of the game, seemingly intending to discourage players. "I want to sign up." Jiang Yu was the first to raise his hand. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Yu, and many people looked at him in shock. Oh my god, he thinks this is just a game. Here we go again. Number 6, is he really looking for death? He's eager to die in every game. I don't understand, I really don't understand what he is trying to do. Player No. 6 of this game has signed up and received an exclusive item card for red, yellow, and green battle. Is there anyone else who wants to sign up? The pig-faced masked man looked at Jiang Yu, nodded, then glanced at the others and asked. Inside the hall, everyone was silent. Whenever the pig-faced masked man glanced over, everyone in the audience lowered their heads, fearing that they would be called out. Seeing that no one else volunteered to sign up, the pig-faced masked man sent his men to give Jiang Yu an exclusive prop card for the red, yellow, and green war. Then, the random drawing of game players began, and everyone stared at the large electronic screen on the wall. Jiang Yu took a peek at the exclusive prop card he had just obtained. A-level prop card. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Introduction. After using this prop card, you have one chance to make mistakes, and you can avoid death even if you press the wrong button. He was suddenly delighted and instantly thought of the next game's strategy in his mind. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely get out alive. At the same time, the avatar selection box on the screen scrolled rapidly, first stopping at Jiang Yu's avatar, then continuing to scroll and stopping at number 31's avatar. He was a young man in his 20s. When he saw that he was chosen, his face turned pale and his whole body became weak. He felt like he couldn't even stand steadily. Then, the avatars continued to scroll and stopped at number 44. It was the avatar of a beautiful woman who looked extremely pretty, with a typical oval face and long black hair. Everyone looked for her curiously and saw her in the corner. Beauty number 44 reacted violently. She collapsed to the ground and almost cried. Then, the portrait rolled again and stopped at number 25. Everyone looked at him. It was a hunched old man with a gloomy face, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He has always been very low-key. From the first game, he hardly spoke a word and just observed others silently. Therefore, almost no players noticed him. Finally, the avatar rolled a little, then stopped and fixed on number 28. Jiang Yu was familiar with this person. It was Dr. Luo Jun, with whom he had talked several times before. In the second game 123 Wooden Man, the opponent took the initiative to give away his iron beads and said that he was a doctor and did not want to hurt others. Very good, the 5 players for this game have been finalized. They are number 6, number 25, number 28, number 31, and number 44. Please step out of the line, said the pig-faced masked man excitedly. Jiang Yu and others stood in a row, looking at each other with vigilance in their eyes. 5 gamers will now go to a special room and wear masks. The rest of the players please prepare to vote. As before, the winner will receive a prop card as a reward. At this moment, the man in the pig-faced mask waved his hand, and several of his men immediately came forward and put black eye masks on Jiang Yu and others. Then they were being led to an unknown place. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a needle K his neck, and then he fainted instantly. I don't know how much time has passed. Jiang Yu vaguely felt that he had a nightmare. In the dream, I was surrounded by a white fog. In the fog, there were countless strange people. They had expressionless faces, their eyes were rolled back, and they held sharp knives in their hands. When they saw Jiang Yu, they would smile strangely and rush up to stab him. Among these people, Jiang Yu even saw an acquaintance. He ran desperately. His white clothes were already soaked with his own blood, but he couldn't get out. Suddenly, he was awakened with a start, sitting up and gasping for breath. He felt something was wrong, and his hand touched his face, which was a cold and heavy metal mask. Jiang Yu tried to take off the mask, but found that the mask was connected to the collar, like a metal hood. He could only look around through the small holes in the mask. His field of vision became very narrow and extremely uncomfortable. He thought of something, struggled to stand up, and looked around. It was a room of about 20 square meters. There was an incandescent lamp overhead, which was a bit dazzling, but it illuminated the entire room. In the center of the room is an operating table with 3 huge buttons, which are twice as big as a human palm. From left to right, they are red, yellow, and green. Coming to the wall, Jiang Yu touched it and took a closer look, and found that it was a special gray material. He could not judge the color of his mask by the light reflection from the wall. On the last wall, there was a black iron door, which was locked tightly and didn't even have a door handle. Likewise, he saw the other 4 players fainted on the ground, and he quickly observed the colors of their masks. Dr. Luo Jun no. 28 is green, beauty number 44 is yellow, young man number 31 is red, and old man number 25 is red. At this time, beauty number 44 opened her eyes, still a little dazed. Jiang Yu thought of something and quickly started searching. He wanted to get the sharp knife first. Only in this way could he take the initiative. The entire room was extremely clean, with no extra places to hide items. Jiang Yu glanced around and set his sights under the operating table. Sure enough, he opened the cabinet door under the workbench and found a sharp knife. However, this sharp knife is also made of a special material. It is pitch black and non-reflective, so it is impossible to see the color of your mask through it. Jiang Yu silently put the sharp knife on his waist and covered it with clothes, but this scene had already been seen by beauty number 44. The others also woke up within a few minutes of each other. What Jiang Yu didn't expect was that the last one to wake up was Dr. number 28, Luo Jun. They should have all been injected with some kind of sedative. Logically, the elderly should metabolize more slowly. Unexpectedly, number 25 woke up earlier than Dr. Luo Jun. When everyone woke up, the voice of the pig-faced masked man suddenly came from somewhere in the room. Dear players, the game has now officially begun. The game duration is half an hour, and the remaining time will be announced every 10 minutes. You can only leave the room by pressing the button on the console that matches the color of your mask. If you press the wrong button, you will die on the spot. Only 4 gamers can leave this room at most. They will be the final winners. Good luck to you. The voice of the man in the pig-faced mask suddenly stopped. Jiang Yu and others stood in a circle around the operating table, looking at each other. They fell into silence, and no one spoke first. At this time, beauty number 44 suddenly pointed at Jiang Yu and said nervously, "He has a knife." Her words instantly made the atmosphere in the room freeze. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu, frowned, and focused their eyes on Jiang Yu as if questioning him. Jiang Yu remained calm and admitted without disguising, "Yes, I do have a knife." The old man number 25 frowned even deeper and looked at Jiang Yu. "Young man, you'd better hand over the knife. Be careful not to hurt yourself by mistake." Youth no. 31 also stared at Jiang Yu warily and said, "No one has a knife, but you have one. Isn't that a bad idea? Why don't you put the knife in the middle of the operating table?" Jiang Yu took out the sharp knife hidden in his waist, held it in his hand, and slowly stepped back with a cold expression. "No, I refuse. Anyone who refuses to accept can come and try to rob it." The situation was somewhat out of control, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Jiang Yu looked at the others and said slowly, "If someone comes up to grab the knife and gets stabbed to death by me, will the others still avenge you? They will just take turns using your mask, using the mirror inside it, determining the color of their own mask, and then leaving the room." When several people heard Jiang Yu's words, they seemed to think it made sense. They looked at each other and fell silent. Previously, the pig-faced masked man explained the rules very clearly. Out of 5 people, 4 can survive. The only way to ensure the color is the mirror inside the mask. Everyone is very clear about this. After weighing the pros and cons, no one wants to be the first to take action. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. When there are only 4 people left in the room, they become a community of interests, and there is no need to argue anymore. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Dr. Luo Jun stepped out to persuade. "Jiang Yu, don't get excited. No one will snatch your knife away. Tell me your ideas first." Jiang Yu glanced at the few people and said coldly, "My suggestion is that we should sacrifice one player and then take off his mask, so that the other 4 can leave the room safely. Because, in this game, we can only believe what we see with our own eyes." "What you said makes sense, but who should we sacrifice?" Dr. Luo Jun looked at everyone thoughtfully and asked. The beauty number 44 pointed at the old man number 25 and said bluntly, "Why not let the old man number 25 die? He has lived to a ripe old age and has enjoyed everything he should have, right? He should help us young people to be happy." Old man number 25 was so angry that he was shaking. He slapped the table and said angrily, "Humph, you little girl, what's the point of this? If it weren't for the hard work of our older generation, how could you have the happy life you have now? Just because I'm old doesn't mean I'm willing to die." Dr. Luo Jun stepped in to mediate again. Okay, let's stop arguing and let number 31 share his opinion." Number 31 is a young man in his 20s. Through the mask, one can see a hint of heavy fatigue in his eyes. He looked at the others, hesitated, and said, "I think what number 44 said makes sense. Number 25 is so old. Even if he wins this game, it will be difficult for him to survive. It's better to let him go sooner." Old man number 25 suddenly sat on the floor, leaning his back against the cold wall. After a moment of silence, he said, "Grandpa, my name is Kyan Luanying. My wife and I have been married for more than 40 years. In the past few months, she kept coughing and sometimes even coughed up blood, but we didn't pay much attention to it. Some time ago, she suddenly fainted. We went to the hospital for a checkup and found that she had lung cancer and brain metastasis. She often complains of headaches and sometimes talks nonsense. Only when I am around, she feels a little better. The doctor said she only had half a month to live. I wanted to stay with her longer, feed her every day, and make her feel better. I wanted to hold her hand and personally send her off from this beautiful world. I wanted to see her for the last time. I just took a nap, and when I woke up, I don't know how I was brought here. But I really want to leave here alive and go see her again. The tone of the old man, number 25, was full of helplessness and sadness, and his eyes revealed deep worry. After everyone listened to the story of Old Man No. 25, the atmosphere in the room became more solemn and everyone was silent. How about we consider other methods? Young man number 31 seemed somewhat moved and suggested softly. At this time, Beauty No. 44 snorted disdainfully and said sarcastically, "Who knows if he made it up?" These older people always think that we young people are inexperienced and can move people by making up some touching stories. There was a hint of disdain in her tone, and it was obvious that she was skeptical about the statement made by Old Man No. 25 and doubted the authenticity of his story. However, her words also made others more alert and re-examined the words of Old Man number 25. Dr. Luo Jun frowned and looked at number 44 unhappily. "Why don't you have any sympathy? Then tell me, why can't we sacrifice you? What's your reason to live?" When Beauty number 44 heard Dr. Luo Jun's question, she suddenly lost control, her eyes turned red, and she shouted hysterically, "I'm pregnant, did you know that? I'm more than 4 months pregnant now. Can you bear to let a pregnant woman die? This is one body and 2 lives." When everyone heard this, they were stunned, and their eyes were focused on the abdomen of Beauty No. 44. They did notice that her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. This time, everyone fell silent again. Dr. Luo Jun looked up at number 31 and said, "It seems that number 25 and No. 44 both have reasons to live. What about you, number 31? Youth number 31 smiled bitterly, spread his hands, and said, "I didn't want to tell you. My name is Liu Wei. When I was about 6 or 7 years old, my sister was only 2 months old. My father was a long-distance truck driver, transporting coal, gravel, and the like. One time, he drove for more than 20 hours straight. He was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He broke through the guardrail and drove down the cliff, and then he died. Later, my mother raised me and my sister. She lived frugally and was reluctant to buy medicine for her high blood pressure. She spent all her money on me and my sister. Until one day, she had a cerebral hemorrhage and was admitted to the ICU. In the end, we couldn't even afford to pay for her medical treatment. After all, a day in the ICU cost more than 10,000 yuan, so we gave up treatment. Later, I dropped out of school and went to work to support my sister's education. I have changed many jobs over the years. I have done almost everything: dishwasher, waiter, screwdriver, and recently I have been delivering food. Although I often get bullied and even get dozens of yuan deducted for a bad review from a customer, my income is not bad. I can barely support my sister's education and my own expenses. My sister is now in her 3rd year of high school and will take the college entrance examination soon. She has very good academic performance, often ranking 1st or 2nd in the class and among the top 5 in the grade. She should be able to go to a good university or even a 985 university. If I die here, she will become an orphan and won't be able to realize her dream of going to college. So I have to live on." As number 31 spoke, his eyes became red and his voice was choked with sobs. Everyone looked at number 31 with sympathy and understanding in their eyes. The expression of the beautiful Lady No. 44 was also a little complicated. Jiang Yu remained silent. Dr. Luo Jun sighed, his eyes wandered among the crowd, and finally stopped at Jiang Yu. "It seems that everyone has difficulties. Jiang Yu, tell me about your situation as well." Jiang Yu looked at the others and said slowly, "I don't have much to say. I'm just a small writer who writes online articles. What I write is like a pile of garbage. No one ever reads it. But I have a gentle, kind, beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. I didn't expect that I would suddenly be involved in such a game. What's worse is that my wife was also involved. She was player No. 16 who played the rock-paper-scissors game with me at the beginning. She has left me. However, our daughter is still out there. Her name is Yin Yin. She is really a lovely little angel. I still clearly remember the scene of her happily running barefoot around the house. I must get out alive and raise her." Jiang Yu's tone was firm. His words also made everyone fall into deep thought again. Dr. Luo Jun was the first to break the silence. Since everyone has said it, I will also briefly say it. My name is Luo Jun. I am an orthopedic surgeon. I studied for 5 years for my undergraduate degree, 3 years for my master's degree, and another 3 years for my doctorate. I am 30 years old this year and have just started working. I originally planned to make a big splash in the clinical field and save lives, but I didn't expect to be involved in such a game. He paused for a moment and continued. I had planned to give up my life before, because, as a doctor, how could I hurt others? But thanks to Jiang Yu, he encouraged me. He said that if I could save more lives, then the value of my existence would be greater. This gave me the courage to live. So, I also want to survive, get out alive, and do something more meaningful. After hearing his words, the others instantly felt admiration for Dr. No. 28 Luo Jun, and their eyes towards him changed slightly. They didn't expect that he was actually a doctor. After all, the profession of doctor comes with a halo effect. Beauty number 44 couldn't hold her temper. She said, "It seems that everyone has a reason to live, but someone has to sacrifice in this game, otherwise how can we get out?" Now it seems that sacrificing old man number 25 is the most reasonable. After all, his wife is dead, and it is painful for him to live. It's better to let him be free as soon as possible. After hearing what number 44 said, the others also felt that it made sense, and all looked at number 25. I think what number 44 said makes sense. Isn't there a saying that goes, "We don't ask to be born in the same year and month, but we ask to die in the same year and month"? Grandpa, since Grandma is about to die, you should accompany her on her journey. Young man number 31 looked at old man number 25 and said. He was obviously advising people to die, but his tone was as if he was talking about something very ordinary, which made people feel chilled. The old man leaning against the wall couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up, patted his butt, pointed at number 44's nose, and said angrily, "You only know how to bully an old man like me. You don't have the spirit of respecting the elderly and loving the young. You will also be old in the future." The others didn't seem to care about what old man number 25 said. They turned to look at Jiang Yu, as if asking for his opinion. Jiang Yu shook the sharp knife in his hand and said calmly, "I have no objection. Since there are already 2 votes, let's decide it this way." Seeing that the other 3 had already made their decision, Dr. Luo Jun hesitated and sighed. "I will remain neutral. If I agree, I will feel guilty. It's up to you to decide." Beauty number 44 pointed at old man number 25 and said excitedly, "Quick, kill him. If we get his mask, we can get out." Jiang Yu's eyes were cold. He raised the knife and walked towards the old man number 25. He was reluctant to do this, but this was the only way at the moment, a way to save the most prop cards and a 100% chance of winning. In this cruel game of life and death, you must not show mercy. If the roles were reversed and the old man had the knife in his hand, would he be lenient towards himself? Probably not, or rather, definitely not. Old man no. 25 retreated to the corner in a panic, took out a prop card from his pocket, and held it high. "Wait, I want to use this prop card." Jiang Yu stopped walking. He remembered what the pig-faced masked man said. There was such a rule in Rule 3 Prop Carnival. While a player is using a prop card, other players are not allowed to harm that player. Otherwise, they will be eliminated immediately. He has now lost the initiative and can only act after player 25 uses the prop card. Sure enough, the voice of the pig-faced masked man came from somewhere on the roof. "All players, please stop taking any actions and wait where you are." Then, the iron door behind him opened, and 2 men wearing bullhead masks and holding guns came in. One of the men wearing a bullhead mask walked towards old man number 25, took the prop card from him, and left. The other man wearing a bullhead mask waited in the room, holding a gun and looking at the other 4 players vigilantly. Soon, the man with the bullhead mask who had left came back, but he had a pistol in his hand. To everyone's shock, he walked straight to the old man number 25 in the corner and handed the pistol to him personally. After the 2 men in bullhead masks left, the door was locked again, and the voice of the man in pig-face mask was heard from somewhere in the room. Player number 25 uses the A-level prop card Schrödinger's gun. The effect of this prop card is, after using the prop card, you can get a pistol called Schrödinger's gun. The magazine of this pistol cannot be removed. It may or may not have bullets. This pistol can be used on other players, and any physical damage caused does not violate the rules of the game. The old man, number 25, pointed his gun at Jiang Yu and said calmly, "Don't be afraid, young man. Give it a try. Don't you like gambling? Then take a gamble and see if there are any bullets in my gun." Jiang Yu wisely put away the sharp knife, smiled and stepped back a few steps, saying, "Well, it seems that the situation has changed. We have to reconsider it." Old man number 25 snorted coldly, glanced at everyone, and said, "HMPH, I'm putting it here. Don't think about targeting me, an old man." After getting the pistol, he felt more confident. Beauty number 44 looked at old man number 25 with some fear, not daring to say another word. Young man number 31 also took a few steps back, lowered his head, and said nothing, like a child who had done something wrong. Dr. Luo Jun stood up and suggested, "Indeed, why don't we all communicate freely now? We don't interfere with each other. As long as someone can find a way to confirm the color of his mask, he can press the button on the console and leave. What do you think?" Beauty number 44 nodded repeatedly and supported. "Okay, let's do this. Everyone figure out a solution." The rest of the people nodded in agreement, even old man No. 25 seemed to agree with this approach. Everyone worked hard, and it depended on who could convince the others with their eloquence. At this moment, the voice of the pig-faced masked man was heard from somewhere in the room, along with a somewhat obscene laugh. There are still 20 minutes left in the game countdown. So far, it's a really interesting development. Although I shouldn't interfere with the game, I think it will be more fun this way. According to the information I have, among the stories you 5 players just told, only 2 of them were telling the truth. The other 3 players were all lying, heh. The words of the pig-faced masked man were like a bombshell dropped into the room, and everyone's heads were buzzing. Everyone immediately became more vigilant and guarded against others. Beauty No. 44 looked around, grabbed the hand of youth number 31, pulled him to the corner, and pressed him against the wall. Then, she grabbed his hand and pressed it directly on her chest and said in a seductive tone, "Little brother, you have never touched a woman in your life, right? Do you want to continue touching me after we get out? If you do, let's cooperate." Even though his hand was covered by a layer of clothes, young man No. 31 had already blushed. He was a naive man who had never even had a first love, so how could he have experienced such a big scene? Aren't you pregnant? Doesn't this count as cheating?" Youth number 31 stammered. F***K, you're cheating? Your life is almost gone. What morality do you still care about? Besides, I'm not pregnant at all, brother. I trust you, so I'm being honest with you. Why don't we cooperate and go out together? First, tell me, what color is my mask? Beauty number 44 snorted coldly. Youth number 31 hesitated. "You are not lying to me, are you?" "How could that be?" "Brother, I swear I will never lie to you, and after we get out, you can do whatever you want." Beauty number 44 moved close to number 31's body, rubbed his thigh deliberately, and said in a more charming tone, "No." 31 was a little emotional and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I believe you, you can't lie to me." Beauty number 44 said coquettishly, "Don't worry, I will never lie to you, good brother. I like honest, kind, and handsome boys like you. Tell me the color of the mask." "Yellow." Young man No. 31 felt so comfortable and happy being flattered that he couldn't help but tell the color of the other person's mask. Dr. Luo Jun and others heard the conversation between the two. They did not expect that Beauty No. 44 was so unscrupulous and sacrificed her beauty in exchange for survival. Jiang Yu raised the sharp knife, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Beauty number 44. He was still hesitating whether to kill No. 44 and take off her mask. But the situation became complicated as she seemed to have a new partner whose reliability was unknown. "Okay, brother, wait for me, hee. Beauty No. 44 walked away from youth number 31, took out a prop card, and said loudly, "Referee, I want to use this prop card." After a moment, the door opened, and 2 men in bullhead masks walked in. One of them took the prop card and left, while the other stayed and waited. Not long after, the man in the bullhead mask returned and handed Beauty number 44 a pen and a piece of paper. "Please write down the words you want to identify, and the player number who said it. Beauty number 44 took the paper and pen, wrote a sentence on it, and then handed it to the man in the bullhead mask, who left with the note. However, he soon returned and handed Beauty number 44 a new note. After taking the note, Beauty number 44 glanced at it, excitedly rushed to the operating table, and pressed the yellow button without hesitation. Congratulations to player number 44 for pressing the button that matches the color of his mask correctly and becoming the first person to leave the room. Player number 44, please follow the staff and leave the room. There are still 3 spots left. Other players keep going. The voice of the man with the pig face mask rang out. The 2 men in bullhead masks were about to leave with number 44. Young man, no. 31 got anxious and rushed over, grabbing the arm of beautiful woman number 44 and anxiously said, "Wait, you still haven't told me what color the mask is." "Beauty, no." 44 uttered an awe and turned to look at youth number 31, shook off his arm, and said in a B***ch-like manner, covering her mouth, "When did I ever agree? I just said that we should cooperate and go out together. I'm already out, brother, you have to work hard." Young man number 31 looked at the departing figure of number 44 and stood there in disbelief. The old man, no. 25 sneered, with a hint of joking in his words. "Young man, you are still too young. The more beautiful a woman is, the less you can trust her words. After they use you, they will cruelly abandon you." These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of young man no. 31 hard. He stood there for a moment, then slumped to the ground, his expression beneath the mask becoming increasingly confused. A hint of indifference flashed across Jiang Yu's eyes. He had long known that in this kind of death game, trust became a luxury and betrayal was the norm. At this moment, Dr. Luo Jun took the initiative to walk towards Jiang Yu, stretched out his hand to him, and said sincerely, "Jiang Yu, let's cooperate if you believe in me." Jiang Yu shook his hand and said calmly, "I want to believe you, but the previous experience is there. How can I believe you? Unless you tell me the color of my mask first." The atmosphere in the air was a little solemn for a moment. "Well, to show my sincerity, I will tell you the answer first. The color of your mask is red." Dr. Luo Jun held Jiang Yu's hand, was silent for a moment, and said. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. He thought his mask should be yellow or green. According to his reasoning, there are 5 people in the room, and if he is the man with the pig face mask, the probability of each color being randomly drawn will be close. This prevents players from winning by guessing blindly, just as the distribution of answers A, B, C, and D on a test paper is close. The old man number 25 and the young man number 31 are both red. From a logical point of view, the probability that his mask is red is relatively low. At the moment when Jiang Yu was quickly calculating the color distribution in his mind, Dr. Luo Jun snatched the knife from his hand with his other hand, pressed him against the wall, and put the knife to his neck. The whole set of movements was smooth, as if he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. "Dr. Luo, why do you do this?" "Oh no, I shouldn't call you a doctor, because you are not a doctor at all." Jiang Yu's body was tense, but he maintained a calm posture and said with a sneer, "Oh, how did you know?" There was a hint of surprise in Dr. Luo Jun's voice. "Because I never believed you. In the game 123 Wooden Man, the bead you gave me wasn't an iron bead at all, right? Because after I took it, I found that the weight of the bead and the iron bead were slightly different. If I took the fake iron bead you gave me, I would be eliminated in the end." Jiang Yu analyzed calmly. "You are indeed extraordinary to be able to discover this. However, based on this alone, how do you know that I am not a doctor?" A shadow flashed across Dr. Luo Jun's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "Because, after the game of Shot at Life was over, there was a sumptuous dinner, and I came to you to drink, but you couldn't tell the difference between the wine in the glass." Jiang Yu said slowly. At that time, he raised a glass of red wine and toasted with Dr. Luo Jun. But the other party could not recognize that it was red wine and made excuses to avoid the question. Jiang Yu deduced from this that the only possibility was that Dr. Luo Jun was red and green color blind. Since he was color blind, he could never become a doctor. In Longguo, people with color blindness are not allowed to apply for medical majors. In addition, Regular physical examinations are conducted every year, and if a doctor is found to be color blind, his or her medical license will be immediately revoked. So it's all fake. Luo Jun understood immediately and laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, so that's it, you are right, I am not one of those annoying doctors. Do you know what my real identity is? I am a lunatic in a lunatic asylum. I hate those damn doctors. They feed me bitter sedatives every day. I hate them so much. Every day I observe their movements and imitate their behaviors. I also imitate surgeons in TV dramas. Tell me, do I look like a good doctor? Ha ha ha. The old man number 25 and the young man number 31 nearby were also shocked by the scene. They stepped back, kept a distance, and observed, not daring to act rashly. So what do you want to do? Kill me. Jiang Yu said calmly. He felt that the other party did not want to kill him, otherwise, he would have attacked him the moment he tried to snatch the knife instead of putting the knife to his neck. Luo Jun leaned close to Jiang Yu's ear and whispered under the mask. Although I am not a doctor, I will let you go because of our good relationship. But you have to whisper in my ear what the color of my mask is. No one else can hear it. If anyone hears it, I will kill you without hesitation. Of course, I will ask number 31, and if his answer is different from yours, I will kill you as well. There was a hint of menace in his tone. Jiang Yu understood why Luo Jun didn't kill him. Even if he killed himself and removed the mirror inside his mask, he would not be able to distinguish colors. Red-green color blindness does not mean that red appears green or green appears red, but that both colors are close to gray and difficult to distinguish. Therefore, Luo Jun could only come up with this method to double verify the color of his mask. Okay, your mask color is green. Jiang Yu compromised, leaned close to Luo Jun's ear and whispered. A wise man knows the current situation. He doesn't need to risk his life and anger a madman. In this death game, survival is of utmost importance. He just wants to avoid risks and temporarily cater to the other party. Even though there were only 2 places left to leave the room after Luo Jun went out, he already had a solution. Good, I hope you didn't lie to me, or you'd be dead. Luo Jun slowly backed away, the sharp knife leaving Jiang Yu's neck, then he turned and walked towards Youthno. 31. Young man number 31 stepped back in fear, but Luo Jun grabbed him by the collar, pressed him against the wall, and put a knife to his neck. Tell me, what is the color of my mask? Number 6 has already told me. If your answer is different from his, I will kill you. You'd better think it through before answering. Youth number 31 said with some fear. Green, your mask is green. Luo Jun nodded with satisfaction, leaned close to his ear, and threatened in the same way. Very good, next, whisper in my ear which button is green from left to right, and the color order of the 3 buttons. Wait, if number 6 says something different from you, then I will kill both of you. Youth no. 31 did not dare to resist. He leaned close to Luo Jun's ear and whispered, green is the 3rd button. From left to right, they are red, yellow, and green. Luo Jun let go of his collar and smiled. Very good, next, I will go and verify with number 6. If what you say is different, then you too are dead. Then he returned to Jiang Yu, pointed the knife at him, and said with a chuckle, the coward no. 31 has already told me the answer. Next, Jiang Yu, it's your turn. I need you to tell me which button is green from left to right, and the order of the colors of the 3 buttons. If you say something different, you're both dead. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, then said, green is the 3rd one, and the color sequence is red, yellow, and green. Very good, bye Jiang Yu, and good luck. Luo Jun laughed and came to the operating table. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, walked up to youth number 31, handed him the sharp knife, then pointed at Jiang Yu and urged, want to get out alive? This is your only way, kill him and take off his mask. There is a mirror inside. Jiang Yu also heard these words and felt a chill. Luo Jun was afraid that he would take revenge after he got out, so he directly handed the knife to Youthno. 31 to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Young man number 31 immediately took the knife and pointed it at Luo Jun vigilantly, but did not dare to act. Luo Jun laughed, walked straight to the operating table, and pressed the 3rd button without hesitation. The voice of the pig-faced masked man was heard again in the room. Congratulations to player no. 28 for correctly pressing the button that matches the color of his mask and becoming the second player to leave the room. Please follow the staff and leave the room. There are still 2 spots left. Other players keep going. The next moment, the door slowly opened, and 2 men wearing bullhead masks walked in, taking Luo Jun out of the room. Then, the door closed again. There are 3 people left in the room, namely Jiang Yuno. 6, old man number 25 and young man number 31. Kid, what number 28 said makes sense. Go, kill number 6 and take off his mask. Then we can both leave here safely. Old man number 25 raised a pistol with a gleam in his eyes and pointed the gun directly at young man number 31. I don't dare to go. I have never killed anyone. Young man, no. 31 said tremblingly, holding a sharp knife. So do you want to die here? If you die here, what will happen to your sister who is still studying? If you don't do it, I will shoot. You can bet whether there is a bullet in the gun or you want to experience the feeling of your head exploding. The old man spoke in a cold tone and continued to threaten youth number 31 with his pistol, pointing it at his head. Hearing this, number 31 walked towards Jiang Yu with his head held high, tightly gripping the sharp knife in his hand. His eyes turned red, as if he wanted to fight to the death. Only by killing Jiang Yu would he have the only chance to survive. Jiang Yu calmly watched the approaching youth number 31, took out a prop card from his pocket, held it high, stared at him, and said, "Don't move, I'm going to use this prop card. If you dare to hurt me while using the prop card, you will be eliminated directly." Hearing this, youth number 31 was reminded, and remembered the rules that the pig-faced, masked man had mentioned before. He stopped where he was and did not dare to act rashly. The door opened, and 2 men in bullhead masks walked in again. One of them took the prop card from Jiang Yu and left. Soon, he came back and handed Jiang Yu a piece of paper and pen, just like before. Please write down the words you want to identify and the player number who said it. Jiang Yu suddenly realized that no. 44 also had a lie detection card. She used it to determine that number 31 was telling the truth. Then she pressed the yellow button with confidence and left the room. This also gave Jiang Yu new information that the prop card was not unique. He wrote down the words Luo Jun had said to him before on a piece of paper. Let me tell you the answer first. The color of your mask is red player 28. He then handed the note to the man in the bull mask, who left with the note. Soon after, the man in the bull mask returned and handed Jiang Yu a new note. Jiang Yu took the note, opened it, and saw only 2 words on it. Lie. Jiang Yu smiled. He knew that Dr. Luo Jun was red and green color blind, so it was impossible for the other party to see the color of his mask, because he can't tell the difference between red, yellow, and green. However, this is not important. As long as he says to give any answer at random, just like now, he can use the lie detection card to eliminate a wrong answer. The color of my mask is definitely not red, so it must be one of yellow and green. Of course, it would be even better if the other party could guess the correct answer directly. The 2 men in bullhead masks were about to turn around and leave. Wait, don't go, I want to use this prop card. Jiang Yu stopped the 2 again. The 2 men turned around. Although they were wearing bullhead masks, one could still feel their surprise underneath the masks. One of the men wearing the bullhead mask walked forward again, took the prop card from Jiang Yu, and then left. Soon he returned, nodded to Jiang Yu and said, "Player number 6, you can use this prop card." Then the 2 of them left, and the door was locked again. In order to ensure the fairness of the game, we would like to make the following explanation to players 25 and 31. Player No. 6 just used the A-level exclusive prop card pub and has 1 chance to make mistakes. Next, even if player number 6 presses the wrong button, he will not be eliminated. At this moment, the voice of the pig-faced masked man was heard again from somewhere in the room. After hearing this, old man number 25 and young man number 31 were dumbfounded. Can this game be played like this? Jiang Yu smiled and walked towards the operating table. His eyes stayed on the 3 buttons. He first ruled out the red button on the far left. His hand hovered above the yellow button, hesitated, moved to the green button, and then pressed it hard. Young man number 31 and old man No. 25 watched this scene nervously. At the same time, the voice of the pig-faced masked man rang out in the room. Player number 6, you pressed the wrong button. You have one last chance. Sure enough, people still have to trust their first instinct. Jiang Yu looked calm, as if everything was within his expectations. He put his hand on the yellow button, and this time, he pressed it without hesitation. The next moment, the voice of the man in the pig-faced mask rang out. Congratulations to player number 6, you pressed the right button and became the third person to leave the room. Please follow the staff and leave the room. Other players, please note that there is only one spot left to leave the room. The door opened, and two men in bullhead masks walked in. Jiang Yu followed them out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, he felt a needle P*** K his neck again. The familiar feeling of dizziness came over him, and he fainted again. At the same time, in the room, with only one spot left, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The pig-faced masked man's untimely voice sounded again. There are still 10 minutes left in the game countdown. Both players please make your choice as soon as possible. Otherwise, those who have not left the room after the time is up will be eliminated directly. Time was running out, but both of them just stared at each other, unmoved. Young man, hurry up and press it or I'll shoot you. I can give you a hint. The color of your mask is either red or yellow. Old man number 25 became a little impatient. He raised his gun, pointed it at young man no. 31 and threatened him. Young man number 31 was a little flustered and took a few steps back. Suddenly, he thought of something, pointed at the old man, and said loudly, I understand. You are deliberately misleading me with the color of the mask. You think I won't believe you. Then I can only rely on my own feelings. If I rely on blind guessing, the probability of guessing the right color is only 1/3, and the probability of guessing wrong is 2/3. If I press the wrong button, I will die on the spot, and you can use the mirror inside my mask to get out. He paused, then continued, Don't point that broken gun of yours at me. I know very well that you don't dare to shoot. Because if you fire the gun and there's no bullet in it, you'll lose your original advantage. I'll kill you immediately with this knife, and then use the mirror inside your mask to leave here. The expression of old man no. 25 under the mask was uncertain. He did not expect that young man number 31, who looked stupid before, has become smart now. He probably thought about it for a long time and finally figured it out. HMPH, let's see who can't hold out to the end. Old man number 25 snorted coldly. Time passes by minute, and the remaining time is getting shorter and shorter. The air became increasingly tense. The two looked at each other, staring at each other's masks. Both knew the color of the other's mask, but no one spoke. I don't know how much time has passed. Young man, there's only 1 minute left. Are you sure you don't want to try? Old man number 25 said in a somewhat sinister tone. How is it possible? How could time pass so quickly? You are lying to me. Young man no. 31's chest heaved as he pointed at the old man and questioned. He seemed incredulous that there was only 1 minute left. Did you keep a timer? I was counting down the whole time. Old man number 25 asked back. Young man number 31 was silent. After the man with the pig-faced mask said that there were only 10 minutes left in the countdown, the old man number 25 pointed a gun at his head. Then the other party told him that the color of his mask was one of red and yellow. His mind was in a mess at the time, and he didn't even think about timing. So that's how it was. He was tricked. The other party had planned all this long ago and deliberately used 2 mask colors to divert his attention so that he couldn't calculate the time. So, how many minutes are left? At this moment, old man no. 25 had already walked to the operating table, stretched out his hand, and placed it above the 3 buttons. He turned his head to look at young man number 31 and said coldly, When there are 10 seconds left, I will take a gamble. If I bet right, then you are dead. He paused, then continued, Now there are 30 seconds left. Time was running out, and sweat started oozing from the forehead of young man no. 31. He nervously threw himself in front of the operating table, looking down at the buttons on the table, his eyes moving rapidly left and right, feeling conflicted. Which button should I choose? The old man said that the color of his mask was one between red and yellow. If the old man was lying, then the color of his mask must be green. If the old man is telling the truth, then, is it red or yellow? No. 31 had a headache. He turned to look at the old man, number 25, but he couldn't see the other person's expression through the mask. Would the other party be so kind as to narrow down his answer range and increase his chances of winning to 1 in 2? Impossible, the answer must be green. The other party must have told a lie. Wait, if the old man was standing on the second floor, he would have anticipated that he had seen through his tricks and would eventually choose green. Then he is telling the truth, and the answer is red or yellow. But is this old man so smart? Which level is he on? Young man number 31 estimated the time, and there were only a few seconds left. Old man no. 25 was about to reach out to press the button. Let's bet. The other party can't be an idiot, he is setting a trap on purpose. The answer is one of red and yellow. Your lucky color is yellow, so choose yellow. Risking your life, 50% chance, I will definitely win. Youth number 31 looked ferocious, his eyes wide open, and he pressed the yellow button hard. The next moment, the collar around his neck made a dripping sound, followed by a huge explosion. At the same time, old man number 25 had already squatted down and hugged his head tightly. After the explosion ended, he stood up calmly and walked to the side of youth number 31. The other's body had been blown into pieces and the ground was covered with blood, but his mask was still intact. Old man number 25 bent down, picked up the young man's mask, turned the mirror inside to himself, and said to himself, "It's red. Young man, you just can't keep your cool. There are still 2 minutes left." Then he walked to the operating table and calmly pressed the red button. The next moment, the voice of the man in the pig-faced mask rang out. "Congratulations to player number 25 for winning. Please follow the staff out of the room." At the same time, the door opened and 2 men in bullhead masks walked in. Old man number 25 followed them out. 10 minutes later, when Jiang Yu woke up again, he found himself in the hall. Number 28 Luo Jun, who was standing next to him, looked at Jiang Yu and sneered. "I didn't expect that you would survive." Jiang Yu also responded coldly and said, "It's not that easy for me to die. On the contrary, you should be careful. Keep quiet." One of the men wearing a bullhead mask pointed a gun at Jiang Yu with a hint of majesty in his tone. The hall fell silent. Soon, the last player, old man number 25, was brought to the hall, which also meant the end of the game. "Tisk tisk, how come my little brother died in there? He is so stupid that he can't even beat an old man. Sigh." Beauty number 44 pouted her lips, her tone full of sarcasm and disdain, but there was a hint of gloating in her eyes. At the same time, Jiang Yu noticed the electronic screen on the wall, which was showing a live broadcast. It was the room where several people had been playing the game before. He could also see the operating table in the center of the room. Youth number 31 has fallen to the ground. On the stage, the man in the pig-faced mask screamed excitedly. "Very good, the winners of this game are players number 6, number 25, number 28, and number 44. Let's congratulate them." There was thunderous applause from the audience. At the same time, Jiang Yu also received a message from the god's gambling seed in his mind. Absorbing the power of this gambling life, the seed grows, and the host's intelligence is improved. The man with the pig face mask nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand for everyone to be quiet. "Please come and randomly draw the prop card. All those who voted for the winning player should also come and claim the prop card reward. Otherwise, the staff will deduct the prop card." Settlement proceeds as normal. After all the game sessions were over, the pig-faced masked man glanced at the crowd below the stage and said, "Tonight's game has ended successfully. Currently, there are 37 players left on the field. Tomorrow night's game is called Big Talk Digital King. See you at 8 o'clock tomorrow night." Jiang Yu returned to the room and excitedly looked through the prop card he had just obtained. S-level item card, freeze. Introduction. After using this prop card, you can limit any 2 players on the field to play the game, and the limit time is 20 minutes. He drew another S-level item card and felt that he was extremely lucky. This card could restrict his opponent at the critical moment and become a trump card in his hand. Jiang Yu quickly ate a few bites of dry bread and drank a few sips of mineral water. Suddenly, he looked down at the hard bread in his hand, his eyes blurred and tired. He shook his head desperately. No, he had already walked almost 1/3 of the way. He had to hold on. Yin Yin was still waiting for him outside. Thinking of this, he became more motivated and his thinking became much clearer. While he still had energy, he picked up the cardboard and pen and sorted out some of the mistakes he had made before. Only by making continuous progress and correcting his mistakes can he survive in this game of death. Soon, he found many optimal solutions. If he were to go back to the competition in his current state, it would be much easier and he would be able to win the game in a simpler way. Many times, he was too stable, pursuing extreme stability, extremely cautious, just wanting to survive the game, wasting a lot of prop cards. In fact, there was a better plan, but he was impatient and didn't wait until the critical moment. He believed that by continuously participating in the death game and waiting for the final battle, he would be able to improve in all aspects. I must get the final victory. Jiang Yu's eyes became firm again. He put the cardboard aside, lay down, and fell asleep. The next day, 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered in the hall again. Jiang Yu looked around. There was a table in the middle of the hall with many cards on it. It seemed that there would be another board game tonight. The pig-faced masked man appeared on the platform on time. He looked down at the many players below and said, "Very good, all the players are here. Next, I will announce tonight's game and the rules of the game. Please listen carefully, I will not repeat myself. Game name, Big Talk Digital King. Participating players, 4. Cards. There are 104 cards in total, divided into the following 2 categories. Number cards, 0 to 9, 10 cards for each number, 100 cards in total. Joker. 4 cards, no numbers on the front, with pictures of evil spirits. Game rules, 1 shuffling and dealing cards. After shuffling the deck, place all the cards face up randomly on the table. The 4 players take turns drawing cards until all the cards on the table have been drawn, and each player should have 26 cards in his hand. 2. Decide the order of playing cards. Each player rolls the dice, and the one with the highest number plays first. If the numbers are the same, continue rolling the dice until the order of playing is determined. 3 rules of playing cards. The player whose turn it is to play places the card face up in the middle of the table and calls out the number and quantity of the card played, such as 3 8s, 4 7s at the same time. Players are allowed to lie. The game proceeds in a clockwise direction, and each player must not exceed 20 seconds to play a card. 4 acceptance and questioning. The next player can choose to play the number called out by the previous player, or he can choose to question the authenticity of the previous player's number card. If the challenge is successful, the previous player takes back all the cards on the table in this round. If the challenge fails, the next player takes back all the cards in this round, and the previous player continues to play cards. Players can also choose to skip this round and not play any cards. 5 Joker rules. The Joker can be treated as any number card, and when playing a card, the player can declare the Joker to be any number. 6. Victory conditions. The player who first plays 26 cards, including number cards and Jokers, wins, and the remaining players are eliminated. As soon as the pig-faced masked man announced the rules, a commotion broke out in the audience. Unlike in the past, this time, out of 4 contestants, only 1 can survive, and the other 3 will all be eliminated. This is unprecedentedly cruel. All players, please be quiet. No active registration is allowed for this round of the game. The random draw of players will begin soon. Please look at the big screen. The man with the pig face mask signaled for everyone to be quiet and pressed the remote control. Then, the electronic screen on the wall displayed everyone's avatars. Originally, the 50 players had bright avatars, but now 13 of them had turned gray. Among them were female internet celebrity No. 2, Jiang Yu's wife Zhou Kinking number 16, butcher Wang Tianba number 11, up owner Zhang Tiangxiang number 36, and so on. These are the players who have been eliminated and died. Their avatars will turn gray, and the red avatar selection box will scroll rapidly among the remaining 37 players. Jiang Yu was recalling the rules of the game read out by the man with the pig face mask. This was undoubtedly a game that tested intelligence and courage. Even if you draw a very bad hand of digital cards, as long as you dare to brag, it is possible to play all the cards quickly and win the game. This death game was tailor-made for him. Because he has a very accurate grasp of everyone's psychology, he used to play this game with his roommates in college, and he always drank the least. In the end, no one dared to play with him. Unfortunately, he was not qualified to sign up for this game. The profile picture quickly froze on number 33, a man wearing narrow-rimmed glasses with slightly narrowed eyes and a strange smile on his face. His fingers were slender, and his cuffs and collar were a little worn. He was calm, without a trace of panic, and seemed not worried about the game at all. Then, the avatar rolled again and stopped at number 28 Luo Jun. 2 game players had already been drawn. Players continue to draw. Then, the selection box landed on number 6. As soon as Jiang Yu looked up, he saw that his avatar was locked. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile that was barely noticeable to others. This is such a coincidence. Moreover, among the locked avatars, there is a familiar person, number 28 Luo Jun. Jiang Yu searched for the other person in the crowd and soon saw Luo Jun. He stared at him coldly with his eyes narrowed. The opportunity for revenge came so quickly. God must be blessing him. He is a very vindictive person. Previously, in the game Red, Yellow, and Green Battle, Luo Jun snatched his knife and threatened him. Finally, he gave the knife to youth number 31, indicating that the other party should kill him, hoping to kill someone with his own knife. This debt must be repaid. In this death game, either he dies or Luo Jun dies. Finally, the profile picture was fixed on number 29. It was an ordinary middle-aged woman. She was so unremarkable that it was difficult to find her in the crowd. Very good, all the game players have been selected. Players, please take your seats, the game is about to begin. The man with the pig-faced mask excitedly pointed to the round table in the center of the hall. Everyone made way for them, and exciting music sounded in the hall. Jiang Yu and others walked slowly towards the round table and sat down in an orderly manner under the guidance of the bull-headed referee. The atmosphere was as tense as ever. 4 gamers sat at a round table, and other players behind them had already started voting in an orderly manner, guessing who they thought would be the champion. At the round table, Jiang Yu and others looked at each other with fire burning in their eyes, and everyone's eyes were filled with a strong desire to survive. In this cruel death game, only the person who plays all the cards first can survive. This is a game that depends on speed and life. 4 people, only one can survive. The bull-headed referee arranged the number cards on the table, shuffled them quickly, and spread them out with the back facing up. Then he said indifferently, "Dear players, the game is now officially starting. Please roll the dice. The player with the highest score will have the priority to draw cards, then draw cards in a clockwise direction." Everyone picked up the dice in front of them and threw them. Everyone had a very solemn expression as they stared at the dice spinning on the table. Finally, all the dice stopped. Jiang Yu had 6 points, number 28 Luo Jun had 5 points, no. 33, the man had 4 points, and number 29, the middle-aged woman, had 2 points. Jiang Yu was delighted. As expected, after several times of luck improvement, he had become a European emperor. His luck was surprisingly good, and he directly rolled a 6. Player number 6, please draw first. Then, draw cards in a clockwise direction for a total of 26 rounds. In the end, everyone will have 26 cards in their hands. The bull-headed referee stretched out his hand to signal Jiang Yu to start drawing cards. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and picked up a number card from the table. The player to his clockwise direction was number 28 Luo Jun, who glanced at Jiang Yu and casually took a number card from the table. Next, it was player number 33's turn to draw a card. He leaned his arms on the table, squinted his eyes, and observed the pile of number cards on the table. He casually drew a card, held it in his hand, squeezed it tightly with both hands, and then slowly revealed the front to see what card he had drawn. Finally, it was the middle-aged woman's turn to draw the cards. She looked a little nervous and uneasy. She didn't want to participate in this game. She was just an ordinary vegetable seller. She got up early and went to bed late every day. She had to go to the vegetable market to sell vegetables after 5 o'clock. She didn't know why she was brought here. She has been working in the vegetable market all year round. Her face is full of wrinkles, and her eyes reveal fatigue and helplessness. Her hands are rough, and there is unwashed black mud between her nails. She never liked playing card games, nor did she understand these newfangled gadgets of young people. Her life was simple and down to earth, and her only concern was her daily livelihood and her family. But at this moment, she had no choice but to participate, because if she refused to take part in the game, there would be only one outcome. Death. Her hands were shaking slightly, her heart was beating faster, and she felt unprecedented pressure. After the middle-aged woman finished drawing, it was Jiang Yu's turn to draw cards, and the cycle continued like this until all 26 cards were drawn. Jiang Yu didn't expect that he would draw 3 joker cards. What a great luck! He glanced at the other people. The middle-aged woman looked obviously worried, while Luo Jun had a calm expression and showed no emotion. Man, no. 33 kept fiddling with the number cards in his hand, his movements quick and skillful, as if he was sorting the cards. Jiang Yu sorted out his 26 cards, which were 6 zeros, 3 ones, 5 twos, 6 fours, 1 8, 2 nines, and 3 jokers. It is both a good thing and a bad thing that you do not have the number cards 3, 5, 6, and 7. If someone else plays these cards, you can only choose to lie or expose your superior and then get the right to play the cards. The bull-headed referee looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Player number 6, please play your card." At this moment, the metal collar of man number 33 suddenly made a beeping sound. He looked at the man in the pig-faced mask in horror, knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I was wrong, let me go." Hearing the harsh sound from the collar, Jiang Yu and the others felt a chill all over their bodies, tensed up, and quickly bent down to dodge. Every time this devilish whisper-like voice sounded, it meant that a player was about to be eliminated. The next moment, the collar on man number 33's neck exploded instantly. Jiang Yu and others looked at the mess on the ground, speechless, and only felt a lingering fear. The other players watching were also confused. No one had played a card yet, so how did player number 33 get eliminated? What on earth happened? On the stage, the sinister voice of the man with a pig-faced mask rang out, and his tone seemed a little angry. I remember I said that Rule 2 is absolute fairness. No one is allowed to play the game in a cheating manner. Once discovered, they will be eliminated immediately. Player number 33 cheated during the card drawing phase and was eliminated. There are 3 players left, and the game continues. Jiang Yu's mind was spinning rapidly. Could it be that player 33 was cheating? There was only one possibility. He had seen some promotional videos on quitting gambling before. Some cheaters do not take 1 card each time they draw, but 2, 3, or even more. If they get a bad card, they will quickly replace the bad card the next time they draw and take a few new cards. To others, the speed is so fast that it seems like they only took 1 card. Therefore, Jiang Yu and others did not see that in real life, player 33 is likely to be the master of the game. But how did the pig-faced masked man find out? It is difficult for ordinary people to see. The game continues. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, took out 3 zero number cards without hesitation, threw them out lightly, and said lightly, 3 zeros. Luo Jun glanced at Jiang Yu, sneered, and directly covered the 3 cards with his hands. Then he stared at Jiang Yu and said firmly, "You have a lot of zeros, right? But these 3 cards are not zeros at all. The game has just begun. I will flip them randomly. I don't believe that you can beat me with 26 cards." As he said that, he turned over the 3 number cards and threw them on the table. However, the result was beyond his expectation. On the table, all 3 cards had the number 0 in black on a white background. He frowned, looking a little depressed, and took all 3 number cards back to the deck in his hand. Jiang Yu smiled, took out 3 zero number cards again, threw them out easily, stared at Luo Jun intently and said, "It's still 3 zeros this time, do you believe it?" Luo Jun stared at Jiang Yu, gritting his teeth, and without hesitation, he turned over his cards. True or false, huh? I don't believe it's still 3 zeros. However, the result was beyond his expectation again. Jiang Yu's 3 number cards were still 3 zero. Luo Jun's originally sarcastic expression froze instantly, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. His face gradually became gloomy, and he was obviously annoyed by Jiang Yu. He took the 3 zeros on the table back into his hand and glared at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu gave him a mocking smile, took out 3 more cards with the number 1, threw them out, and said in a provocative tone, 3 fours, keep flipping. Comments. Luo Jun covered the 3 cards with his right hand again and was ready to lift them up. At this moment, he looked at the dwindling cards in Jiang Yu's hand and couldn't help but hesitate. If you keep questioning your opponent, he will choose to play only real cards. That way, the opponent will have fewer and fewer digital cards, while your own cards will increase, leaving you with no chance of a comeback. Luo Jun took a look at his hand. The 26 cards he drew at the beginning were 4 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, 1 4, 2 5s, 1 6, 5 7s, 4 8s, and 5 9s. He only has 1 4, which means the other 3 have a total of 9 4s in their hands. Well, it is also possible that Jiang Yu has 3 4s in his hand. Moreover, the other party's tone seemed to be provoking me, deliberately making me turn over the cards, and I must not be fooled. After thinking calmly for a moment, Luo Jun snorted coldly, withdrew his hand, took out 2 cards from his hand, threw them out without hesitation, and shouted, "Follow 2 4s." Since player No. 33 had been eliminated for cheating, it was the middle-aged woman's turn to play. She saw that there were already 5 number cards on the table, hesitated for a moment, took out a card, and placed it on the table. "I'll follow a 4 too." Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. The other party's tone of voice was a little weak, which was a sign of lack of confidence and seemed like he was lying. However, Jiang Yu did not intend to expose her. He thought for a moment, then took out an 8 and 2 9s from the number cards and threw them out. He looked at Luo Jun with a mocking smile on his face. "Follow 3 4s." Luo Jun frowned immediately, wondering, why are there 3 4s again? Where did he get so many 4s? Could it be that the 3 4s at the beginning were fake? The 4s in this round must be real. Don't be fooled. Luo Jun's face was gloomy. He took out a 4 from the cards in his hand and threw it out, saying, "Follow another 4. It was the middle-aged woman's turn. She looked at the cards on the table with a worried look on her face. She had already taken out a card and was about to play it, but after looking at Jiang Yu, she hesitated for a moment and stopped what she was doing. "I skip it, and I won't play any cards." It seems that she chose to be conservative and choose not to play cards, which is also a good strategy. Although it slows down the speed of playing cards, it can avoid the risk of increasing digital cards. Jiang Yu stared at Luo Jun, drew 6 4 cards from his hand, and slapped them on the table, shouting with a smile, "6 4s." Hearing this, Luo Jun's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He did not hesitate to flip over all 6 of Jiang Yu's cards. "Damn it, I don't believe you still have so many 4s." However, the result was beyond his expectation. All 6 cards were number cards 4. All the players watching were stunned. No one expected that Jiang Yu's psychological game was so strong. "Take it back. These cards are yours." Jiang Yu taunted. Luo Jun picked up the 16 cards on the table with a grim face and put them back in his own hand. His face was gloomy and looked as ugly as if he had eaten bitter melon. Suddenly, he took out a prop card, held it high, and said loudly, "I want to use this prop card to get the priority to play cards." The bull-headed referee took the prop card, glanced at it, showed it to the other players around him, and then read out. Originally, player number 28 failed to challenge, and the right to play the card still belongs to player number 6. However, player 28 uses the B-level prop card active, which triggers the effect of obtaining priority to play cards. Now player 28 plays a card. Jiang Yu was extremely calm and did not seem panicked. All this was within his calculations. Luo Jun also won the previous game red, yellow, and green battle and received a prop card as a reward. It is normal for the opponent to have a prop card. Jiang Yu looked at the number cards in his hand. There were only 5 2 and 3 junk cards left, so he only had 8 cards left. After Luo Jun got the right to play a card, his face immediately turned red. He threw out 3 cards and shouted, "3 7s." The middle-aged woman looked at the cards in her hand, took out 2 cards and placed them on the table, then continued, "Follow 2 7s." Then it was Jiang Yu's turn to play. He just randomly drew 3 cards, threw them on the table, and said, "It seems that everyone has a lot of 7s. I will also play 3 7s." Luo Jun frowned, snorted coldly, and directly turned over Jiang Yu's cards, and said confidently, "Impossible, the number 7 is almost all in my hand. I don't believe you still have so many 7s. Then, to his surprise, The cards Jiang Yu played were 3 joker cards. Damn, why do you have so many jokers? Luo Jun looked at Jiang Yu in shock and rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Jiang Yu made a very risky choice, because if he threw out 3 jokers, his advantage would be gone. But after reasoning, he determined that Luo Jun chose the number card 7, so he must have a lot of 7s. Then, if I show 3-7, it will definitely arouse his suspicion. His personality is somewhat paranoid, so there is a high probability that he will not believe me. This time, he won the bet again. Luo Jun picked up the 3 joker cards on the table, as well as the remaining number cards on the table, stared at Jiang Yu, and said with gritted teeth, "How dare you give me 3 joker cards? You are doomed to lose." What he didn't expect was that Jiang Yu threw away all the remaining 5 cards, leaned back, and said lightly, "Sorry, you don't stand a chance, 5 twos." Luo Jun looked as if he had seen a ghost. He stood up suddenly and turned over Jiang Yu's cards on the table one by one. There were 5 cards with the number 2. He slumped in the chair, his eyes blank, and muttered in disbelief. "How is it possible? 26 cards can defeat me in seconds." The middle-aged woman looked down at the pile of cards in her hand, then looked up at Jiang Yu, somewhat unbelievingly. She had only played 3 cards, so how come the game was over? The other players watching were all shocked. How could the game end in just a few minutes? I had thought it would be an exciting and thrilling duel, but the result was so dull, and the winner was decided in an instant. The pig-faced masked man was a little slow to react before the game was over. He laughed loudly and clapped his hands. "Congratulations to player number 6 for winning. The game is over. Next, it's the punishment round. Let us say goodbye to players number 28 and number 29 with regret." The man with the pig-faced mask pressed the remote control while laughing. With a sharp dripping sound, the metal collars of the 2 players exploded almost at the same time. Jiang Yu had already stood up and left the round table. He clearly heard Luo Jun's desperate shouts behind him. The sound of the collar exploding was accompanied by dazzling flames. He walked forward without looking back, his eyes cold and without a trace of sympathy. In this game, anyone who dares to offend him or target him will surely be retaliated by him, and it will be impossible for them to survive to the later stages. He will do whatever it takes, risk everything to win this game. Here, there is no kindness and compassion, let alone mercy, only the law of the dark forest, which is to eliminate all one's opponents. The next game will become more and more brutal, but he cannot retreat. Jiang Yu randomly drew a prop card for winning the game and then stood back among the crowd. The pig-faced masked man stood on the high platform, glanced at the players below, and said, "Tonight's game has ended. There are currently 34 players left on the field. Please go back to your rooms and rest. Tomorrow night's game is called Eightfold Gate of Life and Death, which is quite interesting." Jiang Yu returned to the room, took out the prop card he got after winning the previous game, and examined it carefully. S-level item card. Absolutely ineffective. Introduction: the light from God will eventually purify everything in this world. Using this prop card will invalidate all the effects of other players' prop cards. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. The value of this prop card was amazing. It was a prop card comparable to a God-level prop card that could invalidate the effects of other players' prop cards, making them useless. This means that it is a killer trump card that can change the direction of the game at a critical moment. Jiang Yu simply ate some dry bread, drank a few sips of mineral water, and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, he kept having nightmares. He dreamed that his metal collar exploded, and then he felt severe pain all over his body. He dreamed that he was being chased by other players, and everyone was chasing him with knives. He dreamed that a man with a pig-faced mask shot him and killed him with one shot. He woke up several times, and each time he woke up, he subconsciously looked at the electronic clock on the wall and found that several hours had passed. Time flies. Before he knew it, he had slept for nearly 12 hours. He couldn't fall asleep until daytime, so he picked up the game console on the bedside table and played it casually. But all day long, Jiang Yu had a feeling of uneasiness lingering in his heart. From time to time, he looked up at the time on the electronic screen, always feeling that something was wrong. Is he worried about tonight's game? Eightfold Gate of Life and Death sounds like a scary and thrilling game. But he had never been as worried as he was today. In this way, Jiang Yu spent the whole day in a restless state, looking up at the time on the electronic screen on the wall from time to time. It was not until 7:30 in the evening that the electronic screen clock on the wall made the familiar shrill, dingling sound as usual. Jiang Yu jumped up from the bed, quickly washed his face, then took 2 bites of bread and drank a sip of mineral water. When we arrived at the lobby, there were only a few players there. They kept their distance from each other and looked at each other with vigilance in their eyes. Jiang Yu stood in the crowd and looked up at the huge electronic screen on the wall. The time on it showed 19:36:58. In other words, in more than 20 minutes, the man with the pig-faced mask will appear. As time passed, the hall gradually filled with players, more than 30 people in total. However, Jiang Yu glanced around and felt that a few people were missing. For example, Player 1, the silver-haired young man, and, at this moment, he suddenly recalled something that was wrong. In the past, every time it was 7:30 in the evening, the first thing that would happen was the shrill, dingling sound from the electronic screen clock on the wall. This harsh sound can wake up players, reminding them that it is almost 8 o'clock in the evening and they should prepare to participate in the upcoming death game. Then, the sound of a broadcast was heard in the room. The game is about to begin. All players please go to the lobby to gather. However, he didn't seem to hear the broadcast before he went out tonight, and he just thought that the broadcast had been forgotten. The time came exactly 8 o'clock. Everyone looked up at the platform expectantly. At this time in the past, the man with a pig-faced mask would appear and read out the rules of the game that night. Then, he will randomly select a few lucky ones to compete with each other in a cruel game until the winner is decided. However, after everyone waited for a few minutes, the pig-faced masked man did not show up on time for the first time tonight. An atmosphere of tension and anxiety spread throughout the lobby, with players exchanging doubts and speculations with each other. What's going on? Where's the pig-headed man? It's already 8 o'clock, why hasn't he shown up yet? It's so quiet, has anyone come to rescue us? I knew that with so many people missing, it must be a hot topic in society. Jiang Yu's uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. He stared at the platform intently, his mind racing, analyzing all the possibilities. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him, a fatal possibility. Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly widened and his breathing began to become rapid. He felt a chill rising from his spine. His heart beat rapidly and his whole body trembled. He ran towards the stairs. Other players noticed this scene. Some looked at Jiang Yu in confusion, but no one cared about him. While Jiang Yu was running wildly, he quickly recalled what the pig-faced masked man had said before. Rule 1, the game is divided into 2 time periods, namely game time and curfew time. The game time is from 19:00 to 0:00. The curfew is from 0:00 to 19:00. This is a factory-like environment, almost airtight. Players cannot know the time outside, so they have no idea whether it is daytime or dark. Everyone's time is messed up. The only way they know the time is from the electronic clocks in the room and the electronic screens on the walls of the hall, which keep flashing the time. The time displayed on the electronic screen can be modified and controlled at will. So is it possible that the curfew is from 0:00 to 19:00? It's not 8 o'clock in the evening, it's curfew. The man with the pig-faced mask sped up or modified the time on the electronic screen, and almost all players were misled by the time on the electronic screen. These players are not in the room, which means they are not within the safe range. The metal collars on their necks may be detected at any time, which would be a fatal detection. Jiang Yu recalled that when he first entered his room, he found a mechanical clock in a box in the corner of the room. At that time, he adjusted the mechanical clock and the electronic clock to be consistent. The answer to everything lies in that mechanical clock. Just as Jiang Yu was running at the stairs, a familiar, shrill beeping sound suddenly came from somewhere in the hall, and everyone looked in horror in the direction of the sound. I saw number 17, a sweet-looking girl with orange hair, grabbing the metal collar around her neck in panic, and her metal collar made a shrill alarm sound. Sure enough, a few seconds later, there was a huge explosion, accompanied by flames lighting up the hall. Player number 17 was eliminated. Jiang Yu looked back while running, and sure enough, it was just as he thought. Then, in another part of the hall, a shrill, beep sound was heard again, as if the god of death was knocking on the door of every household. This was player number 48, and his metal collar was about to explode. Terror spread in the hall, accompanied by explosions and flames. The hall was filled with thick anxiety and panic. Fear surged like a tide, drowning everyone. Everyone was at a loss, and until now, no one knew what had happened. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The pig-headed man has changed the time. Now it's curfew time, not game time. We are all in danger, and must return to the room immediately." Suddenly, the hall fell into extreme chaos. All the players understood the meaning of this sentence in an instant. Everyone's face was filled with fear. They pushed others aside and rushed towards the stairs. The originally narrow stairs now became a fatal obstacle, and everyone was crowded together. Jiang Yu had already discovered this and had already run to the second floor, and he was only a few steps away from his room. His face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, his eyes revealed intense fear. His lips were tightly pursed, his breathing was rapid, and he ran desperately towards his room, his heart beating wildly, as if the next second would be the end of him. The explosions behind him were like countless ghosts whispering in his ears, urging him to escape and run back to the room. Suddenly, the metal collar around his neck made a sharp, beeping sound. Jiang Yu's heart immediately jumped up, his whole body tensed up. He rushed to his door with all his strength, unlocked it quickly and rushed in. This whole process took only 2 seconds. The moment he rushed into the room, the collar around his neck stopped making a beeping sound. Danger averted. Jiang Yu clearly remembers that when the beeping sound was heard, the metal collar would explode about 3 to 5 seconds later. He was still a little frightened, but more of a survivor. He lay powerlessly on the bed, eyes wide open, breathing heavily. It was too exciting. If it was a second later, he would have died here. He suddenly remembered something and hurried to the corner, knelt on the ground, opened the big box, and found the mechanical alarm clock inside. When he took out the mechanical alarm clock and looked at the time on it, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The time on the mechanical alarm clock is 18:06:20. The actual time is now 6 p.m., not 8 p.m., so it is curfew time now, and anyone who leaves the room may die at any time. Through the door, Jiang Yu could still clearly hear the sound of players running in the corridor. Everyone seemed to be rushing towards their rooms like crazy. Screams, shouts, cries. The outside world seemed like a swamp and hell. Everyone was trying desperately to escape. 2 players had already died, and he could be the next one at any time. This extreme fear stimulated them to pursue the only hope of survival and return to their rooms. Jiang Yu crawled into bed holding the mechanical alarm clock. He was trembling all over. It was the first time he was so close to death. For the first time, he truly felt the fear of death. He stared at the mechanical alarm clock, watching the minute and second hands moving continuously until 7:30. This time, a familiar broadcast voice rang out in the room. "The game is about to begin. All players please go to the lobby to gather." Jiang Yu widened his eyes. Sure enough, everything was just as he thought. This chaotic time was also a trick of the pig-faced masked man, whose purpose was to use the rules to eliminate some players. 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone gathered in the hall. Many people did not arrive at the hall until the last minute. They were extremely vigilant, with fear on their faces, looking around, fearing that this was another trap. As usual, the pig-faced masked man appeared on the platform, followed by a row of bull-headed masked men holding guns. He glanced at the players in the audience and laughed triumphantly. Unfortunately, some players left the room during curfew and were eliminated early. They are players number 17, number 30, and number 48. By the way, you don't believe the time on the electronic screen on the wall, do you? I never said that the time is accurate, hee. The many players in the audience were angry, but dared not say anything. They all glared at the pig-faced masked man. They knew that no matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do. Here, they are powerless. The man with the pig-faced mask is the supreme god. Whatever he says is the truth, and everyone can only bear it obediently. The man with the pig-face mask seemed to be very satisfied with this feeling that other people were unhappy with him but couldn't do anything about it. Next, I will announce the rules of tonight's game. This concerns your life and death. Please listen carefully, players. Game name, Eightfold Gate of Life and Death. Participating players, 4 people. Game time, 20 minutes. The rules are as follows. After the game starts, the 4 players will be brought to an initial room. There are a door of life and a door of death in the room, and there are no signs on the doors. There is a guard in the room. The guard will ask a question and randomly select a player to answer it. If the player answers correctly, the guard will point out the correct gate of life. If the player answers incorrectly, the guard will point out the incorrect gate of death. Players cannot know whether the guard is referring to the door of life or death, and can only rely on their own judgment to choose the door. Only the selected player can open the door, and the player can choose any door to enter. After that, other players are qualified to open the door. If the player walks into the life gate, the door will not close. If a player walks into the death door, the door will be locked immediately, and fire, poison gas, sharp arrows, etc. will be released in the room, and the player will be eliminated immediately. There are 9 rooms in total. When the players reach the 9th room, the safe house, the game will end. The staff will take the remaining players back to the lobby. During the game, the player who is selected to answer the question is allowed to ask for help from other players in the room. Other players can choose to answer or not. After the 20-minute countdown ends, all the traps in the first 8 rooms will be activated, including flames, poison gas, sharp arrows, lasers, etc. Players who still stay in these rooms, including the initial room, will be eliminated. As soon as the man in the pig-faced mask finished speaking, there was a burst of noise from the audience. This game is so perverted. This game is too difficult. Please don't pick me. I don't want to die. This is almost a game of certain death. There is no way of knowing what questions the guards will ask. Yes, if the question is too difficult, there is no way to answer it. The pig-faced masked man frowned, motioned for everyone to be quiet, and then said, "I've said before that I admire people with courage. Are there any players who would like to sign up? Players who do will receive a random item card." "I sign up," a familiar voice sounded among the crowd. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiangyu. He had participated in multiple death games in a row, and it was almost a miracle that he was still standing there alive. It's him again. Does number 6 really think these games are just playing house? Don't say that. It's a skill that he can live till now. Humph, no matter how lucky he is or how smart he is, can he survive after fighting so hard? If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Indeed, he is really courting death. I can't figure out what he is trying to do. The other players were talking about it. Very good, player number 6, please come forward to receive the prop card. The man with the pig-faced mask nodded. Jiang Yu remained calm as he walked through the crowd and came to the stage. He randomly picked a prop card from the one handed down by the man with the bullhead mask. He glanced at the prop card he drew and unexpectedly found that it was a B-level prop card. This was also the first time he drew such a low-level prop card. B-level prop card, clue card. Introduction. Use this item card to get a hint from the guard NPC in a certain room. Better than nothing, Jiang Yu consoled himself. Very good. Since no one else is willing to sign up then, I will randomly select 3 players. The pig-faced masked man waited for a while, but still no one signed up. He glanced at the people below the stage and pointed at the electronic screen. Everyone looked up at the electronic screen, and the familiar player selection process began again. Almost every player was praying that they would not be selected to participate in this game. As the pig-faced masked man pressed the remote control, the avatar selection box on the electronic screen scrolled rapidly, first stopping at Jiang Yu's avatar. Then, the selection box scrolled again and stopped at number 44, number 18, and number 38 respectively. Jiang Yu had some impression of player number 44, the beauty with whom he had participated in the game, Red, Yellow, and Green War before. She had a slim figure with curves in all the right places, and there was a tingling feeling when she spoke. At that time, she played guy number 31 around in circles, deceived him into trusting her, obtained her own mask color, and then successfully passed the game. Jiang Yu also clearly remembers player number 18, the girl with a ponytail, who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She had a pure look with a bit of heroic spirit. She looked extremely dashing, and her movements were decisive and neat. The two of them participated in the Dead Zodiac game together, and the other person looked very similar to Joe Kinking. Perhaps the only difference was the hairstyle. Player number 38 is a man with a scar on his face, who looks ferocious and has a blue dragon tattoo on his arm. He gives people the feeling that he is extremely difficult to mess with. The pig-faced masked man glanced at Jiang Yu and the others and said, "Very good, all participating players have been selected. Please prepare to enter the initial game room. The game countdown will be displayed in each room. Please reach the 9th room, safe house within the specified time, otherwise you will be eliminated." The 4 players were blindfolded and injected with some kind of drug. When they woke up again, they appeared in a room. Jiang Yu looked around the room. It was a rectangular room with snow-white walls and an iron door on each side. There was a small electronic screen hanging on the wall, and the time on it was stopped at 20:00:00. There was a guard standing in the middle of the room, but he looked scary and funny, and it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. He was wearing a gray rabbit doll costume and a rabbit mask on his face. The eyes of the mask emitted red light, and the corners of the mask's mouth showed a weird smile. He just stood there quietly in the middle of the room, not saying a word, looking extremely strange. Girl number 18, scarred man no. 38, and beauty number 44 were lying on the ground. All of them were in a coma. Jiang Yu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the eye of the green dragon tattooed on the scarred man's arm seemed to be missing. After the other 3 woke up one after another, the rabbit man in the middle of the house suddenly spoke. His voice was somewhat neutral, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman, but it sounded a little creepy. "Hello, everyone. The game has officially begun. The countdown has started. I am the guard of this room. You can call me Bunnaman 1. In this room, there is a door of life and a door of death. Next, I will randomly select a player to answer a question. The selected player needs to answer my question. I will not tell the player whether the answer is correct, but I will point to a door. If the answer is right, I will point to the door of life. If the answer is wrong, I will point to the door of death. Please do not communicate with me about anything unrelated to the game. Otherwise, you will be severely punished." Everyone looked at the rabbit man in the middle of the room nervously and took a step back, fearing that they would be chosen. The rabbit man shook his head from side to side. His eyes swept over Jiang Yu and the other 2, and soon his eyes stopped on player number 44. Then, he pointed at the beauty number 44 and said, "Player no. 44, please listen to the question. There was a farmer, a wolf, a chicken, and a bag of beans by the river. There was a river in front of him, but there was only a small boat that could hold him and that one thing. If he leaves the wolf and the chicken alone on one side of the river, the wolf will eat the chicken. If he leaves the chicken and the beans alone on one side of the river, the chicken will eat the beans. He needs to cross the river 7 times to get all his belongings safely to the other side of the river. How should he do that?" When the beauty number 44 heard this question, she was stunned for a while. Then she began to think with her chin in her hand, and her brows soon wrinkled. Obviously, the difficulty of this question was beyond her ability. Time passed by, and beauty number 44 still had no clue. Scarred man number 38 paced anxiously, looking very impatient. He looked up at the time and looked at beauty number 44 from time to time. "What the hell are you hesitating about? You can't just pick a door and go in. There are many more doors behind us, and we don't have enough time. You want to kill us. If you want to die, go and die first." Finally, when there were 18 minutes left, he couldn't hold it in any longer and swore directly at beauty number 44. When the beauty no. 44 heard this, her eyes turned red. She stared at the scarred man and said without giving in, "Why are you rushing me? If I answer wrong, I will die. Shouldn't I be careful? If you have a solution, why don't you tell me? Humph, if I die, the chances of you being selected will be even higher. We are all in the same boat." Girl number 18 seemed to have figured out the answer long ago, and was eager to tell beauty number 40 for the answer. Jiang Yu already knew the answer, but he was hesitating whether to tell number 44. If he told him, wouldn't the other party be getting his efforts in vain? However, he also felt a little confused. What was the meaning of the pig-faced masked man designing such a simple traditional logic problem? Do you want all players to let down their guard first? Make everyone have the illusion that the questions are very simple, paralyze them, and cause them to argue with each other, be unwilling to help the weak, and waste time. When they encounter super difficult questions later, they will have no time to solve them and thus be eliminated due to lack of time. In any case, Jiang Yu became more careful and cautious. What everyone didn't expect was that scarred man number 38 slapped beautiful woman number 44 in the face and then cursed. You be ***ch, I'm giving you face, right? There are 8 gates of life and death, a total of 20 minutes, and each gate only takes 2 to 3 minutes. You've used up several minutes or even more than 10 minutes. Do the rest of us still want to play? Beauty no. 44 was almost knocked to the ground by a slap. She covered her face with her hands, her eyes red, and looked at number 38 in disbelief. Suddenly, she rushed up like crazy, kicking and beating number 38 like a madman. How dare you hit me? No one has ever dared to hit me since I was a child, and you actually dared to hit me. Scarred man number 38 was not willing to be outdone, and the two immediately started fighting. Girl no. 18 couldn't stand it any longer, so she quickly pulled the two apart and advised, "Everyone calm down, our common enemy is the pig-headed man, don't fall for his tricks. We have to work together to survive this game. Fighting without any purpose is just a waste of time, no." 44, I'll tell you what to do. Jiang Yu also stepped forward to help, holding the two who were about to fight and separating them. What number 18 said made sense. He didn't mind helping his teammates in the early stage. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time because only designated players could answer the questions. If it was really as he calculated, he needed enough time to answer the difficult questions later. HMPH, it's good for you to know. Don't think that if I die, you can live. Beauty number 44 snorted coldly and adjusted her clothes and hair. Even in such a critical situation, she still cared about her image. Girl number 18 looked at the beautiful girl number 44, sighed and said, "Okay, stop arguing. Number 44, listen carefully. The farmer first took the chicken across the river, leaving the wolf and the beans behind. The farmer then returns to the original shore and takes the beans across the river. But he needs to leave the beans on the other side of the river and bring back the chicken. Next, the farmer led the wolf across the river, left the wolf on the other side, and then returned to the original shore. Finally, the farmer takes the chicken across the river again, and in this way, he successfully brings all the items safely to the other side of the river." Jiang Yu nodded slightly. What girl number 18 said was exactly what he thought. This was the standard solution. After listening to this, beauty number 44's eyes lit up, and she quickly repeated what beauty number 18 said to Rabbit Man 1. After listening to them, the Rabbit Guard 1 pointed to the door on the left side of Jiang Yu and others. Beauty number 44 came to the iron gate, hesitated for a moment, and was afraid to open the door. "Hurry up, stop dithering. The answer must be correct. Women are just timid." Scarred man number 38 urged again. Beauty number 44 seemed a little angry. She snorted coldly, pushed open the iron door in a huff, and rushed into the next room. Behind the iron door was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what was in the room. The slender figure of the beauty no. 44 also blended into the darkness and disappeared. Jiang Yu and others stared at the iron gate nervously. If it was a dead door, the iron gate would close immediately. However, the door was always open and did not close. After beauty number 44 went in, after a while, about 3 or 4 seconds, the lights in the next room came on, and the iron door was still open. Jiang Yu and others breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed beauty no. 44 to the next room. When everyone entered the room, the iron door behind them closed immediately. Girl number 18 tried to pull it hard, but found that it was impossible to pull it open. In other words, everyone had no way to retreat and could only keep moving forward. In the center of the room, a guard wearing a rabbit-faced mask stood. When Jiang Yu and others rushed into the room, the eyes on his mask glowed red, as if they were activated. There was also a table in front of him, with a piece of white paper on it, which seemed to have a string of numbers written on it, and a black gel pen next to it. Like the previous room, this is a rectangular room with snow-white walls and an iron door on each side. As Jiang Yu was looking at the structure of the room, the rabbit man looked at everyone and suddenly spoke, his voice sounding like a machine. Hello, players. You can call me Bunnaman too. In this room, there is a door of life and a door of death. The rules are no longer repeated. Next, I will randomly select a player to answer a question. Please be prepared. Please do not communicate with me about anything unrelated to the game. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. Jiang Yu and others took a step back at the same time, fearing that they would be selected. However, Jiang Yu noticed the little thoughts of beauty number 44, and she deliberately hid behind everyone. Rabbit Man, too, didn't care about these. His eyes swept over Jiang Yu and others, and finally stopped on the girl with ponytail number 18. Then, he pointed at girl number 18 and said coldly, Player no. 18, please listen to the question. There is a piece of paper on the table in front of you with a mathematical sequence written on it. Please write the 6th digit. When girl no. 18 heard this, she frowned slightly, walked forward to the table, put her hands on the table, and looked down at the mathematical sequence on it. Jiang Yu and others also came over and looked carefully at the questions on the paper. 1, 11, 21, 12, 11, 111,221. The countdown on the wall was decreasing rapidly, with only 16 minutes and 32 seconds left. Scarred man no. 38 also frowned deeply and paced back and forth in the room anxiously. Beauty number 44 looked at the question with a blank face, without any idea at all. However, what was surprising was that, after just looking at it for a few seconds, girl number 18 actually picked up the pen and prepared to start writing the 6th number. This action made Scar Man and the others break out in a cold sweat. Was she not afraid of death, or did she know the correct answer so quickly? Scarred Man number 38 grabbed the arm of girl no. 18 and asked, What number are you going to write? You figured out such a difficult problem, tell us the answer. If you write it wrong, there will be one less person behind us. Girl no. 18 shook off the scarred man's arm, looked at him with contempt, and said disdainfully, You don't even need to calculate this problem. Can't you see it at a glance? The first number is 1, and the second number is 11, which means the first number is 1, and the third number is 21, which means the second number is 2. The fourth number is 1211, which means the third number is 12, 11, and so on. It's so simple that you didn't see it. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, and he saw the answer at a glance. This question is more like a brain teaser. The fifth number 111,221 means 1211 is 11, 12, 2 ones. Then, the answer is obvious. The number in the sixth position should be 312,211. Sure enough, the ponytail girl number 18 wrote 312,211 on the paper without hesitation and handed it to the rabbit guard. After taking the white paper, Bunnaman too looked down at the number on the paper and pointed to the door on the right side of the room. The ponytailed girl no. 18 strode forward to the iron door on the right side of the room, grabbed the door handle, turned it without hesitation, and then strode in. Jiang Yu was watching number 18. If the iron gate was suddenly locked, then she must have made the wrong choice and went to the dead door. However, the door was still open. This door was the door to life. Everyone rushed in at the same time and found themselves in a brand new room. The walls were still painted snow white, but unlike before, the two iron doors in the room were not opened on the left and right, but in the front and right respectively. Of course, this did not include the iron door that everyone had just passed by. However, what surprised everyone was that there were two rabbit guards in the room, standing next to the two doors and leaning against the wall. Unlike before, the two rabbit guards did not speak, but just stared blankly ahead, looking extremely weird. At this moment, a mechanical prompt sound suddenly sounded somewhere in the room. Hello, everyone. There are two guards in this room. In this room, one guard only tells the truth, and the other guard only tells lies. Please send a player to ask questions. Please note that you only have one chance to ask a guard a question, and you can only ask one guard. In this room, there is a door of life and a door of death. In addition, please do not communicate with the guards about anything unrelated to the game. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately understood. So that's what it was. This is a classic logic reasoning question, and the answer is actually very simple. Just ask any guard. If I ask another guard which door is the life gate, will he tell me which door it is? No matter which guard you ask, they will point to the dead door, so just choose another door. Number 6, number 38, who among you is going to ask? Number 18, and I have already opened a door, so it should be your turn anyway, right? Said beauty number 44 sarcastically. Scarred man no. 38 simply crossed his arms over his chest and glanced at Jiang Yu, seemingly having no intention of taking any action. Jiang Yu looked up at the time on the wall. There were only 13 minutes left. There was no time to waste here. I'll go. As he spoke, he walked towards the guards in front of him. When he came in front of the rabbit guard, he was silent for a moment, pointed at another guard, and asked, "If I ask him which door is the life gate, will he tell me which door it is?" The rabbit guard's eyes glowed red, and he suddenly laughed weirdly. "Ha ha 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 ha, idiot, idiot, he is not a guard, he can't speak." Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. How could it be different from what he expected? What did he mean by, "he's not a guard"? He was clearly wearing a bunny doll costume and a bunny mask. At this moment, a horrible thought suddenly flashed through his mind, making him shudder all over. He hurried to another rabbit guard and pushed him gently. As a result, the rabbit guard fell to the ground like a dead object. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and he took off his mask. It turned out to be a familiar face, the scarred man number 38. He looked back in disbelief at Scar Man number 38, who instantly became extremely indifferent. He took the rabbit face mask from Jiang Yu, put it on his face, and stood beside the iron gate to replace the guard just now. Jiang Yu understood instantly that the real player number 38 had already died, and the one traveling with them was the guard in room number 3 who was pretending to be number 38. The prompt sound when entering this room was not wrong. There are indeed 2 guards in this room, but one of them is number 38 in disguise. Jiang Yu quickly reflected that he had asked the question in the wrong way and should have said, "If I ask another guard, I will get the correct answer." None of this mattered anymore. A worse situation lay before him. He had wasted the only chance to ask questions. Now he didn't know which door was the door of life and which was the door of death. He can only rely on luck now, with only a 50% chance of choosing the life gate, which is another life-threatening choice. Girl number 18 and beauty number 44 were shocked by the scene before them. They couldn't believe that the real player number 38 had died long ago, and the one who accompanied them through the gate of life and death was a disguised guard. Jiang Yu recalled the previous details. The blue dragon tattoo on the arm of the scarred man number 38 seemed to have no eyes, which must be due to a poor disguise. He also remembered that in the first 2 rooms, the guard's eyes always seemed to be sweeping over Jiang Yu, girl no. 18 and beauty number 44, and never looked at number 38. Because he is not a player at all, but a guard and has no qualifications to participate in the game. Jiang Yu looked at the iron gate in front of him, then turned to look at the iron gate on the right. The 2 gates were exactly the same, and there was no difference between them. If you rely on luck, there is only a 50% chance of survival, which is not what you want. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu calmed down, took out the clue card, and handed it to the rabbit guard. "I'm going to use this prop card." The rabbit guard was a little surprised. He took the prop card from Jiang Yu, glanced at it, and put it in his arms. He stared at Jiang Yu and slowly uttered a word. Gold represents life, fire represents disaster, and where the right hand points, the sun sets and the road returns. Hearing this, beauty number 44 looked confused, while girl number 18 also frowned deeply. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, and his mind was working rapidly. The first sentence is, gold represents life and fire represents disaster. In the Book of Changes, metal represents the west and fire represents the south. Therefore, the west is the way out. The second sentence, where the right hand points, is the return journey at sunset. The direction where the right hand points is the direction of sunset. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So the way to survive is on the right. In a flash, Jiang Yu had figured out the answer. He walked towards the iron gate on the right and glanced at the guard next to him. The guard did not move at all and seemed indifferent to Jiang Yu's choice. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, turned the door handle, pushed open the iron door, and strode in. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the incandescent light in the room lit up instantly. There was a familiar rabbit man guarding the center of the room, and there was an iron door in the front and left side of the room. There is a table in the middle of the room with white paper and pens on it, which is very similar to the layout of the second room. His reasoning was correct. The right side was the exit. Seeing that Jiang Yu made the right choice, the beauty no. 44 and the girl number 18 rushed in and the iron gate closed. The rabbit guard in the center of the house seemed to be activated, with the eyes of the mask glowing red as it looked at the three people. Hello, everyone. I am Bunnaman 5. In this room, there is a door of life and a door of death. The rules are no longer repeated. Next, I will randomly select a player to answer the question. Please do not communicate with me about anything unrelated to the game. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. His eyes swept over Jiang Yu and others, and finally stopped on Beauty No. 44. Player number 44, please listen to the question. There is a piece of paper on the table in front of you. There are 9 numbers on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You need to fill in a minus sign or a plus sign so that the result is equal to 100. Please write 3 solutions. Beauty number 44 came to the table, looked at the white paper on the table with a confused expression, covered her head, and seemed to have a headache. Let alone 3 solutions, even thinking of just one solution would give her a headache. In her life, she hated math the most. She was so bad at math that she failed to get into high school. After graduating from junior high school, she went out to work. Later, because of her beautiful looks, she was often invited to take some modeling photos, and her life gradually got better. Jiang Yu thought about what the rabbit guard said, his mind working rapidly. If it needs to be equal to 100, there must be at least 3 solutions, and there must be many permutations and combinations. Hey, you two, help me solve this problem. I can't figure it out. Beauty number 44 leaned on the table, crossed her arms over her chest, looked at Jiang Yu and girl number 18, and said arrogantly, "Why should I always help you? It was you who was picked by the bunny guards." Girl number 18 was a little angry and pointed at beauty number 44. "Humph, I don't care anyway. As long as I don't open the door, can you jump over this room? Just go and open it if you have the guts." Beauty number 44 turned her head to the side angrily and spoke in a spoiled tone, as if she was making a fuss. Jiang Yu frowned. He felt that this was a deliberate arrangement by the pig-faced masked man. It was difficult for the players to unite. Once time was wasted, everyone would die in this game. Because the most precious time is wasted in the early stage, there is no time to think about solving the problem in the later stage, and all players will die in this game. Girl No. 18 took a deep breath, calmed herself down, looked at the beauty number 44 and said, "How about this? Give me a prop card and I'll help you come up with 1 or 2 solutions." Beauty No. 44 chuckled and said happily, "I have used up all my prop cards a long time ago. Are you dreaming? You can help me or not. If not, we can all die here." Girl number 18 was so angry that her chest heaved. She clenched her fists and almost wanted to rush up and beat her up. The atmosphere became tense again. Jiang Yu stood up, blocking the 2 of them, and said in a deep voice, "Don't be impulsive. We are in the same boat now. Don't worry about these. We have to work together to leave here alive, and other things can be discussed after we get out." Good, good, good. Girl No. 18 said yes 3 times in a row, and then she gritted her teeth at the beauty number 44 and said, "Don't let me meet you in the next game, or I'll make you suffer. Now I'll tell you a solution. 1 plus 2 plus 34 5 plus 67 8 plus 9 equals 100. Wait, you spoke too fast, I can't remember." Beauty number 44 frowned, interrupted No. 18 and said with a dissatisfied look on her face, "Haha, then I'll tell you to write it." Girl number 18 was angry, but helpless. Girl number 44 picked up a pen and wrote down the first solution on paper according to what Girl No. 18 said. Beauty number 44 stared at the paper, seemingly still calculating, worried that girl number 18 was lying to her. Now there are 2 solutions left. Girl number 18 frowned again. She had just spent nearly half a minute thinking about this solution, and now she was still missing 2 solutions. She looked up at the time on the wall. There were only 10 minutes left, and she had only reached the 4th room. At this time, Jiang Yu suddenly said, I have thought of other solutions. I will read and you write. Hearing this, beauty number 44 was delighted. She quickly came to the table and picked up the pen on the table. 1 plus 2 plus 3, 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 78 plus 9 equals 100. Jiang Yu quickly read out the second solution. Girl number 18 was extremely shocked. Sure enough, the equation was established. Why didn't she think of such an extreme solution? She couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu with a little admiration. 123 to 45 to 67 plus 89 equals 100. Then Jiang Yu read out the third solution. Girl number 18 next to her did a quick calculation, and sure enough, the answer was 100. The equation was established. Number 6, you are really amazing. She looked at Jiang Yu and praised him sincerely. Nothing. I thought of other solutions, but the bunny guard said only 3 are enough. Jiang Yu said lightly, as soon as the words came out, no. 18 looked at Jiang Yu in shock. There is actually another solution? My God, how high is this guy's IQ? He can participate in the super brain. Beauty number 44 didn't think so much. She was just shocked for a few seconds, then immediately excitedly wrote the answer on a white paper and handed it to the guard. The rabbit guard took the white paper, checked the answer, and pointed to the iron gate in front of everyone. Comments: This is the 5th room, and the familiar rabbit guard is still standing in the center of the room. The layout of the room is almost the same as the previous room, with an iron door on the left and front of the room. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Yu looked at the time on the wall. There were only 7 minutes left. Next, there are 4 more rooms and 4 gates of life and death. Time is very tight. It is very likely that I will die here. I must speed up. The bunnyman guard in the center of the room looked at Jiang Yu and the others. His masked eyes glowed red, and he let out a strange laugh. Hey, everyone. Hello, I'm the guard of this room. You can call me Bunnyman 6. Congratulations on getting here. You've completed half of the process. In this room, there is a door of life and a door of death. The rules are no longer repeated. Next, I will randomly select players to answer questions. I wish you good luck. Please do not communicate with me about anything unrelated to the game. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. His eyes swept over Jiang Yu and others, and finally stopped on beauty number 44. Player number 44, please listen to the question. In a classroom of 30 people, what do you think the probability is that 2 people have the same birthday? Answer errors of no more than 5% are considered correct. Beauty no. 44 had a dazed look on her face and was about to cry. Are you going to let me play? Why do I always get picked? Why am I so miserable? As she said that, she turned to look at Jiang Yu, pointed at him and ordered. Number 6, you are smart, help me think. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, then nodded and said slowly. It's actually very simple, I have already figured it out. He deliberately slowed down his speech, looked at Beauty now. 44 and patiently explained, let's start with the simple things. First, suppose 2 people's birthdays fall in the same month. There are 12 months in a year, so the probability of being born in the same month is 1 in 12th, right? Beauty no. 44 nodded, obviously influenced by Jiang Yu's logic. Jiang Yu continued. Then, let's assume that there are 30 days in a month. The probability that 2 people have the same birthday in that month is 1 in 30. Multiplying these 2 probabilities together, we get 1/360, which is the probability that 2 people have exactly the same birthday. He paused, then continued. Now we have 30 people, which is equivalent to 15 possible combinations. The probability of each pair having the same birthday is 1/360. Multiplied by 15, we can get an approximate result, about 4%. So, the final answer is 4%. Beauty no. 44's eyes lit up immediately and she nodded excitedly. Number 6, you are amazing. After that, she excitedly walked up to the bunny guard and said confidently, I know the answer is 4%. After hearing the answer, the rabbit guard turned his head stiffly and pointed to the iron door on the left side of the room. Beauty no. 44 hurried to the iron gate, grabbed the door handle, opened the door confidently and walked in. There was darkness behind the iron gate, and she couldn't see what was in the room. It was like a dark monster with bared fangs. At this moment, something strange happened. 2 seconds after beauty number 44 walked in, the iron gate closed instantly. Immediately afterwards, a heart-wrenching wailing sound came from behind the iron gate. The sound sounded like a desperate scream of extreme pain and fear, which was creepy. The sound is getting weaker. Girl number 18 looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Shouldn't the answer you gave be correct? How could she?" Jiang Yu glanced at the rabbit guard in the room, and the strange smile on the other's mask seemed to be mocking the two of them. The essence of this question is the birthday paradox. The correct answer is 70%. What I just said was to fool that stupid woman, Jiang Yu said lightly. Girl number 18 suddenly realized, but a more terrifying idea suddenly appeared in her mind. She subconsciously took a step back, looked at Jiang Yu, widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and asked, "So, did you let her die on purpose?" Jiang Yu had an indifferent expression and did not answer the question. He turned and walked towards the iron door in front of the room. Since the iron gate on the left is the gate of death, then the iron gate in front is the gate of life. He easily pushed open the iron door and walked in. After a few seconds, the incandescent light in the room came on, and a familiar rabbit guard stood in the room. This is the 6th room. The layout of the room has changed. There is an iron door on the left and right sides of the room. Jiang Yu looked up at the countdown. There were only 4 minutes and 36 seconds left. This made him feel extremely uneasy, as if a sword was hanging over his head, ready to fall at any time. The bunny guard looked at Jiang Yu and girl number 18 and said, "Hello, everyone. I am bunny guard 7. In this room, there is a door of life and a door of death. The rules are no longer repeated. Next, I will randomly select players to answer questions. Please be prepared. Please do not communicate with me about anything unrelated to the game. Otherwise, you will be severely punished." His eyes swept over Jiang Yu and girl number 18. Then he looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Player number 6, please listen to the question. Suppose there is a cake and there are 8 people in total. You can only cut it 3 times. How do you divide the cake into 8 equal pieces and give them to each person?" Girl number 18 frowned. The cake needed to be divided into 8 equal pieces, which was not difficult. Just cut once horizontally, once vertically, and then cut twice diagonally, a total of 4 cuts, and the cake will be cut into equal parts in the shape of a rice. But the rabbit guard requires that only 3 cuts can be made. How can we ensure that each piece is the same size? Girl number 18 was still in deep thought when Jiang Yu spoke. Cut across the center, cut vertically along the center, and then cut sideways along the center. Hearing this, girl number 18's eyes widened immediately. Yes, why didn't she think of that? The rabbit guards did not specify that the cake could only be cut from the top, so Jiang Yu used the simplest method to cut the cake into 8 equal pieces with just 3 cuts. This is a really clever solution. After hearing the answer, the rabbit guard mechanically turned his head and pointed to the iron door on the right side of the room. Jiang Yu strode over, turned the door handle, pushed open the iron door, and stepped into the next room. A few seconds later, the lights came on and he was safe. When girl number 18 saw that Jiang Yu was safe, she followed closely behind him. This is the 7th room. There is an iron door at the front and right side of the room. In the center of the room still stood a bunny guard, wearing a doll costume and a bunny face mask. After Jiang Yu and the other person walked in, the eyes of his mask glowed red again. He looked at Jiang Yu and girl number 18 and said, "Hello, everyone. I am the guard of this room, Bunnyman 8. In this room, there is a door of life and a door of death. The rules are no longer repeated. Next, I will randomly select players to answer questions. Please be prepared. Please do not communicate with me about anything unrelated to the game. Otherwise, you will be severely punished." Jiang Yu turned around and looked at the time on the wall. There were still 3 minutes left, and there were only 2 levels of the gate of life and death left. The time should be barely enough. I hope the following questions will not be too difficult. However, he felt that the man with the pig-faced mask would not be so kind. The Bunnyman Guard 8's gaze finally stopped at Jiang Yu, and he said, "Player number 6, please listen to the question." Girl no. 18 on the side breathed a sigh of relief. If she was picked, she really had no confidence that she could answer the question. But if she relied on Jiang Yu's answer, she would probably end up like player no. 44. Being tricked without even knowing it. Please tell me within 10 seconds which door in the room is the escape door. The answer is in the road. Hearing this question, Jiang Yu was stunned. If he knew which one was the life door, why would he answer the question? He just pushed open the life door and went to the next room. He looked up at the clock on the wall. There were only 2 minutes left. There was no time to waste. Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. 10 seconds passed in a flash. The rabbit guard suddenly looked up at Jiang Yu and let out a strange laugh. Hehe, if you can't answer, I won't show you the door. After saying this, the bunny guard tilted his neck, looked at Jiang Yu, and suddenly let out a miserable wail, accompanied by a cry. The crying made people's hair stand on end and their hearts shudder. Then, Bunnyman Guard 8 walked stiffly to the corner and faced the wall. Jiang Yu suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly pulled girl number 18 back. The next moment, a dazzling fire flashed in the corner, accompanied by a violent explosion. The Rabbit Guard 8 actually exploded on the spot Jiang Yu and girl number 18 stood there blankly. The explosion of the guards gave them a little shock. They became more aware of how terrifying the pig-faced masked man was. He was so cruel and ruthless that he didn't care about the lives of his subordinates at all and treated them like ants. Girl number 18 turned to look at Jiang Yu with a desperate look on her face and murmured, "What should we do? The guards are all dead." Jiang Yu frowned, thinking back to what Guard 8 had just said. The answer is in the road. He thought about it and comforted her. Not necessarily. There is still hope. Perhaps the answer to this sentence is the door to life. Girl number 18 looked unconvinced, frowned, looked around, and asked in confusion, "What does this mean? Where is the road? There is only an empty room here." Jiang Yu looked up at the ceiling, then took a look at the layout of the room and murmured, "Where is the road? The road is under your feet. The road is walked out the way you came here." Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He quickly went to the corner, and while trying to suppress the nausea brought by the messy scene in front of him, he picked up a piece of blood-stained clothing from the ground, then went to the other corner of the room and started drawing on the ground. Girl number 18 was a little confused and came over. She was curious about what Jiang Yu was doing. Jiang Yu was seen looking at the floor intently. All the rooms in the future were drawn on the floor, and the iron doors of each room were marked, indicating which direction they opened. At the same time, he also drew the rooms that the dead doors led to and drew a big red cross. Girl number 18 didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Jiang Yu's train of thought. Although she didn't know what he was doing, she felt that he looked very powerful. Although Jiang Yu's painting was taking shape, girl number 18 widened her eyes. She suddenly saw that all the rooms seemed to be in a huge rectangular space. This is a 4x4 rectangle with a total of 16 grids, and each room is equivalent to 1 grid. If the x-axis and y-axis are used as coordinates, everyone starts from the room x2, y2 near the lower left corner. Now it is equivalent to going around a circle. The room x4, y2 at the lower right corner of this space is on the same horizontal line as the initial room. At this moment, girl number 18 suddenly discovered something. She covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. She pointed at the painting on the floor and said in shock, "Oh my God, is the room we are in now the room to the right of the next room to the right of the initial room? The door on the right side of the room we are in now is the room that the dead door leading to the initial room leads to." Jiang Yu stood up, clapped his hands, and said lightly, "Yes, the space is limited. Looking down from a high altitude, these rooms are just arranged in 4x4. So, the answer is in the road." This sentence means that we should remember the way we came so that we can deduce which door is the door to life. Girl no. 18 looked at Jiang Yu with admiration and praised him sincerely. "You are really amazing. If anyone can survive to the end, I think it must be you. I've decided, from now on, I will avoid you in any game you play. If we participate in a game together, I will never target you. I hope we can cooperate. By the way, I haven't told you my name yet. My name is Chen Wen." Girl no. 18 stared at Jiang Yu, smiled brightly, stretched out her hand, and said sincerely. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, did not shake hands, and said lightly, "I don't trust anyone." After that, he walked towards the iron door in front of the room, pushed it open confidently, and walked in. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the lights in the room came on and he saw a familiar rabbit guard in the room. Jiang Yu realized that he had made the right bet again. Stingy. Girl, no. 18 stomped her feet in anger, snorted coldly, and followed him. This is the 8th room, the final room, and the last level of the eightfold gate of life and death. Jiang Yu looked up at the time and saw that there was only 1 minute left. He looked at the layout of the house carefully. There was an iron gate on the left and front of the house. There was still a bunnyman guard standing in the center of the room. There is still a table in the center, and on the table is a small metal safe with a combination lock on the front of the safe. The bunny guard's mask glowed red with his eyes. He looked at Jiang Yu and girl number 18 and said, "Hello, fellow players. Congratulations on reaching the 8th level of the Gate of Life and Death. I am Bunny Guard 9. Next, I will randomly select a player to answer a question. Please be prepared. Please do not communicate with me about anything unrelated to the game. Otherwise, you will be severely punished." His eyes swept across Jiang Yu and girl number 18, and finally stopped at girl number 18. Player number 18, please listen to the question. Girl number 18 trembled, then looked at the rabbit guard, her whole body tense, her ears pricked up, listening to the next question. There is a safe in front of you. The password is 4 digits. You can only open the safe by entering the correct password. You can try it on the safe. Please tell me the correct password of the safe. After waiting for a while, girl no. 18 widened her eyes and asked in confusion. No more, no clues. The bunny guard's masked eyes glowed red as he stared at girl number 18. His voice became dignified with a hint of warning. Player no. 18, please do not ask me any questions related to the answer, otherwise you will be severely punished. I am hereby severely warned. Girl number 18 took a step back at a loss, looking at the safe in front of her, then at the time on the wall. She felt a surge of despair and turned to look at Jiang Yu, pleading weakly. What should I do? We can't try 0, 1, 2 like this, right? How long will it take to try? There's not enough time. Number 6, help me. Jiang Yu looked calm. This was all within his expectations. He walked to the table and randomly entered a password on the safe, 6666. As a result, the safe made a beeping sound and did not open. Obviously, the answer was wrong. Jiang Yu turned to look at girl number 18 and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps you don't need to know the correct safe combination. If you tell the guard the wrong answer, he will point you to the death door, which means that the other door is the life door. I just tried 6666, it's the wrong password. You can tell the bunny guard 6666 and try again." When number 18 heard Jiang Yu's words, he immediately smiled and said excitedly, "Yes, I was really too nervous. How could I not have thought it could be like this? Just tell him the wrong code, and then choose the opposite door." Girl number 18 hurried to the bunny guard and said anxiously, "The correct combination of the safe is 6666. After hearing the answer, the rabbit guard pointed to the iron door on the left side of the room without any expression on his masked face. Girl no. 18 rushed to the iron door in front of the room. She put her hand on the door handle and was about to turn it to open the iron door. At this moment, Jiang Yu's calm and composed voice suddenly came from behind her. "Wait, I think something is wrong. Don't open the door yet." Girl number 18 stopped what she was doing with her right hand still on the door handle. She turned sideways and looked at Jiang Yu blankly. "Ah, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" As she spoke, she anxiously looked at the time on the wall. There was only 1 minute left. From the very beginning, Jiang Yu discovered the bug of this game. As long as he kept answering wrong answers, never chose the dead door, and chose another door, he could pass the level smoothly. However, he felt that the pig-faced masked man would not be so kind, so he kept this idea in his heart and did not tell anyone else. Until now, his guess was finally verified, and he completely understood it. If this strategy is followed, the player may let down their guard in the first 6 rooms and pass through them quickly and easily without remembering which direction door they chose for each room. Because only when humans are faced with life and death decisions, encounter sufficiently difficult things, and move forward in pain, can they leave behind indelible memories. When it comes to the 7th room, the guards will explode directly, leaving no chance for the player. The player may fall into a panic and not be able to remember the path he took, nor be able to deduce the correct way out. Even if the player guesses the way out in the 7th room correctly, when they come to the 8th room, their minds have already been paralyzed, and they habitually use this strategy, and they will eventually step into an abyss from which there is no escape. Jiang Yu looked at her expressionlessly and said slowly, "Remember the picture I drew in the last room? The room is 4x4, which seems to be the limit of the space. The place you are about to enter does not seem to be within the 4x4 room layout. It is out of range." Girl number 18 was stunned for a moment, then she immediately realized what was going on. She widened her eyes and quickly agreed, "Yes, that's right. Whether you open the iron door on the left side of the room or the iron door in front of the room, it's beyond that space. But there are only these 2 doors in this room." Jiang Yu looked at girl no. 18 and said slowly, "Is there a possibility that there are 4 doors in this room?" Before this, the guards in each room would say one thing, which is that in this room, there is a door of life and a door of death. But the guard in this room was the only one who didn't say this. That means there is probably more than one dead door in this room. These 2 iron doors may both be dead doors. There is another way out hidden. His words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the mind of girl number 18. She looked around, extremely confused. But there are only 2 doors in this room, if you don't count the iron door we came in through. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, but came to the wall on the right side of the room, looked up and down, left and right, and then started knocking from the corner. As he knocked, girl number 18 clearly heard that when he knocked in the center of the wall, the sound changed significantly and seemed to become hollow and low. Girl number 18 left the iron gate and came to Jiang Yu. She tried knocking on it herself and found that the sound was different. "Try to hit it hard here." Jiang Yu pointed at the wall and said, "Good." Girl number 18 slammed the wall hard and it actually cracked. It turned out that the white wall was just covered with a thin layer of white paper, and it looked no different from other rooms. She entered a new space, and it was pitch black all around. She took a step back in fear, and then the whole space lit up. Seeing this, Jiang Yu knew it was safe and followed closely into the room. At the same time, the countdown of the 8th room behind him stopped at 000123 with only 1 second left in the game. This is a brand new room with only an iron door on the front wall. Colorful lights are hung on the wall, flashing. Unlike before, the surrounding walls are not snow white. There are 2 lines of large characters written on the right wall. Congratulations to all players for completing the game. Please wait where you are. Girl number 18 hugged Jiang Yu excitedly, jumped twice with joy, and shouted excitedly, "No. 6, you are my god, we passed." Jiang Yu frowned and gently pushed her away, keeping his distance. Soon, when the 20-minute countdown ended, the iron door in front of the room opened and 2 minotaurs with guns walked in. The man with the bullhead mask led Jiang Yu and the other man through the iron gate and into another room. The room was empty, but there was an iron door on the right wall. There is a big red button on the left wall. One of the men wearing a bullhead mask pressed a red button on the wall. The next moment, the ground shook, and a glass elevator rose from the ground and stopped in the middle of the house. Jiang Yu suddenly thought of something, stopped, looked at the man with the bullhead mask, and asked, "Since the game is over, I want to ask a question. Does the iron door on the right side of the room lead to the starting room?" The 2 bullhead masked men looked at each other, and no one spoke. At this time, a familiar voice sounded in the room. It was the voice of the pig-faced masked man. "Number 6, you are very smart. That iron door does lead to the initial room." Jiang Yu smiled, and sure enough, everything was just as he had guessed. After the 2 got on the elevator, they felt the elevator falling rapidly, and a sharp sense of weightlessness came. Then, they were blindfolded, and then injected with some kind of sedative and fell asleep. When the 2 woke up again, they found themselves in the lobby, surrounded by other players who were watching and talking about the situation. "Number 6, you are quite capable. You guys can actually come out alive after answering 8 such difficult questions. Anyone would have died in there. I was terrified watching the live broadcast just now." Everyone watched the live broadcast of Jiang Yu and others' breakthrough in real time through the large electronic screen on the wall of the hall. The pig-faced masked man looked at the audience and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Then, he said, "Very good, tonight's game is over. Congratulations to our two final victorious players, players number 6 and number 18. Unfortunately, the other players will remain in that room forever. In Jiang Yu's mind, the god of gambling also sent him a signal. The host's intelligence was improved. At this time, Jiang Yu looked at the pig-faced masked man and suddenly remembered something and asked, "When did player number 38 die?" The pig-faced masked man shifted his gaze to Jiang Yu and said with a smile, "Hey, he died in the first room." He was the first player to wake up. Then, he asked the guard a question that had nothing to do with this game. It involved the core secrets of the death game, and I severely punished him for it. I thought about it and felt that the game was too simple and boring. I temporarily let guard 3 pretend to be guard number 38. This way, the game seems to be more interesting. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. No wonder every time he entered a room, the guards would emphasize that he was not allowed to ask questions that were not related to the game, otherwise he would be severely punished. He was even a little curious about what questions the scarred man, number 38, asked. The pig-faced masked man looked at Jiang Yu and girl number 18 and said, "Players number 6 and no. 18, who won this game, please come forward to collect the prop cards. The rest of the players, please settle the prop cards according to the voting results. Then, all players, please return to the room in an orderly manner." Jiang Yu and no. 18 stepped forward to receive the prop cards and then returned to the crowd. Everyone looked at them with envy. Now that there are fewer and fewer players, the more prop cards they have, the greater their chances of winning. After all the procedures were completed, the pig-faced masked man glanced down and said, "Dear players, you can go back to your rooms now. See you tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. As he spoke, he let out a weird laugh. "Hey, by the way, I can give you a little hint. The game tomorrow night is called Lucky Numbers, and it's quite interesting.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.